with you on the first Saturday of March. And my partner today, Ethan Morotsky. Ski, it's baseball season. You got to be thrilled, man. A Saturday at Foxy. It doesn't get any better than this.
It's baseball season's finally back. I've been waiting all semester. Obviously, it's been a couple weeks since it's been started, but it's sunny. It's usually not this sunny at the beginning of the season. Usually we get a lot more rain, a lot more colder weather, but we're nice sunny weather in the 60s, and I'm ready to get some baseball going.
No doubt about it. We should have a really nice day today, as Ethan said. Colder tomorrow, but we'll worry about that tomorrow. Today is today. It's a doubleheader day. First pitch scheduled for 11 a.m. It looks like we're going to be close to on time here as the coaches are still meeting at home plate. We'll tell you more about the lineups, the starting pitchers, what these two ball clubs have been up to. Lynchburg comes in at 6-1, really tough early season schedule, and Lynchburg got through it mostly unscathed. So we'll just be discussing that. And York, it's their first game, Ethan, so who knows? But we know York is tough. If fans forgot, last year the Spartans came down here to Fox and took the series, took 2 out of 3 from Lynchburg.
Yeah, every single year that we played them, and since I was here, they were always a nice, solid team. We know that they could put the bat on the ball. They got a solid pitching staff. And, like we said before the broadcast, it's baseball. Anything can happen, whether you're playing against a ranked 9 team and you're 9th in the country. Anything can happen in baseball, especially with Lynchburg here on Foxy. It's obviously tough to come in and play at home, but it's going to be a fun entire weekend for both these teams.
It really is, and you learn a lot about your ball club when you get 3 games in 2 days. York returns a lot of talent. We know Lynchburg returns a lot of talent. We'll be talking about that and then some as the day goes on. It's officially James C. Fox Field, and we've got 2 for you. First pitch in Game 1 between Lynchburg and York. Coming up next, we'll meet you at home plate in just a moment on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Okay, here we go. National anthem is done. We've got a great crowd outside at James C. Fox Field. Kyle and Ethan back with you. It's the York College Spartans in town. This is the usual early season series that these two squads have been doing. York is 0-0. They were supposed to play earlier this week, but that game got postponed. Lynchburg, meanwhile, 6-1. The competition has been great in this early season run for the Hornets, Ethan. They took 3 from North Carolina Wesleyan on a weekend where there was some iffy weather. Last weekend, it was a victory against Cortland and Marietta. They lost to Denison 4-2 on Monday, and then Lynchburg went up to Fredericksburg and beat Mary Washington on Wednesday of this week. Tyler Kaltreiter takes the mound. He has been nothing short of outstanding in the early going. 2-0 this season, still with a 0.75 earned run average, 14 strikeouts, just 1 walk in the first 2 appearances, Mr. Maratsky.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. Obviously, we didn't get to see Kaltreiter last year with some eligibility problems with Virginia Military Institute, but he's been doing fantastic at the beginning of the season. Being a little bit of run support, possibly could be more. Obviously, this Lynchburg lineup has been struggling a little bit, or I say struggling. They've been winning games, but they obviously want to score more runs, get some more hits onto the board. It's going to be an exciting matchup. Obviously, this is not the best situation that York coming into this matchup with no games against a number 9 team in the nation. So it's going to be a fun matchup. York going to be dusting off the cobwebs. Lynchburg going to be going into this game aggressive, I'm assuming, as they always do. So it's going to be a fun weekend for both these teams.
Yeah, and there is a lot going on. Ethan and we've both said a bunch. It's just been baseball word salad so far. And once the game gets underway, we'll be able to talk about that. But, yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Lynchburg offense. They're hitting 185 right now as a team. So, yes, that's not a great number for the team batting average, Ethan. But you also have to think Lynchburg's been facing some pretty tough arms right now. And in the early season, most of the baseball minds would tell you that the pitching is usually ahead of the hitting in the early going.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And obviously with the last couple of years that this baseball team has been, how much success they've been finding, this preseason schedule, I say preseason, the beginning of the schedule, typically your non-conference games have been getting tougher and tougher for this team. And obviously coming out of the first 2 tough weekends, 6-1 is very impressive with the amount of depth and how much skill that the squads that they've been going up against have.
Lefty Lucas Prendergast stepped into the batter's box, for York, and he'll take a fastball right down Main Street. We're underway here on Fox Field. Let's go around the diamond defensively for Lynchburg. It'll be Eric Hyatt at first base, Ben Jones at second. The shortstop is Brandon Garcia. Third baseman is 5th-year Gavin Collins. In the outfield in left, you've got Logan Webster, the senior. Center field today, it'll be the first-year Parker Cato. And in right field, the sophomore Joe Munitz. 0-2 count here on Prendergast. He's a junior who hit .346 last year. One of many returners for York that has some great numbers. Fastball off the plate by design. Moves the count to 1-2. The battery mate for Tyler Kaltreiter today is Sean Pokerock. And the DH for Lynchburg will be another first-year guy, Jake Wright. So the lineup, Ethan's got 2 freshmen in there, along with a bunch of names that Lynchburg fans will remember. Here comes the 1-2. It's sprayed backwards foul. We'll try it again at 1-2. This lineup for York, Gabe Trevina hit .311 last year. Michael Teneni, who's batting third, hit .383. Chris Bettler, the cleanup man, hit .423. So it will be a lineup that, yes, they haven't had any games this year. They're proving what they can do at the college level. And a lot of these guys proved it last year down on Fox Field. The 1-2 is just up and away, and now our count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody out in inning number 1 at home for Lynchburg this season.
Well, that's a good 1-2 pitch, a high and outside fastball. High fastballs are some of the most aggressive pitchers for hitters because of its eye level. So that's a good 1-2 pitch right there from Kaltreiter.
Kaltreiter working from the stretch exclusively. Got the bat off of Prendergast's shoulder. Did not go all the way around, and now our count is full. Kaltreiter's only walked 1 in the first 2 appearances so far this season. He's been basically rock solid. It's 12 innings pitched so far across those 2 starts. Here comes the 3-2. This ball's ripped into the right center gap. Long run here Munitz is not going to get there. Neither is the center fielder, Parker Cato. Prendergast turning the corner. He'll settle into second base with a leadoff double. Fantastic at bat there to foul off a tough 2-strike pitch. He took some close ones and then just ripped that into the right center gap.
Yeah, really nice at bat, going down 2 strikes into the count early. Really good job fighting back, driving it to a full count. You know Tyler Colrider's not going to want to put the leadoff batter in the game on the bases easily. So that's a really good swing, really good approach from 23.
Just the 4th hit that Colrider has surrendered in this early season. Before that, batters were 3 for 41 off of him. That's good for an .075 batting average against. But a man in scoring position early with the third baseman Gabe Trevina stepping in. Could be a sacrifice bunt situation. Not shown there, and it's a called strike 1. Lynchburg's got the corners in, planning for a potential bunt situation. Trevina's a senior. Teneni, the man on deck, a senior. Bettler, cleanup guy, also a senior for a York team that is really looking for better things this year. They had a good year last year at 21-20. Schedule was tough, including Lynchburg. They played 7 tournament teams. So Lynchburg and then 6 other squads that ended up making the NCAA tournament were on the roll call for York last year. It's an 0-2 count after the foul ball. Pokerock slides way out. Colrider nibbling the edge with strike 3 looking. And there's one away here in the top of the first.
Beautiful slider from Colrider. Caught the top right-hand corner of the box. Batter doesn't appreciate the call, but a really nice pitch. Looked like he caught the corner, and a really great way to come back after giving up a leadoff double for Colrider.
Yeah, good bounce back at bat right there. The hits keep coming with number 16, Michael Teneni, senior. Hit .383 last season. All the numbers for York will be from last year since this is their first game. Colrider checks the number. Prendergast at second. He'll spin and make the soft toss there. York does not run a whole lot. Last year, I believe the Spartans stole something like 34 bases, and Lynchburg was over 100 in that stolen base category. So definitely relying on the running game more than York.
Yeah, a lot of speed on this Lynchburg team.
Pokerock slides inside. Here's the first pitch. It's upstairs to Teneni, and it's a 1-0 count. First batter, actually, that Colrider has fallen behind. Lynchburg's got Teneni shaded to the right center gap there with Parker Cato in center field. Rest of the outfield, basically normal depth, although Logan Webster slid a bit in the left center gap as well. There's an off-speed pitch that right over the heart of the plate for strike 1, and the count is now 1-1 with 1 out. 3-hole hitter Michael Teneni batting for York. Their starter will be Evan Hughes. He had some solid numbers from last year that we'll discuss when the York College Spartans take the field. Cato, longer hold that time, or excuse me, Coltrider with a longer hold, and that fastball just barely missed inside. 2-1 count to Michael Teneni.
Oh, we talk about Logan Webster in left field. It's great to see the comeback that he's made, obviously. Unfortunately, season ending a little early right before the regional tournament started with some ankle problems, but really good to see him out there again.
That one is downstairs, and now it's a true hitter's count for Teneni. 3-1 for the senior shortstop for York. Yeah, Logan Webster, can't wait to talk more about him when he gets up. Webster will bat 9th for this Lynchburg lineup, and he's really a plus defender out there in left field as well. Here comes the 3-1 from Coltrider. Went with the breaking ball, just missed, and there's a walk, just the second free pass that Coltrider has issued this season, and it will bring up Chris Bettler. Senior left fielder for York, had 63 hits last year, Ethan, 45 driven in, a .423 batting average. He's a senior from Ellicott City. In his career, he's a .333 hitter, and he's closing in on 100 hits in the career.
Well, great experience here coming up. This is why you're in the 4-hole, so you can hit with runners in situations like this.
Bettler likes the first, lifting it to right field. Long run for Joe Munitz. It will not stay in play, and it's just a long strike. Yeah, Bettler, great point, as we're going to get a mound visit here from Michael Solbach. And we can talk more about Bettler and the other things that are going on here. So much early in the season to discuss, Ethan.
Well, it's going to be a really fun season, obviously, as Coach Solbach is out there. I say Coach Solbach. It's hard saying their full names, obviously coming off a 4-year career here. But it's going to be a lot of fun watching all my buddies out there. It's a ton of fun. And this season, with how talented this roster is and how much depth they have, it's not just about the talent on the field. But Coach Beasley does a great job recruiting the last couple of years. Obviously, second-year head coach. He's done a great job. Coach Jones did an even better job. Well, I don't want to say even better job, but he did a great job also. And I really want to highlight, players like Tyler Kaltrider. They've been doing a great job bringing in transfers, obviously, with the season that Quinn Madden had. There's a ton of success with recruiting out of conference and out of division. And if you really want to go back even further, go back to my freshman year, we had senior Kinston Carson come in and do a fantastic job, help lead us to our first ODAC title since 2012.
Ground ball up the middle. This could be two for Lynchburg. Garcia flips to Jones. 6-4-3. Tic-tac-toe around the diamond, and Lynchburg is out of trouble. You got to say the mound visit from Michael Solbach paid off. Great result there to get the bouncing ball up the middle, and it's no problem for Jones and Garcia. Lynchburg out of the top of the first without surrendering any runs. Will meet and greet the Hornets lineup here in just a second on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. All right, a fantastic Lynchburg double play gets them out of the first inning. No runs, one hit, one left on for York. The leadoff double from Lucas Prendergast. And we've come to love and know those Lynchburg double plays. More on that maybe when the Hornets get back on defense. But let's talk about the lineup here. It will be the shortstop, Brandon Garcia, the junior, to lead off. DH, first-year man Jacob Wright will hit in the two-hole. Ben Jones, the junior, batting third. Sean Pokerot, catcher, cleaning up. Joe Munitz, the right fielder, bats fifth. Fifth-year Gavin Collins will hit in his usual sixth spot. It's Eric Hyatt, senior first baseman, batting seventh. Parker Cato, freshman center fielder, hits eighth. And Logan Webster, the left fielder, will round out the lineup. They will be facing right-hander number 35, Evan Hughes, for York College. York, if you can't tell, is wearing the green tops with the gray pants, green and black hat. Lynchburg in the all blacks today, at least for game one anyway. And here's Hollywood, Brandon Garcia. He is a junior from Durham. He, in his career, is a .314 hitter, the on-base percentage over .440. And he's done a little bit of everything in his first two seasons for Lynchburg. Here comes the first pitch. He'll study that just above the letters, and it's ball one.
Brandon Garcia, the leadoff for the last 2 years in every single game for the Hornets. Big reason why they were that national championship team 2 years ago, obviously with stellar defense.
Hughes will work out of the windup. This one catches the outside edge, and it's a 1-1 count. Evan Hughes, last season, started 10, 5-2 record, 3.27 earned run average. Had one complete game in there. Struck out 40, only walked 16. The batting average against was .246. Pretty good for a frontline starter, Mr. Maratsky, and there's a reason why he's getting the ball here in game one against Lynchburg. You got to probably think he's the ace.
Yeah, probably. probably the ace for this York lineup and this roster, obviously coming off of a pretty good freshman year. Definitely somebody that this York defense and offense can get behind and give a couple runs.
2-1 count for the left-handed swinging junior from Durham. Another close one that catches the edge as well. And now we're even up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Looks like the umpire's given that outside edge early, especially when it's that knee height kind of a pitch there, mid-thigh kind of pitch. So that could be an adjustment for Lynchburg offensively and perhaps for York as well. Here comes the 2-2 delivery from Hughes. Third baseman still playing even with the bag over there at the hot corner. Garcia will ground this one into the dirt. Might make it close as Hughes pops off. Good snag at first base to get the out. And there is 1 in the books here in the bottom of the first inning.
Really good job from Hughes setting the tone. Obviously a really prolific leadoff hitter, Brandon Garcia. Tough to pitch around. He likes to make a lot of contact, likes to foul off a lot of pitches. So a really good job setting the tone here in game 1 for Hughes.
This will be Jake Wright, first-year designated hitter, another left-handed hitter for Lynchburg. And this is an interesting move to get Jake Wright, the first-year man, in the lineup, batting second. He'll watch an inside fastball. Jake Wright, one of those talented first-year players. You talk about the recruiting. This is a guy that all the coaches were thrilled to talk about and get their hands on, if you will. And you can see why. They've got a lot of belief in him, a lot of confidence in this guy as he sprays the 0-1 pitch foul, and now he's sitting in an 0-2 hole early here against Evan Hughes.
Yeah, coaching staff done a really good job bringing in amazing players. And with obviously a couple injuries in this Lynchburg lineup, Coach Beasley's real motto is next man up and who's going to step up and do the job.
Gotta love that. Number 2, Jacob Wright, kind of got a sawed-off swing on a ball that chased up and in. That's a punch out, and out number 2 of the bottom of the first. It will bring up number 21, the junior second baseman, Ben Jones. He's got 1 Benny bomb this year. Lynchburg just 2 home runs as a squad, 1 from Jones and 1 from Bryce Demery. And Ben Jones, another guy, much like his high school teammate Brandon Garcia, that has really done everything that you could imagine in just his first 2 seasons. And now he'll get the junior campaign started on pretty decent footing. Ben Jones this season is the team leader in average at 300. That's 6 hits and 20 at-bats. He's already walked 12 times, too, Ethan.
Yeah, Ben Jones, really tough to pitch around, loves getting on base, and obviously tough when you do have a runner like Ben Jones who's got some speed, knows how to read pitchers and catchers, so obviously really tough to pitch around penny bombs.
Yeah, and good call about his speed, too, because we think about the home runs and all that stuff, but Ben Jones does have a boatload of stolen bases as well. It's a 2-0 count here for Ben Jones. See if he's got the green light. Wow, that one wouldn't have mattered if he had the green light. The ball went behind him and nearly hit him. Ben Jones does get hit quite often as well. 3-0. Now does he have the green light, Ski?
Well, I'm not entirely sure. It's a possibility, but when you have 2 outs, obviously you want to get a runner on here, so I would doubt that he has the green light and takes a hack here, but we'll see.
That one was just off the plate. Another walk for Ben Jones, making a baker's dozen on the season already with 13. And there's Lynchburg's first base runner at home this year. Sean Pokerot, junior catcher, will walk to the dish, hitting with a runner on first and 2 outs. Ben Jones, 14 for 19 in the stolen base department last year. He's already 4 for 4 this season. So we'll see how quickly he might take off. The battery mate for York College is sophomore Matthew Wade.
Well, obviously you love the long ball if you're a baseball fan, but I think one of the most important things that you have to take into account is turning walks and hit by pitches and singles into doubles with a stolen base.
Active move over there for Ben Jones as he kind of extended the lead with a little hop, but got back in time after the pickoff attempt from Evan Hughes. Yeah, Lynchburg 71% in the stolen base department this year. And last year, as mentioned, the running game was a big part of the game as Sean Pokerot slashes at the first offering and sends it foul. Last season for Lynchburg, 100 for 130 stealing bases. So exactly 100 stolen bases last year for Lynchburg. And my broadcast colleague, Ethan Morotsky, probably even had a few of those, didn't he?
Definitely had a couple.
Just a couple?
Just a couple.
Yeah. He was 3 for 3, according to the stats. Sean Pokerot got into this one. Did he get enough? Left fielder going back. Bettler looks to be under it comfortably. Now moving in with a soft breeze, and he'll make the grab for out number 3 of the inning. So both teams get 1 on in the first. Actually, York got 2 on, but they were erased on the double play. Lynchburg will leave Ben Jones stranded. We've got 1 in the books. We'll collect our thoughts, get you back to the checkpoint, and the second inning is on the way next on LHSN. All right, we're trying to get it all figured out here on our first LHSN baseball broadcast of the season. Always a little rocky early in the year, Ethan, but, we have fun with it. We try our best, and I think the fans are appreciative.
Yeah, absolutely. Just got to work around it, obviously, just like this York team. And the Lynchburg team so far dusting off the cobwebs, but we're having fun doing it.
No doubt. We appreciate you tuning in wherever you are. We know we got a lot of York College Spartan fans watching. We hope we do anyway. This is DH Alex Neild. He's one of the few in the lineup that actually does not have any numbers from last year, listed as a junior. Jacob Daimling coming up to bat second here. And then Ryan Niedzakowski, the first baseman, sophomore, due up third in this one. It's still Tyler Kaltreiter working for Lynchburg.
Well, I think what makes TK so effective is not only does he hold a lot of velocity in that fastball, but he's got a ton of run on a couple of those pitches.
Yeah, that movement from the fastball. He'll get a swing and a miss, and that's strikeout number 2 of the game for Tyler Kaltreiter. Smooth sailing so far for TK. Jacob Daimling, the right fielder, 333 and 9 starts last year. Daimling, we remembered from 2 years ago, he actually got his first career hit at Fox Field. It was a home run. Then in the next game, he went 2 for 2 with 2 doubles. So Jacob Daimling, his first season, Ethan, which was a couple years ago, 2023, as he'll swing at the first one. He started the year 3 for 3 in his collegiate career with a homer and 2 doubles, all against Lynchburg, too.
Something about
which we agree is good competition. Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brings out the best.
Especially with the success that this Lynchburg team's been finding the last couple of years.
It was a pinch hit home run in game 1 as Daimling swings through that one. And the head coach, Mike Scappa, I think he said, well, if you hit a dinger in your first collegiate at bat with a pinch hit, we got to get you in the lineup again. And it paid off, at least on that occasion. Daimling played in 30 last season, but only started 9. So maybe he really excels in that pinch hit role. Starting today, looked like he went around. Yes, he did. Called strike 3 by the home plate umpire. Back-to-back punch-outs for TK. And now there's 2 away quickly in the top of the second inning for Ryan Niedzakowski. We're working on this one. Ethan Morotsky. The spelling is different, though.
Sounds a little bit similar.
A little bit. Ryan is a sophomore first baseman. And he'll step in against Tyler Kaltreiter. Lynchburg infield straight away, normal depth. Same for the outfield. Center fielder Parker Cato might be shaded just a few steps to left field. Kaltrider looks a bit more settled here in inning 2, doesn't he?
Yeah, definitely a complete changeup from the last inning. Obviously, giving up the double for York, but he's changed things around. He looks like he's settled in and doing a great job.
Right down Broadway there on the second pitch of the at-bat. Kaltrider doing a great job to get ahead of hitters. He comes right after you. That fastball's in the upper 80s, low 90s, and my colleague Ethan Morotsky already mentioned the movement, the ride, the run, and he'll make it go the other way with the power slider. That one had the appearances of just more of a cut fastball, didn't it? Not a lot of movement there.
Well, the difference maker for every single starting pitcher on this Lynchburg staff is the amount of movement that they have. Obviously, TK, a lot more velocity than Nick Matfield, but Nick Matfield brings a ton of more movement than Kaltrider.
TK's 1-2 will catch the outer third. 3 punch-outs in the inning, the final one looking, and that'll set York down in order in the top of the second. Kyle and Ethan back in just a moment. We're having fun here on our first home game of the season. It's the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Bottom 2 at Fox Field, game 1 between York and Lynchburg. It's a 3-game set, 2 today, 1 tomorrow, colder tomorrow. It'll be Joe Munitz, Gavin Collins, Eric Hyatt due up in the bottom of the second for Lynchburg. Kyle and Ethan hanging out with you, the crowded press box up here at Fox. You never knew how crowded this box got when you were playing, did you?
No, I mean, it was tough to see from the dugout or out in center field or left field or right field for me. So, no, this is definitely new. All this is new for me, but it's a ton of fun, and getting used to it is not too bad when I'm working with you, Kyle.
That's right, and it's always fun to see the game from a different perspective, look at things a little bit differently as a two-seam fastball misses to sophomore right fielder Joe Munitz, a guy that came on strong about a third of the way through the year last season. He started out as kind of the sacrifice bunt specialist, and then I think the first hit was in a weekend series with Bridgewater, a Bridgewater doubleheader up there. Joe Munitz kind of came alive and really stayed hot the rest of the year.
Yeah, started off that rally in the bottom of the ninth that helped lead us to a walk-off win. So Joe Munitz, like you said, started off as kind of a sack bunt guy, but started turning into that lefty-righty matchup that you want to throw in, and then ended up starting some games in the DH spot. So he's found his way, and he's doing a really good job so far.
Had a 13-game hit streak at one point last year, and that was part of a stretch where he hit safely in 18 of 19. And right now, he's actually got a 3-game hit streak coming into this ball game. Only swinging it at 250 so far. He's only got 4 hits on the season, but he has hit safely in the last 3 in a row for Lynchburg. Breaking ball, kind of a backdoor slurve, will catch the outer black, and now the count should be even at 2-2.
Yeah, really good pitch, especially on a 2-1 count. Obviously, you want to get a strike there to even up. Going to a really nice slider there.
Let's see what the 2-strike offering is from Evan Hughes as Gavin Collins waits on deck. Here comes the pitch. Munitz will foul that one away to stay alive. Can't wait to talk about Gavin Collins. We've been doing that for the last 4 years, and we'll be doing it again. And his career numbers are something that we'll be keeping an eye on all season. As the director of Brady, yeah, that too, but the director of baseball analytics, Brady Moore, hands us the information about Gavin Collins. Looked like Hughes tried that backdoor breaking ball again. It was just off. And now the count is full to the sophomore, Joe Munitz. Sunshine, blue skies, temperatures in the upper 50s right now. We should get to the low 60s before day's end. As Hughes working from the windup. Now he'll power up and deliver this one just off the plate. 2 walks in the ball game for Lynchburg. The most recent one coming from Joe Munitz as he'll jog down to first base, and that will bring up the fifth-year man, Gavin Collins. He's the career leader in games played. He passed Carson Atkins, if you recall. Carson Atkins set that mark in the playoff run in 2023. But now it's Gavin Collins. Nobody's played more baseball games in a Lynchburg uniform than the man in the batter's box right now.
Really great hitter, obviously. Rookie of the year his freshman year, and he just hasn't stopped ever since.
That one buzzed the tower over the head. Gavin Collins, well, on that note, he is approaching the career lead in hit by pitch. He may pass the man down at the first base coach's box, Cameron Lane, who is now a Lynchburg assistant. Oh, Munitz got caught napping just a little bit there. Sharp move from Evan Hughes. That was one where he kind of picked while he was getting the signs, which is always a fantastic thing for a pitcher to do, just to keep the runner guessing a little bit there. And Joe Munitz, I'm sure he got reminded by Cam Lane to sharpen the attention up there. Here comes the 1-0 to Gavin Collins. Better pitch from Hughes, but still a ball. And now Collins ahead in the count, 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 hitters count. Got to find a barrel here if you're going to have the green light. Got to do best job, obviously starting the inning off with a walk. Got to be able to put that runner in scoring position somehow and put the rest of your offense behind you in a good spot.
Munitz back on a dive, seemed to be more prepared for that one. Munitz does run well. He would be a candidate to steal and also perhaps a candidate to score on a double. Spacious dimensions at James C. Fox Field. Hard to hit a ball out of dead center here, but you do see balls leave the yard down both left and right field lines. Gavin Collins thought about that one, but will take a strike, and now it's 2-1 with Eric Hyatt, the senior, on deck.
I think that's a good look. Obviously 2-0 again. You want it to really be that perfect pitch if you're going to swing, because if it's not that perfect pitch and you do swing and you catch a not so great barrel, it's almost like a waste of an at-bat. So I really like that take from Gavin Collins.
Hughes holds at the belt. Munitz will take off. Looked like a true hit and run as Gavin Collins went downstairs to try to rip that one off. And now it's a 2-2 count as Munitz will jog back to first. Yeah, like the hit and run idea there in a 2-1 count. Some aggressiveness from the hitter. You assume the pitcher doesn't want to fall behind 3-1, so you expect a strike there.
Hit and run also does give a little bit more of a hole towards the right side or the left side, depending on who York has cover the bag on that stolen base.
2-2 from Hughes on the way. Breaking ball. Collins will swing through, and that's the first out of the bottom of the second inning. Second strikeout of the game for Evan Hughes. Here comes senior first baseman Eric Hyatt. One away in the bottom of the second. Parker Cato, the freshman, on deck.
Well, beautiful at bat for Hughes. Obviously going down early in the count, 2-0 on an experienced hitter. And Gavin Collins, a really good job coming back, evening it up, and throwing a really nice slider to get him swinging.
Infield double play depth. Shortstop is in a few steps. That's Michael Teneni. The second baseman, Lucas Prendergast. Third baseman, Gabe Trevina. He's a few steps behind the bag at the hot corner. Outfield basically straight away here for Eric Hyatt. Munitz off and running again. He'll be in safely as the exchange was not clean from the sophomore catcher, Matthew Wade. First stolen base at home for Lynchburg. And now Joe Munitz is in scoring position.
We had a really good jump read, good read off the pitcher. So it looked like you want to say that he had a good chance of being safe, whether the throw and the transfer were good, but obviously anything can happen in baseball.
No, I tend to agree with you. I think Muniz was probably going to be in there. I mean, we've seen Matthew Wade throwing in between innings. Not a bad arm, but based on that jump, it probably would have needed to be a bazooka, kind of a shot to get Muniz at second. But as you said, you never know. Plus, you get the thing where, guys will slide off the bag and they'll come off, and those kinds of things happen. So that's one thing with the replay in the big leagues, and even at the college level, that you see a lot more guys will get out after they slide into a base safely, and they pop up on the slide, and the infielder just keeps the glove on, which they should. But you used to never get that call, and now the infielder will turn to the coach and say, let's look at that. Here's a sharp shot to Hyatt. Pitcher looked Muniz back to second and then tossed over to first to get Eric Hyatt there for the second out of the bottom of the second. Good play there by Hughes. Yeah, go ahead.
Good swing, a really good grab from Hughes on the pitcher's mound. Really good job looking back, Joe Muniz. Obviously, don't want him getting 90 feet away from home plate, because not only does being at third cause trouble with a single, obviously, like it does on second, but you throw one pitch away, and that's one run for Lynchburg. So really good job by Hughes looking back Joe Muniz at second, and really good job by Muniz not biting and going to third and causing a runner in scoring position.
Fastball strike one for Parker Cato. This is start number 5. He's 2 for 16 to begin the college career. And in center field, due to an injury because of Quinn Madden, maybe we shouldn't phrase it that way. Parker Cato was looking to get some reps in the outfield anyway. But before the season, Quinn Madden was thought of as being the starting center fielder. But Parker Cato proving very capable out there, and I think the bat's going to come alive for him.
Yeah, it takes some time, especially coming in as a freshman, knowing that Quinn Madden was most likely going to be the starter at any spot in the outfield. But obviously with the knee injury from Madden being thrown into the fray for Cato, I've heard nothing but good things from him, from all the teammates around the ball club, in my house too with Gavin Collins. I've heard nothing but good things about Parker Cato. So I have no doubt in my mind that he'll settle in eventually. Maybe the nerves striking a little bit especially. You also have to remember the tough schedule that they have at the beginning of the season. So I got faith in Parker Cato that he'll settle in and become a really good part of this lineup, even when Quinn Madden is healthy.
2-1 count. Cato late on this, sending it towards his own dugout. Now the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. It'll be 8-9-1 due up for York College in their half of the third inning. Logan Webster waits on deck. Senior left fielder will be ready if Parker Cato can extend this inning. Joe Muniz at second. Mentioned his speed earlier. He's one you got to think that would be sent on any base hit, all but the hardest sharp single to the outfield. Outfielders are kind of deep here on Parker Cato. Bouncing ball to the shortstop. Tenenni's going to have to hustle. He fires across, and they got Parker Cato by half a step at first base. Close play there. Lynchburg threatening in the second inning. They get their first man in scoring position of the ball game, but come up empty. 2 complete here at Fox Field in Game 1 between York and Lynchburg. Still no score. All right, we've got our first 2 innings in the books here at Fox Field, James C. Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. Fantastic Saturday to take in a game. Fans are out in full force. A lot of York College fans have made the trip. The Spartans have some guys from Virginia on the roster, so got a couple people on this team, Ethan, that it might be a shorter trip for them to come down to Lynchburg rather than the games up at York. As this ball is swung on and sent foul by Chris Nessenson, senior center fielder. Another guy that has been around and put together a pretty good resume for York College.
Well, obviously with the school being in Pennsylvania, it's not the shortest drive, not too long, but it's definitely looking like a trip that they're going to make every single year. Good, solid matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, this is one that's been going on for a while. I think both coaches like just kind of having this built into the schedule. Of course, Lynchburg is already 7 games in, 3 on the first 2 weekends, and then the midweek affair with Mary Washington. That Lynchburg did win 7-2, by the way. Eagles threatened late in that ball games. This ball's popped up left side. Gavin Collins and Brandon Garcia giving chase. Collins, the third baseman, will call for it and haul it in, and there's out number 1 in foul territory. It'll bring up the sophomore catcher, Matthew Wade.
Yeah, tough swing. Obviously, you're not going to get any freebie pitches from Colt Ryder. A really good job by both Gavin Collins and Garcia to range over. Those are always the tough plays, knowing you're getting close to the fence. And you might have heard the countdown from catcher Sean Pokerak. Obviously, with the catcher spot being one of the most important with foul balls because they have pretty much a view of everything.
Yeah, catcher's the quarterback back there, right? He can see the entire field. And a good call on that countdown because, a lot of teams you'll hear people just yell fence when you get close. But with Lynchburg, it's that 3-2-1 countdown to kind of give you the idea of how far away from the fence you are. Warning tracks help. You can feel that under your feet. But that audible and the things you can hear, just another nice tool to have.
Well, yeah, we implemented it in, I believe, last year or the year before, and it's done the job so far.
Wade pulls one. Collins pressed into service again. Backhand scoop, and then what about the snag from Eric Hyatt to lift that one out of the dirt for out number 2? Nice pick there. Fairly fast innings so far for Tyler Kaltrider. Here comes the top of the order. Only man that's got a hit so far today for York College is the guy stepping in the batter's box, Lucas Prendergast, the 2-strike double that he really just ripped into right center field.
Yeah, a really nice swing, a really nice play there from Gavin Collins, sitting back, getting that backhand and a decent throw. Better pick from Eric Hyatt. Obviously, Eric, it's funny, Eric playing first base the last couple of years, came into this program actually as a catcher, and he's settled right in. Obviously, you want to get that bat in the lineup. So he's been playing majority of his career and now settled in at first base. So he's done a great job, though.
Yeah, that was, of course, Lucas Jones, the head coach in 2023, made the funny line in the press conference about how Eric is a hockey goalie over there. That's what he called him. But Hyatt's gotten better and better at first base, and that was a really classy and confident pick. Kaltrider pulled the string on the last pitch, maybe one of the better changeups we've seen in a while. Let's see where he goes here with 2 strikes. Tapped foul to the right side. Yeah, I think second time through the order, I wonder if TK uses that changeup a little bit more here.
It's a possibility. Obviously, you want to stay with what is working the last 2 appearances that he's had. Changeup is a good pitch that Kaltrider has in his arsenal. So, I mean, yeah, I agree with you. It's going to be interesting to see how he adjusts on the second go-around of this lineup. And obviously, flip the script. It's going to be interesting to see how York does.
Ground ball right side. Ben Jones is there. Tough hop, but he handled it. Sidearm throw is on target, and the inning is over. 3 up, 3 down, as Lynchburg will look to try to get on the scoreboard in the bottom of the 3rd inning. It's game 1 between the Spartans and the Hornets. You're watching it on LHSN. 9-1-2 coming up for the Lynchburg Hornets in their half of the third. 0-0 is the score. It'll be Logan Webster, Brandon Garcia, and Jake Wright. Kyle Haney, Ethan Morotsky hanging out with you. Our technical team today was scrambling to get everything ready on the fly. But it seems like it's working.
Yeah,
Fingers crossed.
Obviously want to get a good broadcast for a home opener for, really, really great Lynchburg baseball team. So, but we got it working. We're having some fun, and
we're going to get that center field camera back.
Yeah, we will eventually.
Got to run some fiber optic out there. Some wireless fidelity. Is that what Wi-Fi stands for? I think that's what Wi-Fi stands for. I'm getting the yes from Brady Moore.
I didn't even know that.
Who is now, you like that? Brady Moore is now the director of Brady Moore in addition to being the director of baseball analytics. He's in charge of his own life. We'll get back on track. But, doubleheader day, you got to goof off a little bit or you might go crazy. Usually we save it for game 2 or in this third inning, but we're in game 1. And, we'll take about an hour in between games if you don't know how that goes. And we'll be back. We'll recap game 1 and get you ready for game 2. Still a stalemate here, 0-0 as Logan Webster, who is now a senior, is hitting with a 1-0 count. Starter Evan Hughes still out there. This York team, really, they bring back a lot offensively and defensively. But you got Hughes, who made 10 starts. And probably this weekend we're going to see 2 other guys who made 10 starts last season, Ethan. It was Bryce Schaefer and Brandon Purdy. So they bring back 30 starts on the mound. They actually bring back more than that after a breaking ball nearly hit Logan Webster. Check out this number. York brings back 318 innings from last year. And that's of a total 337. So they bring back like 95% of the innings that were pitched last year. Those guys are back on the roster this year.
Well, that's so important, and it's so reassuring for a head coach and your pitching coach, knowing you're bringing back that much experience. Obviously, with a new recruiting class, you want to get as many innings as you can to the young guys, but knowing you're bringing back so much experience, knowing how the system works and the program and how the pitching staff goes about games, it's so crucial for any team.
I just did the math as Logan Webster will take a walk. Third one that Evan Hughes has issued. It's 94% of the innings thrown last year are back on the roster this year. Now, it doesn't mean those guys are going to throw the same amount of innings. Like you said, you bring in freshmen, you bring in transfers. Injuries are inevitable. That happens. But, just the reassurance and knowing that you've got some proven guys who are now looking to build on what they did last year and get even better. Second time in a row, Lynchburg's had the leadoff man on. It will be the third runner of the game. All 3 walks issued by Evan Hughes. Brandon Garcia steps in for his second at bat. He'll put down the bunt. Oh, and it's fumbled by Hughes. Got to hurry. Underhand toss close. Brandon Garcia beat it. We've got our first question of whether it is a hit or an error of the season. Sounds like our official score is going to give that one as an error. Yeah, I think if Hughes catches that clean, Brandon Garcia is out at first. So what do you think? Ski, hit or an error?
I agree. It's probably an error. I mean, obviously, he fumbled the ball a little bit going towards that bunt. And obviously, with this Fox field, it's a big inside joke that you never really know what Fox is going to give you. So it's
the bounces and the unpredictability? Right.
It's a good feel. I loved playing here. I mean, everybody who plays at Lynchburg who's been playing here for the last couple of years loves playing at Foxy. Obviously, we've had an amazing record here at home, but she can be tough.
Another bunt, Parker Cato, or pardon me, that's Jake Wright. I beg your pardon. This time Hughes will come off to the third base side, collect this one, throw to first. So a successfully executed sacrifice bunt by Jake Wright. It's now 2 in scoring position for Ben Jones. He walked in his first plate appearance. Ethan Morotsky mentioned the outstanding home results for Lynchburg. Lynchburg 15-7 last year on this field. 2 of the losses were from the York College Spartans. What about the record in the 20s? This is in the decade of the 20s, Ethan. It's 87-14. So you got to think half the losses that Lynchburg has taken here this decade actually came last season. That ball did just barely graze the jersey of Ben Jones. He is 0 for 0 now, but has been on first base twice, and Lynchburg's got the sacks packed here in the bottom of the third with a proven run producer, Sean Pokerock, stepping in.
Well, if you're Hughes, obviously you want to pitch around a hitter like Jones, and we'll talk about it all day, how good of a hitter he is. He can do everything. He can hit the long ball. He can smoke singles, but it's not the worst thing that can happen to you. You load the bases, a chance for a double play. You see your middle infielders are backed up. Your corner infielders will be shallow a little bit, maybe third base a little more. But it's not the worst in the world. You know Lynchburg's been struggling with runners in scoring position, so you got to take what you can get.
Good call by you to look at it from that perspective. And, yeah, that's what Hughes should be doing. You don't want to look at it as if, uh-oh, I just blew the game. You got to think, hey, I'm just one pitch away from a potential double play, and you do have outs at any base as the bases are loaded. 1-0 count for Sean Pokerock. In his career, he's driven in 39, 19 extra base hits in the career for Pokey. The 1-0, half swing, probably was going to be a strike anyway. Pokerock may have gone around. Logan Webster leads off at third. It's Brandon Garcia at second. Ben Jones at first. Expect to see those guys on the bases a lot this season, and hopefully for Lynchburg a lot this weekend. 1-1 count as Evan Hughes looks in to get the sign. York going old school there with the catcher delivering the signs. You don't see that as much from teams anymore. It's almost noteworthy now. Off-speed pitch. Pokerock is on this. Sends it to the deep right corner. It will not stay fair. It's a long strike, and now a 1-2 setup for Sean Pokerock. Thought he had a good one there. He really stayed on that breaking ball nicely to pump that in the right field corner.
Yeah, really nice job. Really nice swing from Pokerock. Obviously, with a breaking ball being thrown, you want to be a little behind it. You want to hit it into that opposite field. So really, really nice swing from Sean. And now with a 1-2 count, you got to go in protect mode, and you got to hopefully put something into the outfield and make sure it's deep enough so that way Logan Webster can score from third.
Yeah, 2 strikes, but you're right. You'd still love to stay out of the double play here if you can, if you're Sean Pokerock. This is one where sometimes actually a strikeout might be preferred. Pokerock gets this one. It's going to drop in there. 1 run is in. Lynchburg leads. Brandon Garcia coming around. He'll score. Now Ben Jones is going to score because of the misplay in shallow right field. All 3 runners are in. A bases clearing, at least a single for Pokey. It may be a single with an error. It may go down as a double, but Lynchburg striking first. Hornets lead 3-0.
Yeah, really nice job. Protective swing with 2 strikes from Pokerock, and that's exactly what you're going to get from him 9 times out of 10 in that situation. You know the bases are loaded. You got to put the ball in play. You got to make sure it's off of the ground. You don't want the double play to happen. Really a perfect situation for Lynchburg, taking a little bit of a tumble out there in right center field after that ball landed. Might have got a little spin on that swing, and Ben Jones was moving from first base. Obviously, you know the ball wasn't hit too deep, but Ben Jones was going to get third all day on that. Don't even have to look at Coach Luke Lowry at third base, knowing that you're going to get to third. And obviously when you're getting close to third, you see that he's sending you, and you got to put all your trust in him. So really good job from the base runners for Lynchburg and Sean Pokerock.
No, excellent analysis there on the base running by you. Ben Jones was absolutely rolling. And, you know, you just talked about how Fox Field can play some tricks with you. I think you're right. Right fielder just kind of got to that ball, and it still had enough spin. And maybe the traction out there. I mean, we got a nice green deck to play on. We had all that rain earlier in the year, but the field's been dry lately. So the footing should be fine out there, but you just never know. And then additionally, you know, as an outfielder, sometimes you're kind of keeping one eye on those runners, trying to figure out where to throw, and it causes you to forget about fielding the ball cleanly.
Well, yeah, and something that also makes it tough, especially for right field, and you can't see it, obviously, with this camera view, but back to our left, there's a lot of dead trees, obviously, with it being just February/March. A lot of dead trees. It makes it tough to read a ball. So if that ball stays shallow and it stays into the trees, it's really tough to see out there. And you kind of have to have a perfect read on that ball if he was going to catch that. But obviously, Pokerock placed that in a really good spot and gave themselves a really good chance of scoring 3 runs.
Good insight again there on the outfield play. Maybe in a month or so we'll have some green leaves on the trees. Got a pitch timer violation there. It'll be ball 4 because of that. Second time Joe Munitz has walked. He was working with a 3-0 count. And then Evan Hughes taking too long there. It's a 3-0 Lynchburg lead, and here comes a mound visit. Probably a good spot to take one here as Evan Hughes is a little bit on the ropes, and then you have a pitch timer violation. So I think good call here to take the visit. Mike Scappa is the head coach for York in his 14th season. He was a player for the Spartans, a solid catcher back in the day. And really, again, this is a team for York, 21-20 last year, but they played so many good teams. They took 2 of 3 from Lynchburg, and really they played people like Shenandoah. They played Misericordia. It's a York team that, again, will have a loaded schedule this year. And I think they have high hopes to make an NCAA run. They got bounced out in their conference semifinals, lost a 2 of 3 series to Messiah. It's an interesting thing what the MAC Commonwealth Conference does, Ethan. It's best 2 out of 3 in the semis and then best 2 out of 3 in the finals. It's a kind of a different format. Maybe not that different. Maybe a good way to do it.
Well, yeah, obviously with the ODAC doing it where obviously it's an 8-team tournament, but the first round starts off the 1 seed plays at home against the 8 seed and then so on and so on. And then after that first round, they go to a neutral site. Last year was in the Capital One area down in Tyson's Corner. But if you go back to, again, my freshman year, that's how the format was because we had the COVID issue.
Right.
So every single round was a best of 3.
Right.
With the first round being up against Washington and Lee, second round being up against Bridgewater, and then winning it against Shenandoah. So it's not a strange format. It's definitely different. Obviously, not playing at that neutral site gives the number 1 seed or the higher seed the advantage.
Yeah, the first round of the ODAC is a best 2 out of 3, and then it becomes basically double elimination for that Final Four, and then regional stuff. Well, so that's interesting. Just on that note, we'll keep the thought going here. Gavin Collins is the hitter, by the way. Regional is the double elimination format. Super regional is best 2 out of 3. And then when you get to, if you get to, the College World Series, the NCAA championships, back to double elimination in your pool, and then back to best 2 out of 3 in the championship series. So really you get a little bit of everything. I mean, you get a little bit of those 2 formats. Those are kind of your 2 basic formats.
Yeah, and then obviously going back to the regional, there are some instances. I know Laverne last year, before we played them in the super regional, they kind of played their own little super regional as their regional, where they did a best of 5, I believe that was.
Yep.
So there are some regions where they do run that kind of format for their regional. It just depends on location. Obviously, Laverne being out on the West Coast, but it really it shows you how much talent that there is in the Division III baseball and how many really great teams there are. Because I mean, it's almost a new team every single year for the national championship.
Gavin Collins, hitters count here with runners on first and second. There's 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd. Lynchburg leading 3-0. Here's the pitch from Hughes. Collins gets a piece of that straight back into the catcher, Matthew Wade's mitt. Now, just continuing the thought, do you see what they're doing in the ACC tournament this year? 16-team single elimination. Yeah. So that's weird. That's a weird baseball format right there. That's March Madness style.
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I like it. It's a little different. My struggle with that is that baseball is such a weird sport where anything can happen. We talked about it before the broadcast. Any team can win on any given day. Obviously, with a single elimination, that's a little tougher. It does bring out the best in teams, I think, but you also have to remember that one team, like a lower seeded team, can just have the best day and they can go on a Cinderella run. So there are definitely some pros and cons to every single format.
Full count to Collins. Runners are on the move. He laces this one into left field. 1 run will score. Joe Munitz is going to get the stop sign at 3rd. Gavin Collins just ramming a ball into left. RBI single. Runners at the corners as Lynchburg really throwing some gasoline on it right now. Hornets on top 4-0. 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd. And here comes Eric Hyatt.
A really, really beautiful roped swing by Gavin Collins, and a nice call by Coach Lowry on that double steal. Obviously, 3-2 count. It is a count for both the hitter and the pitcher to make something happen, and Gavin Collins did exactly that. A really nice swing and a really good job from the Hornets offense.
Poker Rock came around to score 4-0. Lynchburg on top. Hyatt Going to get a little first to third safety squeeze action. Hughes will pounce off the mound. Field, take it to the bag himself, but that is an RBI sacrifice bunt from Eric Hyatt. Lynchburg now on top 5-0. Well executed there from Eric Hyatt.
Yeah, great play call after great play call, and that's a really tough play as a hitter. Obviously, it's not a suicide squeeze where the runner from third is taken off where you have to put that down, but you know that if you put it in play, it's got to be towards the first baseline, and that's something that the runner on third's also watching, because if that ball's not down the third baseline, and if they take off for home, that pitcher has a chance at getting that runner out, and that's a huge momentum shifter. Obviously, Lynchburg up 5-0 now, but really good bunt by Eric Hyatt getting that down first base side.
Yeah, fantastic by you to talk about the design of the play and the execution, as Parker Cato will swipe at the first pitch and foul it away. Baseball's that sport where, for the most part, 99% of the time, you can't really call plays like you can in other sports, football and basketball. That's a place where you can. I mean, that's a called play there for Lynchburg.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like you said, baseball, 99% isn't called plays. Obviously, with runners on base, the third base coach, what we've done here at Lynchburg is we have a number pad. I'm not going to say what's on the number pad.
Of course.
But the coach will call some numbers out, and that'll show what they want the hitters and the runners to do. But when you look at it, going back to Carson Atkins, we talked about him earlier, we talk about how baseball 99% of the time is not planned. Carson Atkins had so much speed that there would just be a random at-bat where you could lay a bunt down, and that's something that, especially with Parker Cato with the speed that he's got, the possibility of just laying a bunt down, it's really paying attention to what's going on around the field, where your infielders are at, where your third baseman's at on a bunt, how the catcher's setting up, how the outfield is. There's so much that goes into it.
And that's why we just can't get enough of it. You just keep talking about it. 5-0, the Lynchburg lead. Parker Cato, the hitter. Gavin Collins leading off at second. Logan Webster waits on deck. Lynchburg might get to him here in the bottom of the third inning. Webster led off this third inning with a walk, later scored. 2 hits right now for the Hornets in the inning. And really, if you're York, you desperately want to get out of this just to stay within arm's length. Still early in the game, but these games, especially against good teams like Lynchburg, can get away from you quick. Let's see what Hughes goes to. Collins bouncing off. Cato will foul another one off. And now the count should be full with 2 outs. Long wait for Tyler Kaltreiter. Yeah, it looks like he might be in the pen just trying to wake it up a little bit. No, that's somebody else. TK still sitting there. Sometimes the pitcher, when he sits in the dugout for a while, they get restless. You want to keep the arm loose, keep the legs loose. Here comes the full count from Hughes. Cato swings through it, strike 3, but it's a big inning for Lynchburg. 5 runs on 2 hits. They'll leave 1 stranded, and we will head to the top of the 4th inning. Let's see how the Spartans respond after giving up a big frame to the Hornets. All right, we're having fun here on Fox Field. Always. Fox rocks. Lynchburg rolls. 5-0. Hornets after 3 complete. We got to send a special hello and shout out to Agent Zero OG, the big O, Oscar Garcia, who's checking in saying he is enjoying it thus far, and talk about people that we miss. OG. And we can use that as a talking piece. We can dialogue about the coaching changes here for Lynchburg. Ethan, there's been a lot of them in the offseason. I mean, it's a different look for the coaching staff. I won't say question marks because all the new people are capable, but, that can be a change. That can be a noteworthy change. And I think definitely something maybe that the rest of our fans might want to know about the changes to the Lynchburg coaching staff.
Well, with the amount of success that we've been having in the last couple of years, obviously OG being a huge reason for that with the fantastic hitting coach that he was, and OG's brother coming from Concord as a GA, Gabe Garcia, both of them doing a fantastic job, and unfortunately having to take a step down, or step aside. But bringing in new coaches like Lowry's, I've heard nothing but good things from him. Great hitting coach. Obviously, Cameron Caro being the new GA.
Bouncer back to Tyler Kaltreiter talking about the changes for the Lynchburg coaching staff. We are in the top of the fourth inning. Michael Tenenny now hitting for York. He walked in his first at bat. But, yeah, Luke Lowry has stepped in to work with the hitters for Lynchburg. He's a guy with massive professional baseball experience. He also is coaching third base. Cameron Caro, young guy, played some baseball at Shenandoah. We know what a top-quality program that is, so he'll bring some insights there and some different ways to do things and see things. And then you've still got Cameron Lane. Of course, Cam Lane, former Lynchburg player on the staff. Michael Solbach. We've talked about, or at least I think we've documented pretty well, Michael Solbach's importance to the Lynchburg program. So, yes, here's a sharp one up the middle. Ben Jones got leather on it, kind of stayed in the area where you could pick it up, but I think it was just a bit far away to scramble to it. That's probably going to go down as a base hit for Michael Tenenny. It should be hit number 2 of the ball game for York.
Yeah, really tough play for Ben. Obviously, a backhand in the hole with the exit velo that ball had. I mean, he was hit really well. Might have hit the palm and just popped out of the glove, but a really nice job. Getting not a leadoff runner, but getting a one-out single to start your team, get some momentum back and try and get some runs back.
With a good hitter, Chris Bettler. He bounced into the 6-4-3 double play in the first inning that really extinguished what you have to say is the Spartans' biggest threat so far. I mean, really, Tenenny's the first base runner since that first inning. He leads off again, so Tenenny's 1 for 1 with a walk and a single. Bettler will be thinking about staying out of the double play this time. 0-2 count as Tyler Kaltreiter getting ahead, attacking. So interesting for a pitcher. Your team scores 5. Sometimes you get the extra wind in your sails. Sometimes you let the guard down slightly. And I don't know that we're ready to say Kaltreiter's done either of those just yet. I think he's that steady force out there on the mound. I think TK is the kind of guy that pitches everything like it's a 0-0 ball game, Ski.
Yeah, honestly, and that's the best thing that you can get out of your pitchers. We know that he has experience at Virginia Military Institute. He came in, he knows how this program works. Obviously, he pitched a lot in practices and all that jazz under Bees and Solbach. So he knows how it works. He knows how they want him to work on the mound, and he knows his stuff, and that's really the best thing that you can get out of your pitchers.
I know we had our great friend Tim LaDuca locked on and pitching. Maybe Tim used to pitch. I was going to say watching, though, at one point as Kaltreiter gets ready to fire another 2-strike delivery to Bettler. Got him. No, he got a piece of that. Ball went into the 5-hole for Sean Pokerock, and that's why Pokey missed it. So Bettler staying alive. Got some info here on Cam Caro. Also played high school baseball with Brandon Garcia and Ben Jones.
That's an interesting one that I did. I'm
About
surprised
that
they didn't
connection.
tell me about that. But
Well, you know, it's a lot. Like we said, it's a lot. That's why you need a doubleheader. Talk about all this stuff. Ball lifted foul. Well, you know, the other cool connection, Lynchburg men's lacrosse, getting ready to play a big game with Salisbury here this afternoon. Their primary faceoff guy, Riley Frankel, same high school as Brandon Garcia and Ben Jones.
It's
Jordan High School in Durham, yeah.
Small
Major talent. Alex Mooring also, same high school as Garcia and Jones. Alex Mooring, a left-handed relief pitcher for Lynchburg. Maybe I shouldn't say relief pitcher. I mean, he could start, obviously. Could just say pitcher. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Obviously, there are a lot of different pitching roles, especially when it comes to relief. You've got mid-relief, long relief, closed pitcher.
Yeah.
There are a lot of different roles that, especially on this team with such a big pitching staff, there are a lot of different roles that these players have.
Bettler, it's turned into a long at bat after he fell behind 0-2. It'll be even longer as he gets one off the handle there in the direction of the York Spartans dugout. Man leading off at first base is Michael Tenenny. He reached on a single, second time he's been on base. It's the second hit for York in this ball game. First since the first inning. Michael Tenenny 2 for 2 in the stolen base department last year. I mentioned that York does not run a lot, 37 swipes last year as a team. Another 2-strike pitch and another foul ball. As Bettler really making life difficult on Kaltrider. TK just can't seem to find a way to put him away.
Well, something if you notice so far with Kaltrider, and you'll notice it for almost every single pitcher on this staff, is that Bees and Sobach, they're not afraid to go inside on hitters. Obviously, most pitching staffs will try and stay close to the outside corner, but Bees not afraid to go inside.
Going in right now, Bettler got a piece of that, and then the ball got a piece of him. Yeah, right on cue there. Good call by you again. Sean Pokerock trying to get one in on the hands of Chris Bettler. Senior is working up there. You don't hit .423 in a season like Bettler did last year without being able to fight some nasty pitches off and then finally put one in play. See if TK goes back inside. Looks like an outside setup this time. Longer hold from Kaltrider. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He finally got him. Hard work there from Kaltrider to get Bettler on strikes. That'll be punch out number 5 of the game for Tyler Kaltrider. And there's 2 down now in the top of the 4th.
Yeah, really good at bat, fouling off a ton of pitches, but an even better job by Kaltrider being able to stay locked in this at bat.
All right. Yeah, Alex Neal stepping in for York. There's so much going on. A lot of fun. Check swing, foul ball, 0-1 count here. TK, in addition to all the things he does well, he really gets ahead of hitters. I mean, it's a lot of strike one here today so far for York College. Kaltrider's coming after him.
Well, probably the most important thing when it comes to pitching, especially starting pitching, is being able to lock in and get those first pitch strikes.
Swing and a miss there. Now it's an 0-2 hole for the junior Alex Neal. Due up for Lynchburg. Logan Webster again. He led off the last inning with a walk, came around to score the first run of the ball game. Lynchburg 5 runs on just 2 hits. It's kind of classic Lynchburg baseball right now. 4 walks and a hit by pitch in there as well. Here comes the 0-2 from Kaltrider. This ball's lifted in the air. Do not think it's going to stay in play. And I think we got our first ball to hit Wake Fieldhouse this season. First of how many? 1,000?
Oh, too many.
Too many, yeah. Not 1,000 in the games. Maybe if you count practice, 1,000. In the games, probably 100 though. Maybe we'll think about that.
It's definitely, the number's definitely up there.
Let's get back to that here in a second because I'm intrigued now. Another 0-2 swing and a miss. Kaltrider got him back-to-back punch outs. He struck out 6 and the shutout intact. Lynchburg leading 5-0 heading to the bottom of the 4th inning. Our first Saturday on Fox. Going well so far for the Hornets. through 3.5 complete in our first home game of the season. Lynchburg leading 5-0. Kyle and Ethan, back with you. Lynchburg comes into the game at 6-1. York 0-0. They were supposed to play earlier this week, but that game got pushed, so it's the season opener for the Spartans. They were 21-20 last season. Lynchburg last year was 37-17. Had the great playoff run that we really haven't talked about a ton yet. Lynchburg did not lose in the month of May. It was a dozen consecutive victories at one point for Lynchburg. And this guy, Logan Webster, was pretty important in the ODAC tournament, if you remember, Ethan, and then the injury happened. We didn't get to see Webster again. So glad that he is back out there. 106 career hits in the collegiate campaign for Logan Webster. That's not a small number of base hits.
Now, Logan Webster, a great player, great role player on this team. He can kind of do everything. Obviously, he can hit for power, contact. He can stay alive in tough counts. He's great in the outfield, knows how to track down balls, got a good arm too. He's really your definition of a 5-tool player, and he loves hitting in this 9 spot, obviously second leadoff. And he loves being able to get on base, knowing that you got the order turnaround coming right after you. So Logan Webster, he's just a great player that this team's had for 4 years now.
Webster fouls another one off. It's a 1-2 count. Yeah, talking about his year last year, hit .284. He was one of those guys, like Lynchburg had quite a few of, and we could run down the rest in a moment, but more walks as a hitter than strikeouts. He took 21 base on balls and only struck out 19 times. I think that's the mark of a hitter that really knows what they're doing in the batter's box and really typifies that quote-unquote tough out. Webster's showing it right here as he fouls a couple away. You mentioned the power, 8 doubles, 2 triples, 3 homers last year. And I believe in the career now he's up to 28 extra base hits. So, yes, the power is there in addition to being tough to strike out. Lynchburg had 8 players last season with more walks than strikeouts on the hitting side. There's a breaking ball that Webster cannot pull the trigger on. He's actually got one of each today. Walked in his first at bat, struck out looking there. That will be punch out number. This stuff starts falling around in the press box here. It'll get your attention. Punch out number 4 of the ball game for Evan Hughes.
Well, batting order turns around, and this really, you could argue that this is the most important go-around of the lineup. 3rd time facing this starting pitcher. Really going to see what adjustments they've made.
Yeah, all the numbers and the analytics say this is the time to get to the starter here. 3rd time you faced him. Batting average in general goes up about 100 points each time you face a starting pitcher. That's at the professional level anyway. I would assume college is fairly similar. Brandon Garcia will watch this one go wide. He bounced out to the pitcher, Evan Hughes, in his first at-bat and then reached on that error in his second at-bat where he bunted. Kind of that two-way concept we talk about for Garcia. If you put down a great bunt, you're going to beat it out. If you put down an average bunt, you move the runner up. And Garcia ended up getting on and later scoring. It's a 5-0 Lynchburg lead. Here comes the 2-0 offering from Hughes. Garcia wanted that. Sent it foul. Now the count is 2-1 with Jake Wright waiting on deck.
Inside pitch, good foul away by Garcia. Might have gotten that inside corner of the plate. But again, that 2-0 count is so crucial, and obviously with Coach OG watching, we worked on 2-0 counts a ton, and you got to get that barrel on the ball.
Comes the 2-1 to Hollywood. Fouls this one off of his foot or lower leg somewhere. He does wear the shin guard like a lot of guys, but that's not 100% obviously, and then even if you still take one there, it still hurts. Just scanning the York bullpen, I see players down there for the Spartans. Don't see a ton of activity just yet. But obviously we talked about Lynchburg looking to strike here the 3rd time through the lineup. York knows that as well. They understand those trends and those numbers. So this is the time when you would see the bullpen definitely be on alert. 2-2 pitch coming from Evan Hughes to Brandon Garcia. That's off the plate. And now the count is full.
Brandon Garcia working a really good at-bat. Going up 2-0, quickly evening it up at 2-2. Now he's working a full count, possibility at getting on with a freebie. Obviously looking to strike here, get a nice base knock into some outfield grass.
Here comes the full count offering from Hughes. Brandon Garcia will shoot that one into the netting in front of the York dugout. As balls go flying everywhere, Matthew Wade was going to retrieve the foul ball up the first base line, and somebody from the York dugout sent one that I think they thought he was going to catch. But all is well here. We'll run it back at 3-2. 1 out in the bottom of the fourth. Lynchburg leading 5-0. All 5 last inning for the Hornets. Inning by inning scoring this year for Lynchburg has been pretty interesting. They've distributed them fairly equitably. Lynchburg had a big first inning against Mary Washington. That one down and in. It will be ball 4 for Brandon Garcia. He's aboard with 1 out. Jake Wright stepping to the plate.
A really good at-bat by Brandon. A lot of pitches in that one, and that's really what this Lynchburg offense has been doing so well lately. Obviously, they've been walking a little bit, and those at-bats that they have been walking, majority of them have been 6-pitch, 7-pitch, 8-pitch at-bats, going into full counts, making that starting pitcher throw a lot of pitches.
Well, the pitch count, something York College is going to be thinking about here as well, because you're right, Evan Hughes is, I don't want to say he's labored, but he has thrown a lot of pitches here through basically 4 innings. The official total is 77, as the crew up here is in mid-season form with that. 77. So, yeah, I mean, you got to think start number 1. Again, I know he made 10 starts last year. Evan Hughes is proven. Don't know that we'll see him get over 100 today. He might get 80 or 90 today. What do you think, Ethan?
It's possible. I mean, it depends on how he finishes off this inning, in my opinion. Obviously, Lynchburg scoring 5 runs in the bottom of the third, being able to come back, lock back in, and get a 1-2-3 inning, it would be huge.
Hughes went inside with looked like an off-speed pitch. It's a called strike. 0-2 count on Jake Wright, who had a successful sac bunt last inning, struck out in his first at-bat. Brandon Garcia at first after a walk, took off on the first pitch of the at-bat. Yeah, I like Mike Scappa, the York College coach, bringing Hughes back out, though, to try to have a bounce-back inning after giving up 5 in the third. That shows some confidence. Garcia's going to run again, 0-2. This one's slapped foul by Jake Wright.
Well, another reason why I like him going back out there for the fourth, obviously it's about midway through the game, and you do have 3 games this weekend, so you got to save as much pitching as you can. You want to get the most out of your starting pitching.
Yeah, great call. Great call again by you. York will play Franklin and Marshall on Tuesday, so it ends up being 4 and 4 days for York as well. That's not a concern, but just something you have to plan for as a coach. Let's see if Brandon Garcia is on the move again here. Kind of bluffs the steal this time. Tapper, tough play here for the shortstop. Went to the bare hand, couldn't come up with it. Look at Brandon Garcia, never stopped running. Excellent base running there for Hollywood. Read that play perfectly. As soon as the shortstop didn't come up with it cleanly, Brandon Garcia kept going. That's probably a base hit, as Teneni was going to have to come up and bare hand and make a tough play. So base knock for Jake Wright. 3rd one of the game for Lynchburg. Announced runners at the corners for Benny Bombs with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Ben Jones has walked, and he has been hit. Officially 0 for 0 right now.
Yeah, tough play. Really good job from the lefty getting out of the box quickly. It was going to be a close play whether he makes that barehanded play or not. Obviously, we'll go back to how tough Fox Field can be. So that's an interesting move by the shortstop and really good read from Brandon Garcia, seeing that the third baseman, second baseman, and shortstop all kind of converged into one area, and obviously missing that barehand ball kind of goes into no man's land. A really good read.
Hit number 4 of the season for Jake Wright, by the way. I think he's right at 500, 4 for 8 right now for Jake Wright. Excellent stuff from a first year. He's jumping in. Ben Jones likes this one, pumping it into center field. Will be catchable, should be deep enough to score Brandon Garcia. Garcia tagging at third, no throw at the plate, and there's the 6th run of the ball game as Ben Jones does the job. Deep fly ball to center field. Still 0 for 0 after a sac fly for Ben Jones. He's done everything.
Yeah, great ball player, really good swing. Maybe got a little bit under that, but obviously a sac fly. Put it deep enough to where Garcia didn't have to struggle going home, didn't have to go too hard, but not deep enough to where Wright could move to second. So really good piece of hitting by Ben Jones. And that's really been the name of the game so far for Lynchburg, is capitalizing on these free base runners and this free 90 feet that Hughes has been giving up. Brandon Garcia obviously getting on with a walk and going over to third with that misplay.
Jake Wright was bouncing in the direction of second base, trying to extend the lead. Hughes picked at the perfect time. They got him there. That's how the inning will end. But it's a run-scoring inning for Lynchburg through 4 complete. The Hornets have 6 runs on 3 hits. Still nothing for the Spartans as we move to the top of the 5th inning. Kyle and Ethan having fun with you on our first Saturday at Fox. We hope you're enjoying the broadcast on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Jacob Deimling leads off the top of the 5th inning for York College. Still getting shut out by Tyler Kaltreiter. He struck out 6, giving up 2 base hits, 1 walk for TK. But overall, he has never looked unsettled or bothered out there on the mound for Lynchburg. Another guy, stretch only. No windup for Tyler Kaltreiter. Did have a good career at VMI. And was with the team last year, but not in uniform. So that's nice. It's not nice that he didn't get to play, Ethan, but it's nice that he's got familiarity with the ball club, knows all the guys, not exactly like a true first-year player, even though it's the first time we've seen him on the mound.
Yeah, this is his rookie season in the ODAC, and like I was saying earlier, the ability to be with the team, even though you weren't technically in uniform, but to be able to be with the team, to be able to practice with them, well, not practice with them, but be able to just be around the guys, be around the program, you know, talk to Bees and Solbach, the pitching coaches and the head coach. You know, it makes it easier for him to settle in, and that's what he's done perfectly so far this season.
Get a sense of that Lynchburg baseball culture, which we know is important and strong. Kaltreiter working against Jacob Deimling, who is a junior right fielder. Had the memorable start to his college career right here at Fox Field. Good job to catch the edge there on the fastball from TK. Now the count should be full with Ryan Niedlakowski, sophomore first baseman, coming up next. Deimling struck out in his first at-bat. He'll swing and miss at this. It's another punch-out. TK's got 7 of them right now. Kaltreiter is rolling on the bump for Lynchburg.
Yeah, just moving and grooving. He looks comfortable up there. Hasn't lost a touch of velo. Slider's moving really great today. So he's doing a great job. Looks comfy. Cool, calm, and collected from Tyler Kaltreiter.
It was 57 pitches coming into the inning, which was at a rate of 14.25 per inning. We did the math. We wanted to know, how many is that per inning? And TK, just outstanding so far. Ground ball back to him, should be no problem. He'll jog it halfway to first base, flip it underhanded to Eric Hyatt, and there's the second out of the inning for Lynchburg.
Yeah, really nice PFP there from Kaltreiter. Really smooth, not the most velo coming off the bat. So pretty easy play for Colt Ryder. Obviously working on PFPs probably every single day in this ball club. So really nice smooth play. Gets you a second out of the inning. And then almost another 1-2-3.
Chris Nessenson is the senior center fielder stepping in. He'll take strike one. Again, Colt Ryder getting ahead of hitters. And back to those PFPs. That's the pitcher's fielding practice for those who are unaware and uninitiated. But, yeah, that's one that all pitchers at this level, you're doing that a lot. And even the pro guys, especially in spring training, they're working those PFPs over and over again.
I'll never forget my junior year on our World Series run. I think Zach Potts had like 10 or 11 in one game or something like that. And, I mean, that's where, I mean, it was so big in that game. I mean, that's where that stuff is so important.
Nessenson under this one. Left side, Brandon Garcia waving the arms and calling for it. Not a terrible sky today. Definitely blue sky and a few clouds. It was no problem for Brandon Garcia to haul that in. Third out of the fifth inning. Lynchburg on top by 6, heading to the bottom of the fifth at Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. Bottom of the fifth here. Lynchburg will send Sean Pokerock to the plate, and he'll be facing a new arm. It's number 33, Bryce Schaefer, taking the ball from Evan Hughes. Hughes officially went 4 complete, only surrendered 3 hits, but did walk 5, also hit a batter, and Lynchburg leading 6-0. It's that efficient Lynchburg offense again, 6 runs on 3 hits. They've only left 3 on, 2 of those in scoring position. It's number 30. Is it 34 or 33 for Schaefer? It's 33. I beg your pardon. Yeah, he's a guy that made 10 starts last year for York, just once out of the bullpen. He's coming out of the pen here in the middle of this game to try to keep it close for the Spartans.
Yeah, you really got to limit the scoring coming out after your starting pitcher. And really, what Lynchburg's been doing so well is taking advantage of those walks. Obviously, a decent performance by Hughes. If you could limit the walks, obviously it'd be a different story. But Lynchburg being able to take advantage of 5 walks, I mean, that's really, when you look at the scoreboard, you see 6 runs, and that's great. But 3 hits, and I mean, that's really how you can easily tell that Lynchburg's doing a really good job taking care of those free 90s that they're getting from the pitching staff of York so far.
Sean Pokerock drove in 3 with his, wouldn't call it a bloop single, I'd call it a well-placed looping line drive over the second baseman's head. That's what we would call that one. Pokerock spun on that inside delivery but couldn't keep it between the lines. So Pokey's got 1 of the hits. Jake Wright has a hit on that ball that the shortstop tried to barehand last inning. Gavin Collins has the hard rip into left field. 2-strike count now as Schaefer gets back to where he wants to be with Sean Pokerock, the catcher for Lynchburg. And that one will hit Pokey. I think it got him in the arm guard there. Second hit by pitch of the ball game. Sean Pokerock will trot down to first base. Leadoff man is on again for Lynchburg. It's 3 out of 5 innings they've done that. That helps too. You get that leadoff batter to first base.
Yeah, another free 90, really not how you want to start your inning off coming in from the bullpen, especially with how well this team has been doing when they get base runners on.
Joe Muniz has an 0 for 0 scorecard working. He's walked twice. Took a big lash at that one, sent it straight back. Bryce Schaefer. Bryce Schaefer, 3 and 4 last year in those 10 starts. 1 out of the bullpen. 6.75 earned run average. Struck out 22. Walked 19. Pitched 41 and a third innings. He'll catch the edge there. Make the count 0-2 on Joe Muniz. Gavin Collins on deck is 1 for 2 with an RBI. Lynchburg, I think, just still has the 1 stolen base today. Joe Muniz stole a bag in the 2nd inning. We've seen activity from the Lynchburg base runners. We have seen Jake Wright, a Lynchburg runner, get picked off. That ended the 4th inning. We're in the bottom of the 5th right now. This ball will get looped to the shortstop. Caught, maybe a double play. Yes, they got it. Off the end of the bat from Joe Muniz, the shortstop, Michael Tineni, sighted it the whole time, and really a good catch and release to get the double play as Sean Pokerock unable to get back to first in time.
Yeah, really great heads-up play from the York defense. Joe Muniz a little early, caught a little bit of the end of the barrel. Couldn't poke that one past the infield. And a complete turnaround for this inning.
Yeah, not exactly the double play that pitchers talk about with a runner on first, but it works. Breaking ball to Gavin Collins is under the zone, and now it's a 1-0 count to the 5th-year third baseman for Lynchburg. Struck out in his first at-bat. Tough there for Pokerock. I mean, I guess you could argue, could he, watch out, Gavin Collins got under this left fielder. Should have no problem here. Chris Bettler will make the grab moving into the gap, and it actually ends up being a kind of a quick inning for Lynchburg. Not a true 3 up, 3 down, but they only send 3 to the plate. Gavin Collins flies out. We're done with 5 at Fox. Lynchburg leading 6-0. Top of the 6th at Fox Field. James C. Fox Field, the home of the 2023 National Champions. We've got new banners out there in left field. We've got regional championships and super regional championships that have been added. Ethan, actually going to have a little ring ceremony tomorrow before the game for some guys like you and others.
Yeah, going to be fun. I'm going to get my 3rd ring, and hopefully that's not the only ring that this team gets. I mean, obviously, with a lot of hopes going into this year, top 10 team in the nation, a lot of success last year in the postseason, and obviously more success the year before that. So this program is just getting better and better as the seasons go on. New head coach Bees, whatever he's doing the right thing.
Well, of course, you got to remember Travis Beasley was the associate head coach prior to Lucas Jones stepping away. So it's, again, yes, a new head coach, not a massive transition, I would argue. And of all the baseball minds out there that would be equipped to make that transition, Travis Beasley is certainly at the top of the list, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way that he's running the program, it's very similar to how Coach Lucas Jones ran it too, and it's weird. There's a lot of things that are the same, and there are a lot of things that he's doing differently, obviously, with him being the new head coach.
This ball will take Logan Webster to the line. Long run there. Hat comes off. Crab made, though. Logan Webster. Wasn't a true dive, but he kind of rolled into the catch there and just barely snagged it off the turf. Nice play. I think that probably qualifies as our first Webb gem of the season that we've seen, Ethan.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit of a shoestring catch. I mean, I personally would have. I agree with the play that he made. That's a really tough play to make on your feet, standing up. So him going down with the baseball, giving himself a little bit, we'll call it a half dive.
Yeah.
That's a really good play, really good call by Logan Webster, staying with the ball and going down with it.
Lucas Prendergast. I'm going to get it right. You know, there's this famous soul singer from the 70s and the 80s, Teddy Pendergast. So that's what's throwing me off a little bit. But Lucas Prendergast is 1 for 2 with a double, by the way. That was that 2-strike double that he pumped in the right center gap to begin the game. 1 of 2 hits for York. And this will be the 3rd time through the order for Tyler Kaltrider. We're in the top of the 6th inning, 1 out. Gabe Trevina is on deck. This ball sprayed the other way. Gavin Collins is on it. I think the throw is wide up the line. Eric Hyatt will field off the fence, but Prendergast was on the move pretty quickly. He'll go to second. That's going to be an error. Collins fielded with plenty of time. The throw was just wide right from his perspective.
Yeah, Gavin Collins, one of the better gloves on this team. Can track down anything there at third base, but throwing occasionally can cause problems for Collins at third. But definitely something, first game at Foxy. Maybe some things dusting off some of the cobwebs, but we'll see if he can shake that off here.
Prendergast is at second again. He's actually the only Spartan to get to second base. York College has had 4 base runners now. Prendergast twice, and he's been to second twice, once with a double and then once on the error right there. Michael Teneni, who's on deck right now, is actually the only other guy that's reached base for York. He's walked and singled. This is Gabe Trevina. Shows the base hit bunt, pulls it back, and he'll take strike 2. For Lynchburg, 7, 8, 9 due up in their half of the 6th. Lynchburg does lead 6-0. 5 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th. All zeros so far for York, but another chance, another moment we have to say that the Spartans are threatening here in the top of the 6th, especially with the heart of the order up. Gabe Trevina, the 3rd baseman, batting second. Hit .311 last year. Kaltrider will spin and throw it to Ben Jones, who fields and puts a tag on Prendergast, even though he was back in plenty of time. Expected game 2 starter Nick Matfield. Sounded like maybe Logan Tapman would get the ball in game 3 of the series tomorrow, but everything subject to change in baseball, much like in life. Kaltrider just missed the outside corner on a hard one. Now our count is 1-2 with 1 out.
Well, that's the beauty that Bees has to work with, and obviously pitching coach Mike Solbach, is that there's so many different routines that they can go through on a weekend. Obviously, you have your game 1 and game 2 starters. Typically, as of right now, it's been Tyler Kaltrider and Nick Matfield getting game 2. But you've got pitchers like Logan Tapman in your arsenal and other pitchers like Colin McGuire, different pitchers that can go as long as you really want them to. Obviously, with McGuire doing a great job coming towards the end of the regular season and in the postseason, too.
Davis Watson has made a start this year as well. Started against Mary Washington. Swing and a miss from Gabe Trevina. That'll be strikeout victim number 8 for Tyler Kaltrider. And now there's 2 outs. Michael Teneni, the senior shortstop, hit .383 last year, 59 hits. He's got 1 single today, 1 for 1 with a walk in there. You do have a base open. The problem is the guy on deck is the dangerous Chris Bettler. He hit .423 last year and slugged over 600. So don't know how much you want to put another runner on for Bettler, but we'll see. Looks like Kaltrider is going to pitch to Teneni. Comes at him with a hard one for strike 1.
Yeah, he's been aggressive going right at hitters, and that's what you're going to get from Solbach. He loves going right after him and not backing down no matter what scouting report that they have on hitters. or how good a hitter's been doing lately. Call Ryder, he's a pitcher that's not going to back down.
It's another one there where Colt Ryder went hard, outer third. It's an 0-2 count. Umpires take time.
I believe the umpire is saying Call Ryder, or the batter has to have eye contact before Call Ryder can come set.
Yeah, good call there, Ski. This one tapped foul. Good job by Teneni. Was out of the zone. If you're Colt Ryder in Poker Rock, you may slide further out on this next 0-2 pitch, since it looks like Teneni might be a candidate to go fishing here. And yeah, all the rules with the pitch clock and the eye contact from the hitter and when they have to be ready and the pitchers, that can be confusing. So it's good that you added that in there. Here comes TK's 0-2. Got him swinging. Punch out number 9. Runner left in scoring position. Tyler Colt Ryder giving it all he's got here on his first home game for the Lynchburg Hornets. And the Hornets lead through 5.5, 6-0. Lynchburg on top of York. Tyler Colt Ryder has struck out 9 in the ball game for Lynchburg. He's got his squad where they need to be. The offense following suit. Lynchburg leading 6-0. Kyle Haney, Ethan Morotsky. We'll have fun in both games today. Then it sounds like it could be a solo flight for me tomorrow, Ski. But again, everything's subject to change. Who knows who might jump on the broadcast?
Could be anybody, really.
Eric Hyatt likes the first off the end of the bat. Spinner retrieved by Michael Teneni at shortstop. Another good grab from Teneni, who had the catch and throw double play last inning. 1 pitch, 1 out for Bryce Schaefer, who's the second pitcher that York has used. Parker Cato steps in, 0 for 2 today for the first year. Struck out once, grounded out to the shortstop. But, yeah, talk about the little ring ceremony tomorrow for Lynchburg. Who all's coming back? Everybody? Or you don't even really know?
I believe everybody from my class is coming back. I know that Jack Batchmore will be back in town. I think he's back in the second game. He's going to make an appearance. I know Riley O'Donovan, catcher, will be back. Nathaniel Mack also will be back this weekend. Those are the ones that I know for sure are definitely coming back. So it's going to be a fun weekend. Not just for baseball, but just for around having the guys back.
Yeah, Mighty Mac, he might be a candidate to put the headset on for an inning or two tomorrow. That'd be fun.
If you asked him, I bet you he would do it.
I think you're right.
I bet you he'd do it.
I think you're right. I think we'll endeavor to make that happen here on LHSN.
I'll have to have a conversation with him tonight.
You should. You could plant the bug in his ear. We have no rules up here. Well, we got a few rules. Obviously, Parker Cato swings on this, lifting it. Shallow outfield, second baseman calling, stumbling grab. Cato probably would have got to second if that ball drops, but in the end, the second baseman, Lucas Prendergast, making a long run to make the grab.
We're seeing Lynchburg hitters get a little bit underneath the ball, popping up a couple times. We've seen Gavin Collins pop up a ball, and Parker Cato there. So going to need to focus on staying on top, getting some ground balls, forcing that infield to play some good defense, especially on a field like this where you're possibly going to get some bad hops every now and then.
And to your point, that's why it's fun to keep score here with Logan Webster swinging on that one and fouling it back. To your point, the last 5 outs for Lynchburg, well, 5 out of the last 6 if you don't count the double play. they've all been air outs. So, yes, Lynchburg is getting under some balls. Now there's some line drives in there, too, including the double play. I think you got to call Eric Hyatt's a line drive there to start this inning. It wasn't a blistering line drive, but still left the bat on the line.
Yeah, it was sort of similar to Joe Munitz's line drive that he had on that double play. Caught a little bit of the end of the barrel, maybe a little early on a pitch there. But, yes, they got to put the ball on the ground a little more. We were always told, well, we were told growing up, but we were told here a lot by our head coach and hitting coach that ground balls are a lot harder to field than fly balls.
Logan Webster will try the line drive variety and dump that one into right field for a base hit. That's the 4th hit of the ball game for Lynchburg as Webster reaches first safely. And for Logan Webster now on the season, that is hit number 5. Logan Webster started all 8 for Lynchburg. Hornets do come in at 6-1. Yeah, the old thought on the ground ball was the defense has to make 3 plays, right? They've got to field it, throw it, catch it again, whereas a ball in the air, you only have to catch it 1 time. So that was the old thought, and definitely a great thought at the younger levels because nobody can make plays, right? But as you get older, definitely more emphasis on those head-high line drives and deep fly balls and swings that can do damage, extra base hits, all those things. We've learned about the importance of those over the years. Should be a 1-0 count here for Brandon Garcia, who has reached twice, once on a walk, once on the error by the pitcher, Evan Hughes. The arm on the mound for York right now is Bryce Schaefer. Webster running. Play at second. Pretty good throw from the catcher, Matthew Wade. Yeah, and he'll just trot back to the dugout. Looked like Wade knew it. Webster out at second on the caught stealing, and that's how the 6th inning will end. Through 6 complete, it's 6 is wild because Lynchburg on top 6-0 over York College. Blue skies, a few clouds out there, but really a perfect day to enjoy baseball. And it's March 1st. You pointed out earlier, sometimes early March you get, low 30s with freezing rain. It's going to be cold tomorrow, but this is a fantastic day at the ballpark.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of an interesting start to the spring season. Like you said, it's usually cold, and I remember it being freezing at the beginning of seasons.
Long run there in center field for Parker Cato. He cannot grab that one. Chris Bettler leaning in on the first pitch. Now he can get a play at third. Ben Jones on the relay. He slides in safely. Triple for Chris Bettler. Absolutely belted that in the backside gap there. That's real power from Chris Bettler.
Yeah, really nice swing. We saw a little bit of that in the first inning with a leadoff double and now a leadoff triple here in the top of the 7th, maybe flipping the script a little bit on Tyler Kaltrider.
Chris Bettler last season had 1 triple. He slugged .658, which was 6 doubles, 1 triple, and 9 homers. Anytime you have more home runs than doubles, that tells you you've got some extreme power. Unless it's just like you got 1 home run and no doubles. But 9 jacks, 6 doubles, 1 triple. Chris Bettler, 63 hits total for York last season. And, yeah, with that swing right there, you can see it. That's his first hit of the ball game. Kaltrider had not surrendered a hit. Hold that thought as Neal fouls one away. Kaltrider went 9 straight batters without surrendering a hit. Prendergast did get on because of the error. But TK, again, looked to be in complete control and still does. We'll see how much he's bothered by having a York runner 90 feet away. First time the Spartans have gotten somebody to third base. Pokerock, good grab there. He'll have to throw to first. Good job by Pokey to bounce out, complete the strikeout, which is punch out number 10 for Tyler Kaltrider.
Yeah, really good job by Pokerock to keep that in front in fair territory. Look back the runner at third. Don't want them getting any free runs here. Really good job by TK coming back right after a leadoff triple, coming back striking out another batter.
Yeah, really impressive. He did that on the leadoff double. Lucas Prendergast doubled to start the ball game, and Kaltrider proceeded to strike out the next hitter right away. So really, that, you know, old school coaches would talk about bow in your neck. That kind of, you ever hear that phrase?
No, I can't say I
Oh, that's
I
kind
have
of a
heard
southern one, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of that, you know, how do you bounce back after giving up something bad? Kaltrider seems to have that ability. Collins is basically even with the bag at third. Rest of the infield is back. The ball was just above the zone to Jacob Daimling, who struck out twice. So TK's had his number. It's a 1-1 count. We're in the top of the 7th. We've reached the final third of the ball game. I always like to break the game into the early portion, the middle phase, and then final 3 innings. And if you're York, this is an opportunity you don't want to let go by. If you do think you can win the game, be huge to cash in right here with the runner at third base. Comes another 2-strike pitch from Kaltrider. Daimling will stay alive. Lynchburg will have leadoff man Brandon Garcia to start the 7th inning. He was at bat when Logan Webster got caught stealing. And I guess technically 2 caught stealings for Lynchburg today as Jake Wright got picked off over there at first base. Daimling will flare another one foul. Kaltrider's certainly having to work for these strikeouts a bit more now, Ski.
Yeah, but, I mean, if you look at it, he hasn't lost a single touch. His fastball's still moving. It's still got a lot of run on it. Slider's still cutting a lot across the zone. And obviously we talk about how throughout innings, pitchers are going to lose a little bit of velocity. But when you've got a pitcher like Kaltrider, the beginning of games, he's going to be sitting like 90, 91. And so him losing a little bit of velo is still a lot of velo.
Agree with your assessment of just the eye test of what Kaltrider's got. Looks like still life on everything and still movement. Missed the zone there. Count is even. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 1 out. Leadoff triple from Chris Bettler. He still stands at third base at the moment. Here's the 2-2 from Kaltrider. Daimling barely getting a piece to stay alive. Did see some activity in the Lynchburg bullpen. No shortage of options available. Now, some of those guys that threw against Mary Washington Wednesday, they may not be available today, but for the most part, Lynchburg's got the full complement to work with from an arm perspective. Kaltrider will get that one in a hittable area, lifted foul. We'll try it again here at 2-2. You
see a little bit of frustration on Kaltrider's face. Looked like he didn't want that fastball going there. And obviously the frustration adds after a hitter's 3rd or 4th straight foul ball.
Wonder if Kaltrider drops the change in right here, maybe. Let's see. Here comes the 2-2. Lifts the left leg, fires just below the zone. You got a longer hold there from Sean Pokerock, the catcher. That tells you he thought it was close. Now the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Jacob Daimling, who has some power. It's been documented on our broadcast. First collegiate hit was a home run here at Fox Field 2 years ago. Kaltrider catching the edge, and he got him looking. Punch out number 11 for Tyler Kaltrider. Daimling has gone down on the strikeout 3 times.
Beautiful pitch from TK. Again, throwing in that inside corner. Not not straying away from the hitter, going right at him with a fastball and a beautiful pitch and another strikeout.
Yeah, back-to-back after the triple. Kaltreiter's actually struck out 4 out of the last 5. Bettler on third with the triple, the only one that bucks the trend. There's a called strike to Ryan Niedzkowski. Going to get that one right, too, before day's end. Going to work on it here in between games. Hope he's in the lineup next game. If not, I'm still going to work on it. Strike 2. 0-2 count. Tyler Kaltreiter going for strikeout number 12. Infield, normal depth. Gavin Collins is back now. Outfield straight away here. 0-2 delivery with 2 strikes coming up. Kaltreiter kicks and deals. Outside edge, just barely missed that time.
Yeah, almost caught the corner there. Would have been a perfect finish to a comeback after the start of this inning.
Ryan Niedzkowski, the hitter. Number 11 for York, playing first base. Made a couple good plays over there. 1-2. He'll put this one in play. Gavin Collins fields on the second hop, throws on the run. Good snag by Eric Hyatt, and the inning is over. Leadoff triple for York. Damage avoided as Kaltreiter strikes out 2 and induces a ground ball. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Lynchburg leading 6-0 on LHSN. Bottom of the 7th at Fox Field. Lynchburg leading 6-0. Looking for more breathing room. They'll have to do it against a new arm. Left-hander Lane Berkey in the ball game for York. Leadoff triple from Bettler, a ball that was just smoked. Lynchburg leaves him stranded at third. Back-to-back strikeouts. And then Ethan, a really good play on the run from Gavin Collins to end the inning.
Yeah, and it's funny. I've been roommates with Gavin since I got here at Lynchburg my freshman year, and we always make the joke that he's a lot better throwing to first base on the run. And that could be a comfortability thing. It just could be Fox Field or something like that. But I always make the joke to Gavin Collins that he loves throwing the ball on the run. If you go back to the ODAC tournament last year, he had that stellar defense. I mean, it was one of the crucial reasons why we were able to hold off Roanoke and Randolph-Macon in every single game and that whole entire tournament. I mean, his defense was amazing. And if you go look at it's like every single play that he gets, he wants to make on the run because he's so comfortable with that.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
He's one of those
there
guys. You know, they talk about he's better, more accurate on the run. Of course, he's pretty good when he just stands in the pocket, too. But, yeah, the ODAC Final Four last year at Capital One Park, I mean, the way Gavin Collins was throwing the leather around, it was nuts. Yeah, diving plays. It was
fun to watch. It was
sure
fun baseball to watch. I really like this move from the York pitching coach going to the lefty. You got 1, 2, 3 up. Brandon Garcia, Jake Wright, and Ben Jones, lefty, lefty, lefty. So it's a really, really good move coming out of the pen.
Yeah, sound strategy right there. Berkey last year, 7.71 earned run average. Made 1 start, 7 appearances out of the bullpen. Walked more than he struck out. But, yeah, big spot right here. And definitely love the lefty-lefty matchup. I guess some coaches love that more than others. You do have those pitchers that have the reverse splits, they call it, where they're actually better against the opposite side. So a lefty would be better against a right-handed hitter. Yeah, those guys exist.
And Lynchburg does have a couple guys like that in their pitching staff, but it's really nice to go to a lefty-lefty matchup because if you look at it, there's less time for that left-handed hitter on a lefty pitcher to be able to see the ball out of the hand. And every single off-speed pitch, obviously growing up as a pitcher, or if you grow up as a pitcher, you really want to lock in on that slider. And being able to throw a pitch that goes away from that lefty batter is so crucial in a lefty-lefty matchup instead of a slider from a righty going into that lefty.
Full count for Brandon Garcia, who is 0 for 2. He's been on base twice, though. Walk and an error. Comes the full count. That one missed inside. Matthew Wade came out like he was going to throw it down to third, but that's ball 4. Back-to-back walks for Hollywood. We know that's a big part of Brandon Garcia's game. Last year, Brandon Garcia walked 45 times. The on-base percentage was .450. This season, in the walk totals, Brandon Garcia with 5 right now. Jake Wright, he singled, had a successful sacrifice bunt, and struck out. He is the designated hitter for Lynchburg in Game 1 against York. Hornets lead 6-0.
Have to do a good job here holding Brandon Garcia on at first. We know Garcia prone to be able to take second base, whether it's a lefty or a righty.
Garcia's so good at advancing on those balls in the dirt as well. A weapon that he has.
Well, something that makes him so good, not just on the base paths, but in pretty much in every aspect of the game, is he's so smart and he's so aggressive. And when you put 2 and 2 together, I mean, it's almost unstoppable.
Garcia back on a slide there on the pickoff attempt from Berkey. Ben Jones on deck. Ben Jones has walked, been hit, and got a sacrifice fly. So done everything you would ask of a hitter without getting a base hit. But Ben Jones is never going to swing at a bad pitch. Shouldn't say never, because there's very few always and nevers in this game. But rarely does Ben Jones swing at a bad pitch as Garcia slides back safely again.
Yeah, Ben Jones, a great hitter. Freshman year, he came in, had that amazing single off of Thorpe for Bridgewater, and just kind of found himself in the lineup after that.
Swing and a miss from Jake Wright. Yeah, couldn't get out of the lineup after that. Ben Jones, obviously a fan favorite, one of our favorites, a career .332 hitter. We'll discuss more when he gets up as Jake Wright waits for another delivery from Berkey. York running out of chances. It'll be 8-9-1 for the Spartans coming up in the top of the 8th. We'll check Tyler Kaltrider's pitch count here and all that stuff as Wade slides out, bobbles the ball, but recaptured in time before Brandon Garcia could make a move to second.
Yeah, it's a tough read for Garcia. Obviously a ball not in the dirt, just a little miss handled by the catcher. Those are tough reads. You know, Brandon Garcia, he's really hard on himself, and he wants to take second there.
That one hit Jacob Wright. That will be hit batter number 3 of the game for York. They've used 3 pitchers. They've all hit exactly 1. And here comes Ben Jones. Runners on first and second. With nobody out, some people might think it's a sacrifice bunt situation. Seems doubtful in a 6-0 ball game, and a guy like Ben Jones, who we know has power. I think the Hornets will just let him go to work and swing the bat, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think with the first 2 batters of the inning getting on by walk and hit by pitch, I think the sac bunt obviously will always be in the picture in this situation, but it's with your 3-hitter, with somebody that has been getting walked a ton this year, and somebody that can also hit in an important spot like this. Obviously going back to that World Series, hit that 3-run home run against Johns Hopkins. But I think the sac bunt, again, it's in his arsenal. But with the 3-hitter, like you said, up by 6, knowing how this pitcher has been struggling to start the inning off, I think you see a couple pitches and you let Ben Jones do what Benny Bombs does.
Sean Pokerock is on deck. He's 1 for 2 with 3 runners driven in. Fastball got a sniff from Ben Jones, didn't take a bite. Now it's an 0-1 count. Ben Jones in the career. Let's get a career RBI total. 94. 94. And he's a junior. We're 7 games into his junior season. He's got 90s closing in on 100 runners driven in.
Yeah, it's
kind of
really
insane.
It's impressive. I mean, he's just been – ever since he stepped into the lineup, again, after that single he hit against Bridgewater his freshman year, and it never stopped after that. He's kept going, and pitchers just always try and pitch around him, but he finds a way.
Garcia taking off. Good one to run on with the breaking ball. Close at third. Slides in safely. Stolen base for Brandon Garcia. Jake Wright did not follow suit at first. Also noteworthy on that, Brandon Garcia, good slide to the left field side of third base. Made that a really tough catch and tag there at third. That was nice.
Yeah, really good job by Brandon Garcia. And with Jake Wright not going to second and not having a double steal, we could see some possible action on the way to second, possible forced pickoff mover, something here.
It's an 0-2 count. Breaking ball down and in. Good slide again by Matthew Wade to keep that one off the wall behind him. Jake Wright extended his secondary lead, but stayed home. And then, yeah, all your first to third concepts offensively are back in play here. We've seen Lynchburg use the first to third safety squeeze today. And if you're York, you have to understand what your defensive coverages will be on all of those. Wright running, Jones swinging. Tough play in foul territory for the third baseman. That's Gabe Trevina that pulled that one in near the Lynchburg dugout. So Ben Jones pops out. Runners stay where they're at. Jacob Wright had to scramble back to first base, but did get there in plenty of time because of the way the ball hung up in the air.
Yeah, really uncharacteristic for a pop-up from Ben Jones. Possibly could have been a hit and run going on with Ben and Jake at first.
Sean Pokerock steps in now, 1 for 2, 3 RBI. Did get hit by a pitch in his last at bat. Pokey has scored a run as well. He'll take strike one. As Berkey's showing some mettle right here. He's showing some toughness in a pretty tough situation with a great part of the order up. Berkey's made some good pitches. 0-1 count coming up to Sean Pokerock. Runners at the corners with 1 out. Pokey under this one. It will not leave the infield. First baseman had to come on. He missed it. Brandon Garcia is going to score. They'll try to flip to second, and everybody is safe. Basically a disaster there in the infield for York as the first baseman, Ned Zukowski, came on and tried to make a diving grab. Boy, that was tough for York. Great hustle by Brandon Garcia, and then also for Sean Pokerock to make sure he got down the line as well.
Yeah, everything wrong just kind of going on there for York. That's a tough – it's an interesting pop-up right there. Obviously, it'll be an infield single. I'm assuming it'll be an infield single for Pokerock at first. But that's a tough one because he didn't really hit it that high, but he didn't hit it too low. So maybe a little bit of miscommunication also.
With such a long run for the second baseman as they keep Jake Wright close there at second. It's such a tough play for the second baseman to get that ball. The pitcher, generally you don't want your pitcher catching pop-ups is the general thought. That's one where the pitcher almost has to take it, though. Because of the way it's such a long run for the first baseman and the second baseman, you do have some wind out there, too, Ethan, and I'm sure that didn't make the catch any easier.
Yeah, and going back to what you said about pitchers catching pop flies, it's really tough. You also have to take into account that the mound is elevated, and obviously different mounds are different at different schools.
Uh-oh. Berkey threw it into center field. Jake Wright had the shortstop laying on top of him, so it was hard for him to make a break to third. And now it looks like head coach Travis Beasley is actually going to ask that question to the umpire. He's going to say, hey, did the shortstop impede his ability to try to get to third base? So now we'll have a chance to talk about this, and we can still keep talking about the previous play. I mean, yeah, I understand why the baseball thought is pitchers shouldn't catch the pop-ups, but play like that, that's tricky.
Yeah,
it's tough.
Not too high. Again, not too high of a pop-up. The only problem is going back, also going down in elevation. It changes the eye level. It could change how much your head moves when you're going for a fly ball. Obviously, in the outfield, keeping your head steady is so important. But going downhill while going backwards to try and catch that fly ball, it's a tough play. Yeah, most pitchers are going to be able to make that, but you're generally told as a pitcher that your infield usually will typically take pop flies.
Sometimes those pitchers get yelled at if they try to catch a pop fly. Lynchburg tried to hit and run again there, and it was fouled away. 1-1 count. It's Joe Munitz. That one just barely missed from Berkey. A lot happening in this inning. Lynchburg has scored a run. It's 7-0 Lynchburg in the bottom of the seventh. Kyle and Ethan hanging out with you. It's game 1 of our doubleheader. Second game will start about 60 minutes after the conclusion of game 1. Then we've got one set for tomorrow between York and Lynchburg. It'll be a 12 p.m. first pitch. That one less competitive from the lefty Berkey. And now Joe Munitz will swing it with a 3-1 count. He's 0 for 1, lined into that double play. He's walked twice. Jake Wright leading off at second. It's Sean Pokerock at first. Berkey, long hold. Now he'll kick and deal. Munitz sends that one straight over our heads in the press box. The Daniel E. Woolridge Class of 59 press box. The official name of it.
Got a lot of good stuff here down at Fox Field.
We do. Daniel Woolridge passed away recently. He was very important in the ODAC with the Old Dominion Athletic Conference officials and a lot of things conference-wise, in addition to being a big deal here at Lynchburg. Runners on the move again, and Munitz will foul another one over the Woolridge press box again.
Joe Munitz doing a really good job to fight off, obviously, a full count. Hitters, majority, whether there's 2 outs, 1 out, or 0 outs. Obviously, with 2 outs, full count, you're always going to be moving. But I know a lot of teams like to move on that 3-2 count no matter what it is. And, you know, I just thought of something. You know, Joe Munitz went to the same high school as Ryan Long. Thinking of that now.
Well, they got him on the spin move there. Jake Wright was moving with 2 strikes, and they will pick him off. Actually, second time Wright's been picked off today. So really, to your point, offenses a lot of times like to move with a full count. They like to get action. Well, that's the chess match. The defense knows that as well. So a great time to go with the inside move and throw to second and get him 2 down now with a full count. Pokerock should be on the move here. He is. Another foul ball from Joe Munitz. And that's one that, you know, Pokerock has to be careful because it's a full count with 2 outs. Yes, you want to get that head start. But with the lefty, you got to make sure he's going to the plate right here. If you're Sean Pokerock, the last thing you want for Lynchburg is to have 2 picked off in an inning. It's hard to say early in the season. There's ball 4, and Joe Munitz is aboard his 3rd walk of the ball game.
Yeah, obviously tough to take a lead off with a lefty on the mound. If you look at the right of your screen, obviously probably won't happen with a runner on second now, but when Pokerock was on first, alone on the base paths, typically that runner, when they're on a leadoff, they're going to kind of put most of their weight back towards the bag just in case that pitcher does have a good move. Like I remember Josh Dorman has one of the best lefty moves I've ever seen. So pitchers like that, where you know they've got a good move and a good chance at catching you off guard, you kind of want to keep your weight going towards the bag, kind of play it safe.
Yeah, a lot of coaches call that the one-way lead as Gavin Collins spins on one and yanks it foul. It's a 0-1 count to Gavin Collins. He's 1 for 3. Struck out in his first at-bat, singled in his second. Flew out to left last time up. They'll spin and throw on Sean Pokerock, who puts the right foot on the bag casually, and he's back safely in plenty of time. Eric Hyatt on deck. Lynchburg leading 7-0, but always looking for more. Gavin Collins is the kind of guy that could do that. Joe Munitz bouncing off at first base. Collins will watch that one go north of the zone, and now the count is even up at 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Lynchburg's used 1 pitcher, Tyler Kaltreiter. He's been electric at times, 11 strikeouts, surrendering just 3 hits. TK has walked 1. It's the 1-1 to Collins. Outside for ball 2.
Really good frame there by the catcher. Good call by the umpire. Did miss the plate a little bit, but again, good frame. Sticking that ball. I mean, it was a good pitch. Really close. Could have gone either way, but I think that's a good call by the umpire.
2-1 to the 5th-year man from Clifton, Virginia. That one not as close. And now it's a hitter's count for number 15, Gavin Collins. Evan Hughes started for York. Bryce Schaefer went the 1 inning. No, Schaefer went 2, beg your pardon. And now Berkey working here in the bottom of the 7th. The 3-1, Collins likes it, got a lot of it. Left fielder going back, looking up, and it's gone. Our first home run at Fox this season comes courtesy of Gavin Collins. Flight 15 cleared for takeoff, It's a 3-run jack, and Lynchburg leading 10-0.
Beautiful swing. Gavin Collins not afraid of the long ball. He has a ton here at Fox Field, a ton in his career. Just a beautiful swing. Pitch right down the middle. He takes it to the left side. We knew the left fielder wasn't most likely wasn't going to get to it at first. And we see that ball just kept carrying over the fence. And a beautiful swing by Gavin Collins.
Career home run number 19 for Gavin Collins. Career hit number 211 as he keeps climbing up the charts. And we'll review some of that at some point today and all season long. Gavin Collins, man, he just belted that one, Ski.
Yeah, really nice swing and puts them up by 10. And honestly, that kind of helps Colorado. Obviously, that's even more insurance as they're now up 10-0. But it also, if Bees really wanted to, or Solbach, it allows you to go to different types of pitchers.
Right.
And pitchers that don't have as many innings or pitchers that you really want to get settled into the season. So there's really a ton of different things. I'm assuming it really depends on the feel of how TK is on the mound right now, but with how he's been doing this entire game and how many Ks that he has, yeah, really there could be so many different directions that this pitching staff could go.
Right. You've got more options as a coach now as the score, the margin gets bigger and bigger for Lynchburg. Eric Hyatt will ground one left side. Tough play here. Sliding grab from Trevina. Did Hyatt beat it? Yes, he did. An infield hit for Eric Hyatt. Not known for his speed, but he was hustling down the line, and it was a tough play from Trevina. Good effort there. I would argue, too, that the long inning again here, long break for TK late in the game, might make you lean towards going to somebody else. And it might be one where you talk to the pitcher himself, the one in question right now, Tyler Kaltreiter, and say, hey, how bad do you want to finish this thing? You know, it's been a long break. How do you feel? It's a long season. Are we better off going to somebody else here, or you really, really want the baseball and go back out there for more? So, again, as a coach, you got some options there. You've got your plans that you're trying to stick to, and you've got plan B and C, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I know Tyler or TK, he's going to want that inning.
Right.
And typically when you're in the dugout, you have, I forget what they're called. They're little balls with sand in them that you throw. Plyo balls. Thank you, Brady Moore, our director of Brady Moore. But typically the pitcher will have plyo balls that, I mean, even if he's not throwing it up against the wall, I mean, just tossing it up in the air, catching it with your throwing hand, it keeps the arm a little warm. So, I mean, it's not like he's going out there completely ice cold, but right. I do understand where obviously it's been a while since he's been out there, so it's going to be interesting to see what Bees goes to here.
The hitter is Parker Cato. He's looking to bust out, 0 for 3 today. Struck out once, grounded out to the shortstop. 2-1 count for Parker Cato with Eric Hyatt at first. Yeah, you know, the other classic baseball thing is the jacket for the pitcher in the dugout.
Yeah.
And now with pitchers not hitting in the National League anymore, that's one great thing we've missed is that pitcher would get on and they'd run him the jacket. He'd run the bases with the jacket on in the 80s and the 90s. That's when you watch the old clips, you see a guy running the bases sometimes with the jacket on because he was the pitcher. Swing and a miss from Parker Cato, so we'll have to talk about old baseball here in just a minute. What an inning for Lynchburg. They score 4 on top, 10-0. The exclamation point was Gavin Collins with the 3-run jack. Third home run of the season for Lynchburg, and we will get a new arm. We'll meet and greet the new Hornet pitcher in just a moment on LHSN. we reminisce and enjoy the modern days and try to figure out the official scoring. And a Lynchburg inning that had a few sticky ones there. They end up getting 3 hits officially, Ethan. The big fly, 3-run home run from Gavin Collins. Feels like it might be the backbreaker in this one for York. Lynchburg leading 10-0. We're in the top of the 8th, and we get a new pitcher. It's Tice Fischel for Lynchburg. Checking in relief of Tyler Kaltreiter. Nessenson swings at the first, and there you go. 1 pitch, 1 out, and no problem for Lynchburg. There's 1 gone in the top of the 8th.
Yeah, really good start by Tice Fischel, going right at the hitter like every single pitcher does on this staff. So really good job. 1 pitch, 1 out. Perfect way to start this inning off, coming into relief.
More on Fischel here in just a moment, but for Kaltreiter, unofficially, because we're saying it, but basically officially, the line's going to look like 7 innings pitched, surrendered 3 hits, no earned runs, walked 1, got some help in the first inning with the double play, but the 11 strikeouts is really a standout for Tyler Kaltreiter. 11 punches in 7 innings. And on the season now for TK, as Tice Fischel continues to pound the zone. On the season now for Kaltreiter, he's in line to go to 3-0. He struck out 25 in 19 innings of work. And it has been an outstanding start to Tyler Kaltreiter. He's living up to the expectations. You know, you always have the high hopes for guys, and he's one that, as we've already pointed out on the broadcast, I mean, everybody was talking about Tyler Kaltreiter. Really nice for him to not only live up to the expectations, but probably exceed them just a little bit here in the early going.
Oh, yeah, he's having an absolute fantastic season, and we expect him to keep going, as today he looked really comfortable on the mound. A lot of run on that fastball, a really nice tight slider, and a lot of velocity. But it's interesting as a strikeout there for Tice Fischel. It's interesting when you look at Kaltreiter and his role on this team. Obviously, he's the day 1 starter on the weekends, and you look back at the prior years as day 1 starters, we've had Zach Potts and Wesley Arrington. So bringing in Tyler Kaltreiter, or having him this season to kind of replace Wes Arrington and Zach Potts, obviously, they're kind of very similar pitches, a lot of velocity, really nice tight slider. So having them bring in Tyler Kaltreiter to kind of fill the role that Wes obviously doing better things at UVA. So it's really nice to see Kaltreiter take on that role and do a really fantastic job at it.
Impressive start to the season. Fischel's going to get a swing on the second pitch of the at-bat, and that is a very efficient 8th inning for Tice Fischel. Got 1 strikeout and a couple ground outs, and he's out of there really quickly. Maybe we'll see Tice Fischel in the 9th. Let's find out. Lynchburg leading 10-0 through 7.5 at Game 1 on Fox Field in Lynchburg. Seven strong innings from Tyler Kaltreiter and 1 very good-looking inning in relief for the sophomore Tice Fischel. Lynchburg on top and in command, 10-0. As we review the numbers on Josh Edwards, the 4th pitcher for York will enter in the bottom of the 8th. His team in a 10-0 hole. Edwards worked 1 appearance last year, but it was a pretty good one against Shenandoah in a non-conference matchup for the Spartans and the Hornets of Winchester.
Yeah, 1.1 innings against the Hornets. Of course, the Shenandoah Hornets.
Of course.
And 2 strikeouts, no hits allowed, no runs. And obviously, Shenandoah, that's a really good appearance from them, as the Hornets down the road, very, very, obviously every single year they're a very solid team, and they're going to fight for that ODAC championship. So really good appearance, and he's looking to replicate that this year.
A little bit of a different arm action here. You should be able to see this on your screen. Kind of comes at you a little herky-jerky and over the top. Logan Webster is the hitter. Likes the first and sends it into Wake Fieldhouse. What's that, 2 or 3? We're going to keep count this season on how many balls hit Wake Fieldhouse. Brady Moore, who is, we have now dubbed the director of Brady Moore and also the director of baseball analytics. That's something that he could keep track of analytically. And who knows, the the rest of this school might want to know how many balls hit Wake. See if we should get a net or something. How much do we need to protect Wake? 1-1 count for Logan Webster. Now it's 1-2 as he goes hacking at that pitch. Brandon Garcia still on deck. Wouldn't be shocked to see some changes in the lineup right now for either side in a 10-0 ball game. It's also early in the season, Ethan. That's sometimes where coaches will like to get some guys in at bat. Webster stays on an off-speed pitch. Trevina sliding backhand, strong throw, but Webster beat it out at first base. There's an infield single. Solid effort from Trevina, but Webster with just too much speed getting down the line.
Yeah, really nice athletic play. Really nice slide from Trevino. Throw was good too. Just obviously tough play. You're leaning backwards on that throw. Really, really tough to get a runner like Logan Webster out there.
For Lynchburg, it looks like officially hit number 9, hit number 8. It's hit number 8 for Lynchburg as we discuss those pinch hitting options that may be forthcoming for the Hornets. Logan Webster, he's 2 for 3 with a walk and a strikeout today. Brandon Garcia still looking for his first hit of the afternoon. He's walked twice, been on once because of an error, scored a couple times. Lynchburg leading 10-0. Garcia waiting. He'll dig this one out and send it over the batting cages down the left field line.
You can see Garcia trying to make sure he knows, swing down on the ball. As we've seen a couple pop-ups from the Lynchburg offense. You might see Brandon Garcia trying to put the ball on the ground, make a play.
1-2 for Brandon Garcia. He'll spray that through the hole past the diving third baseman. And there is your first hit of the ball game for Brandon Garcia. Should be hit number 9 for Lynchburg as a team. And we will see a pinch hitter, number 22, Tyler Howlett, checking in. He's a sophomore from Chesapeake. It looks like it will be first appearance of the season this year, according to my notes, for Tyler Howlett.
A really solid hitter in practices. Obviously, like you said, sophomore. Unfortunately, injury struck him last year. Couldn't get any appearances, but he's a solid hitter, solid lefty. Got a little bit of a funky swing. Hopefully we see it here, but he knows how to find barrels, and he's going to do a great job for this Hornet offense in the future, I believe.
Well, now you got me intrigued about this funky swing. I hope he does take a rip here in this at bat, as he will not on the first pitch. Look like it's an off-speed pitch that missed the zone from Josh Edwards.
Well, that's the beauty of baseball, is you don't have to be perfectly fundamentally sound, or you can do really whatever you want. I mean, if you go back to, I didn't watch him much, but if you go back and look at Hunter Pence for the San Francisco Giants, I mean, he did everything just so weird, but he was so good at the game of baseball. He loved it. And again, that's the beauty of the sport. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to look great.
First Hunter Pence reference of the season. Hopefully not the last. Yeah, you're right though. I mean, and you picked a great guy to make your point too, because it was not classic by the book there when Hunter Pence was playing the game. Notably, I guess some championship runs with the Giants. And who else for Hunter Pence there? As Howlett fouls one away. Phillies for a bit? Yeah, okay, those are the two main ones. We could look him up. We're getting some confirmation on that. All this information's on the internet. You don't even have to speculate anymore. You just at your fingertips, you can get Hunter Pence's entire career in seconds. But let's focus on Tyler Howlett in his 2025 campaign. First at bat of it, hitting with 2 strikes. Check swing, didn't go. Pretty healthy at bat developing here. Full count. Runners on first and second, nobody out in the bottom of the 8th. Lynchburg's already broken the game open. Hornets lead 10-0. Now just looking for more confidence, more reps, more game action. Off the plate for ball 4. And Tyler Howlett is aboard for the first time this season.
Hey, Kyle, you didn't get to see the swing, but you're just going to have to take my word for it, I guess.
Yeah, and I will, and I'll come down to practice again, which I do from time to time. I like to pop down and watch the guys. We had that bad weather early, so every time I would come down, guys would be pulling a tarp or something, and I didn't want to be a part of that, obviously. I'd strain the back.
Yeah, they'll see you down here. They'll ask you to get on the tarp.
Exactly.
Help them pull it.
Right. Off-speed pitch misses to Ben Jones. Watch out now, because this is a danger area here. Bases loaded. We know Benjamin Jones. It's not Benjamin. It's Benton Jones. We know Ben Jones can be very explosive, hence the nickname. He'll fire this one hard backside. It's in play and down for at least 2 bases. 1 run is in. 2 runs are in. It will be a 2-run double for Ben Jones. Perfectly placed. More RBIs for Ben Jones. He drove in 1 with the sacrifice fly. 3rd time Ben's been on. Walked, hit by pitch. And now the most recent 2 RBI double. Sean Pokerock. 5th plate appearance here as Lynchburg's really turning the lineup over, and the Hornets lead 12-0.
It's just a great performance from Benton Jones in this first game. He's doing everything right as a hitter. I mean, he's getting on base. He's driving runners in. So, you can't ask any more from him.
Runners at second and third, nobody out. Pokerock back up the middle, bounces off the leather of Edwards. Runners stay, scampers to it. No play, and we're going to call that another infield single. Boy, Sean Pokerock's had back-to-back weird little infield hits. They work, though. They count. And, good hitters will tell you that you get robbed of a few line drive stingers every now and then, so it's nice to accumulate a few infield singles just to get the average back to where it needs to be.
Well, that's just what makes the sport so weird is obviously looking at the last 2 hits that Sean Pokerock's had, they're not – the 99, 100-mile-per-hour exit velocity singles that you're going to see. But, that's just what's weird about baseball is you'll get hits like that in the infield, but then you'll hit those 110-mile-per-hour balls right to the outfielder.
Second change in the Lynchburg order today will be number 30, Jacob Henry, sophomore from Chesapeake, stepping in. Joe Munitz occupied this spot previously, so we'll swap Tidewater area sophomores for one another. As the right-handed hitting Jacob Henry, 6'5", by the way. We'll watch this one catch the top rail, and it's an 0-2 count pretty quickly on Jacob Henry. Bases are loaded. Still nobody out here in the 8th inning.
Jacob Henry came into this program, actually was a pitcher in high school. And obviously can swing the bat, came in, showed off his stuff, and he's been doing a good job so far in practices this year. I've heard a lot of great things about him in this spring.
Lynchburg really using the big innings this season, and a pretty common trait for all the good teams, but 5 runs here in the 3rd, 4 in the 7th. There was a 1-run inning in the 4th, and now we're in the bottom of the 8th. Lynchburg has already scored twice. 12-0 the Lynchburg lead with the bases loaded. Nobody out. York really trying to minimize the damage here. At this point, maybe the Spartans just thinking about how quickly can we get to game 2. Josh Edwards from the stretch will deal and strike out Jacob Henry. There's your first out of the inning. And it will bring up not Gavin Collins. Another change in the batting order for Lynchburg.
Be Kellen Clark, freshman from around the same area as Gavin Collins, but he is another hitter that I've heard nothing but good stuff from his teammates. And so another exciting recruit that Coach Beasley's brought in here.
I love this, getting more guys a chance at home, too. Not that it's a bad idea on the road, but I think you got a lot of the home crowd. If you can give somebody a chance to play in front of the friends and family, that's nice. You get a game like this where you're up by 12. Swung on the first one, There's one, could be two. Double clutch at second base, and they will not get Kellen Clark down the line. So a run scores. Called an RBI ground out on the fielder's choice there for Clark. And Lynchburg leads 13-0 now.
Yeah, it's a good way to introduce yourself into this program. Getting yourself an RBI on your first swing here at Fox Field. Really good job running that at first to be able to keep that RBI.
Number 10, Joe Gordon checking in. Junior from Midlothian. Gordo had the memorable appearance against Bridgewater in the tournament that one year where Josh Jorman got injured. Short trip to the plate there for Joe Gordon, though, as he'll take a breaking ball in the small of the back and walk to first base. Bases are loaded again for Lynchburg. Hit by pitch number 4 of the game. Each pitcher for York has hit exactly one batter still. Parker Cato, 0 for 4. Still looking to kickstart things. Good spot to do it. Team leading 13-0 with 2 outs and bases loaded. For Lynchburg, I was talking about the multiple run innings, the big innings, quote unquote, Ethan. This is now 13 multi-run innings this season, 3 in the game.
Lynchburg done really good, taking advantage of free 90 feet that they've been getting so far from York and throughout the entire season so far. I mean, the inning's not over. We got 1 out and bases loaded, a possibility of an even bigger inning. Like you said, York just trying to figure out any way possible where they can get through these last couple outs. Yeah,
there is 2 outs. We had a strikeout. That was Jacob Henry that struck out, and then the fielder's choice. But that's okay. You're not too far off. I agree with absolutely everything else you said. Your statement was 98% factual. Lynchburg, I mentioned 13 multiple run innings. How many times do you think they've scored a single run in an inning? Would you say more or less than that?
Oh, less. Definitely less.
Good call by you.
I know.
7 now, yeah.
This Lynchburg offense, they've been doing enough to be able to get 6 wins and on their way to win number 7. But I know that the run column has not been this as high as it is in this game all season. So.
Yeah, high scoring output for Lynchburg of the year. You're right. They're going to score another one here. Bases loaded walk for Parker Cato. It's an RBI for him. But, yeah, I know it's interesting to me that more innings where you score multiple runs than a single run. I guess that tells you, though, just once the floodgates open, they really open. You know, once you get the key to the bank vault, you don't just go in there and take a 20 out. You want to take a whole stack of dough.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, it just shows you how prone this team is to basically do exactly what you said, open the floodgates, get a ton of runs in one inning. You know, the old saying, well, I say the old saying, I'm not that old, but the saying is put up a crooked number every inning.
It's a 14-0 game right now for Lynchburg. 14-0 is the game. That ball is in the dirt. Logan Webster's still hitting. This is his second at-bat of the inning, by the way. He led it off with a single. Lynchburg led 10-0 coming into the bottom of the 8th here, so they've scored 4, and the bases are still loaded with an obviously dangerous Logan Webster up. He's 2 for 3 in the game with a walk. Webster likes this. Luke Lowry, the third base coach, put the right leg up to try to get the kick save there. Couldn't quite reach it with the footwear.
Would you say, you know, obviously with the results that York had over Lynchburg last year, would you say that this maybe could be a little bit of revenge from last year?
I was going to ask you the same thing. I mean, I feel like it's probably not the primary driver for the Hornets, right? But it's certainly in the back of your mind as a player, don't you think?
Yeah, it's definitely – they definitely were thinking about it prior to the game starting. I mean, there's nowhere near bad blood between these teams. Obviously, these are 2 solid teams. I know York having a tough game, but they were a solid team last year, and they're only going to get better this year. But you also have to think that this is a good Lynchburg team. They started off the season 9 in the nation, and starting 6-1 in your first 2 weekends definitely could have the possibility of moving you up in the rankings and possibly having another good weekend against York. So, I mean, you also have to understand, you got to take a look at the bright side. And you're facing a very good Lynchburg team, a very stacked Lynchburg pitching staff, obviously Tyler Coltrider doing a fantastic job, and you know you're not going to have an easy game in game number 2 with Matfield. So you just kind of got to take the bright side out of every situation here.
Lynchburg has now scored 5 in the inning. It's a 15-0 lead as Logan Webster got hit. Brandon Garcia stepping in. Yeah, I mean, I think you want to bring your best game regardless of opponent, as we'll kind of wrap up the thought here about the revenge. But you're human. You remember that York came down and took 2 of 3 last year. So I don't think there's any denying that is a motivational piece. But Lynchburg would tell you we're going to bring our best against anybody. Doesn't matter what we did last year and those sorts of things. Brandon Garcia, the game's already blown open. He could really rip the door off the hinges here with a big knock. Fouls that one away.
Last time I had that little poke to the left side, and really, since Brandon Garcia got here at Lynchburg, that's kind of been his patented single. He loves catching late barrels, hitting it right past the third baseman, shortstop into that little 5-6 hole. So you know you're going to see it a ton this year. I mean, we could even possibly see it again this inning.
Yeah, Brandon Garcia, 1 hit today. Was in this inning. He walked twice, did reach on an error. I mean, you're so right in the fact that he loves to wear out a hole between the third baseman and the shortstop. He'll watch this one go wide. Full count, 2 outs. Runners can be on the move here. Runners should be on the move here. Brandon Garcia now in his career has hit safely in 73 of 105 contests. So almost 75% of the time he's had a base hit. And you got to think when you combine the walks and the hit by pitch, he's been on probably in 80 to 90% of the games he's ever played in.
Yeah, those are impressive numbers. Those are, I mean, if you look back, Avery Neves had numbers like that too. And if you want to go back even further into Yodak, Ryan Dufour for Randolph Macon, I know he had a really long streak. I want to say it lasted over an entire season of him getting on base on that streak. So, I mean, those are impressive numbers, and it's not easy. I mean, of course, baseball is a game where you can go 4 for 4 in game 1 of a doubleheader, and then you can go 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts in the second one. So being able to stay consistent throughout every single game of his career, it's so huge for any lineup, and it's very reassuring for a coaching staff knowing that you did the right job bringing him in.
Yeah, well, part of the reason for Lynchburg's success, too, when your leadoff guy is getting on that much, good things tend to happen. Full count, 2 outs again, on the move, and here we go. It's a multi-hit day for Brandon Garcia. Rips that one through the right side of the infield. 2 runs will come in. It's a 17-0 Lynchburg lead. How about career multi-hit game number 40 for Brandon Garcia? As you get more accolades for him, and we're going to see more pitchers from York. They'll go to a 5th arm. We'll step aside, collect our thoughts, and get you the details in just a moment. Lynchburg on top and rolling, and game 1 at home. Hope you're enjoying it on LHSN. New arm for York is number 31, Jesse Bitzer. He appeared in 1 game last year, Jesse Bitzer is on as the fifth arm that York has used. This is what this Lynchburg offense can do. I mean, they can get off the chain and out of pocket really quick on an opponent. York probably felt pretty good about their chances through the first 6 innings of this ball game. Lynchburg was on top 6-0 after 6 complete, so not great for the Spartans, but you still feel like you got a fighting chance. Now you're down 17-0, and basically the wheels have come off.
Well, yeah, absolutely, and really, if you're York, you're obviously looking towards that second game already, but you still have to finish this one, and they have been using a lot of pitching, and like I said, when Brandon Garcia was hitting, you could have a day where you go 4 for 4 in the first game and 0 for 5 with a couple strikeouts. And as a team, you can have a game where you are losing 17-0 in game 1, and you can come right back into game 2 and have a competitive battle with the other team.
That's part of the beauty of college baseball for sure. You get some crazy score lines, teams scoring 17 and 20 and 30 in a ball game, and then to your point, it doesn't necessarily mean you're not going to turn around and give up that many in the next game. You just really never know, as Tyler Howlett will bat for a second time in the inning. He walked and scored. Lynchburg has scored 7 times here in the bottom of the 8th. Lynchburg actually scored 7 in the first inning against North Carolina Wesleyan. That was in the 3rd game against the Battling Bishops down in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Lynchburg went down there to open the season. Didn't know they were going to play all 3 against North Carolina Wesleyan, but because of some weather, the 3rd team that was going to be in that little dance party bowed out, so it became a 3-game series against Lynchburg and NC Wesleyan. Howlett will foul this one away. That's ball 4 on Wake Fieldhouse this year. Not ball 4 in the at-bat, but that's the 4th ball to make contact with Wake Fieldhouse.
Yeah, aggressive swing from Ty. Obviously 3-0 count. Typically you're not going to get the green light, but I guess 17-0, I think that's an okay swing.
Going to be ball 4 again. Brandon Garcia will move up to second. Bases are loaded again for Lynchburg. And that will be in the game. Let me run it down for you. Walk number 10 in the game for Lynchburg. They've been hit by pitch 5 times. And it looks like Lynchburg has 11 hits. 17 runs on 11 hits. This ball lifted foul to right by Ben Jones, who has a 2 RBI double in this inning. Ben Jones has a sac fly in the game. Ben Jones has been hit by a pitch, and he has walked. So it's a typical Ben Jones game right here. Made a couple nice defensive plays. We'll see if Benny Bombs is ready to explode again potentially. He doesn't like to give it bats away. This one popped into shallow right center field. Second baseman calling for it and making the grab, and the 8th inning will come to a close. Big one for Lynchburg. They pad the lead and now on top 17-0. We move to the top of the 9th inning. Let's just stay right here, Ethan, as we'll close it out with it looks like Dominic Rollins on the mound to cover the 9th inning for Lynchburg. In a blowout game, Dom Rollins will be looking to stay sharp right here. He won't want to give up an inch, and I'm sure Lynchburg would prefer that as well.
Yeah, Dominic Rollins, another one of those pitchers that he's been here for a couple of years, but he was a transfer in a couple of years ago, so he is that type of pitcher. He's got some velocity, he's got good movement. Really the key for Dominic, since I've seen him pitch here at Lynchburg, it's really all about confidence and knowing that you can beat these hitters and that you are one of your better pitchers. So really, I really like this move from Coach Beasley and Solbach and the pitching crew for throwing him in here, get some confidence back at the beginning of the season, dust off some cobwebs, as that's probably one of my favorite sayings really for baseball. But, I mean, you just kind of got to throw pitchers in and get their confidence up. It is a good spot for Dominic Rollins.
Dom Rollins has not pitched this season, according to my records. Last year he ate up some innings, 14 appearances, 13 innings there. We are pretty sure we've got some defensive changes that we're going to attempt to run down for you. I do see Joe Gordon over there at first base still. We got to change at third base.
We got Timmy Cotton in left field, too.
Timmy Cotton in left. Did Kellen Clark stay at third?
Yes, he
hit
did.
in that Gavin Collins spot. Okay. So we'll try to get it for you. Sean Pokerock still doing the catching for Lynchburg. And the pitcher will be Dominic Rollins. This is the third arm that Lynchburg has used. Kaltrider went 7 strong, and that might be an understatement. 7 innings of shutout ball with 11 strikeouts for Tyler Kaltrider. Go ahead, Ski.
We do have Ethan Smith taking over in center field and Ryder Warren, a freshman, taking over right field.
Good eyes right there by you. That's the young eyes that we need. I have to squint and
I appreciate you calling me young, Kyle.
Well, yeah. You'll never be as young as you are today.
Well, yeah,
of course.
That
sounds
philosophy.
like a Brady Mooreism right there, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, seeing these guys out of here makes me feel older because, I played with all these guys.
Sure.
So, it's, but again, we said at the beginning of the game, seeing it from up here, it's completely different than seeing it down at the field. So, it's fun, though. I'm having a good time with you, Kyle.
Always a great day at the ballpark. And if you're a Lynchburg fan, being up 17-0 helps. I think all is not lost for York. This is a quality York ball club. Recovering after a 17-0 defeat could be tough, but Coach Mike Scappa, the head man for York, he's been around. He'll know the right things to say to his guys to get them ready for Game 2. I believe we have a new hitter. No, it's still Gabe Trevina. I'm sorry. Trevina sends one into Wake. 5, 6 now?
I think that's 5.
5.
I think 5.
No way we're going to be able to keep track of that all season.
We're going to try, though. We have to. I'll write it down. I'll make sure we do.
2 strike, 2-2 count, in fact, here as Rollins misses outside with a fastball. Dom Rollins played his high school ball down the street at Jefferson Forest High School. A Cavalier. His brother Michael on the team now. Always nice when it's a family affair. This ball sent into center field. Hit well. Ethan Smith is there. Hauls it in for the first out of the 9th inning. Ethan Smith, nice to see him getting a little burn out there in center field. We're used to Ethan Smith kind of being that pinch running specialist role, but he's much more than that. Good grab on a ball that appeared to be hit well.
Yeah, Ethan Smith, seeing him out there in center, it's really nice. Get him some playing time. He came into this program actually as an infielder. And as the years went on, he's found himself in the outfield. And like you said, in that pinch runner role, obviously he's got some speed. He can get good jumps off of pitchers and catchers. So it's really nice to see him out there in center.
Rollins' second pitch to Teneni is high, and now the count is 2-0. The cap comes off for Dominic Rollins, number 42. Starters still out there. It looks like Pokerock, Garcia, and Jones. Catcher, short, and second, respectively. Kind of makes sense. You want to keep the middle of the defense intact. That's something you hear about from coaches, and so much importance on the middle of the diamond.
Well, yeah, especially with Brandon Garcia and Ben Jones. They've been playing with each other for years. Of course, a couple years ago, those two and Gavin Collins leading the nation in double plays. So keeping those two intact together with that chemistry that they have, it's really unmatched. They do such a fantastic job being able to turn the ball.
Yeah, 2023, the national championship run, Lynchburg did have 51 double plays. That led the country. 39 in 54 games last year. The actual per game on the double play didn't take that much of a hit last year. 0.72 double plays per game last year. Lynchburg does have a double play in this game. Double play here would end the ball game with Chris Bettler up. He tripled in his last at bat. That gave York some life. That's when the game was still competitive. Alex Neld is on deck, scheduled to be on deck anyway. Could see some changes from York. Neld struck out 3 times, all against Tyler Kaltrider. Probably very happy to see a new arm out there. 1-1 count with 1 away in the top of the 9th. Lynchburg potentially a ground ball away from ending this thing. Bettler did bounce into the double play in the first inning. And you can't really underestimate how key that was at the time. Lynchburg gets out of the first not yielding any runs. If York scores there, game could have a completely different flavor. That's why those double plays are so massive. That one just missed from Dominic Rollins. 2-2's the count with one out.
Well, going back to the double plays, I mean, with this middle infield, it just puts so much trust that your pitchers can have on your defense and just makes them that much more comfortable.
Yeah, pitcher feels like they don't have to be so perfect, so fine out there. You can just throw something knee high and just assume that you're going to get a good result. Doesn't always work that way, but I agree with your point about the trust and the confidence. Another 2-2 from Rollins. Swing and a miss. He got Bettler on strikes. And now Lynchburg 1 out away from their first home win of the season. Lynchburg comes into this at 6-1. Everything's been on the road. Those games down at Greensboro, the little D3 showcase deal, will go down as neutral site games, but obviously they're away from home. This is Alex Neild. He struck out 3 times in the ball game. Got the bat off his shoulder, but couldn't take a swing at that snapper from Dominic Rollins. 0-1 count, 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning. Lynchburg on top by a bunch, 17-0. Second one from Rollins, swung through. Dom Rollins looks good. He'll have to adjust the cap again. Maybe one more pitch necessary here. Lynchburg dugout, all at the edge of the rail on their feet. This one is a breaking ball in the dirt. Snagged on the backhand by Sean Pokerot. Gave a nod of approval to Dominic Rollins. Must have been close to where Pokey wanted it.
Yeah, not a bad spot, not a bad 0-2 pitch. Obviously, you don't want to put that one in too close into the zone. So that's a good pitch from Dom.
That one wider. Pokerot will field off the wall, but no chance to get the runner moving to second.
I think that's the first ball so far of the day that's gone to the backstop for both these teams.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, both catchers really clean back there. Probably a wild pitch, as that one was pretty wayward out of the hand of Rollins. 2-2, 2 outs, runner on second. Here's the pitch, and Neild will stay alive. He's the DH. Jacob Daimling on deck for York. Nick Matfield, the scheduled starter in Game 2 for Lynchburg. Can't wait to see Nick again on the mound. Here comes a 2-2 from Rollins. Ground ball up the middle. This is going to sneak through. Shutout might be gone right here. Ethan Smith will collect and throw right into second base. No play at the plate. And Lynchburg will give up a run to the York College Spartans as Michael Teneni scampers home on the base hit. Runner at first with 2 outs. Lynchburg still just 1 pitch away from picking up win number 7 of the season. Rollins checks the runner at first. Joe Gordon's actually going to play behind him there. Like the play, especially with a left-hander up. Give yourself the full range as a first baseman. Strike 1 from the righty Dom Rollins.
You talk about how they're starting the season off 7-1. I believe in the last 5 years, this is probably the best start that this Lynchburg team's had going into a season.
Yeah, we need to go into our file and start looking at the best starts for Lynchburg to begin seasons. I think this has got to be up there, and the tough competition so far this season. It's got to be factored in as well. Lynchburg played tough competition all year last year, not just when the playoffs started. Hornets played 7 teams that made the NCAA tournament last year. Ethan.
Yeah, I mean, they're always going to have a tough schedule, preseason schedule. I mean, Coach Jones and Bees always harp on how they love that early season competition because it gets your team ready for in-conference, and you know the ODAC is always going to be a tough conference in baseball. You've got solid teams, and I know Bridgewater is going to be a really, really great team this year. So it's good to have that early regular season tough competition because you know you're going to face a tough conference, and then when you get to the playoff time, if you get past the conference, you know it's only going to get harder from there.
Ball 4 from Rollins. He's walked 2 in the inning and surrendered a single. Not exactly the way he wanted this 9th inning outing to go. It's a 17-1 Lynchburg lead. Would you be surprised when I tell you that Lynchburg in the regular season played 5 teams that made it to a super regional or the World Series?
That actually
Just in the
wouldn't
regular
surprise me.
season.
That North Carolina tournament, I mean, they did it last weekend, and they did it last year too, where you played 3 top 25. I mean, majority of the years,
Right?
they're every single team. I mean, Cortland, Marietta, Salisbury, all those good teams that they've played in the past. You know, they're all most of the time going to be your top 25 team in the nation or higher. So, I mean, that doesn't surprise me.
Yep.
But, I mean, it's still a good stat to have if you are Lynchburg with how well they've done lately.
Another wild one from Rollins. Poker Rock will pick it up, toss it back. Runners move up 90 feet. Yeah, in the regular season last year, Lynchburg played East Texas Baptist. They made it to a super regional. CNU made it to super regional. Randolph-Macon obviously made it to super regional and the World Series. Birmingham Southern made it to the World Series.
Yeah, that was
and
a
then
really
Salisbury
interesting story.
was the 5th team that made it to a super regional. Another walk from Dominic Rollins. And then, yeah, you can keep going with your thought there for sure.
Well, yeah, that Birmingham and Southern team was I don't know. I mean, you could call it a Cinderella story. I mean, that they were a team that were pretty good. I mean, they were good in the regular season, had a really, really nice run in the playoffs, and obviously we know that school, I mean, that team was playing through that playoff run and that World Series run knowing that they weren't going to be a school after that year. So, I mean, they weren't really playing for anything but themselves and pride. So, I mean, that run by Birmingham and Southern was really impressive. And obviously we know Birmingham and Southern has been a solid team throughout the years. I mean, Lynchburg, we've played them, I think, every single year, whether that was preseason or postseason for the last 4 years. So, I mean, that was a really tough time for those kids. But, I mean, they did a fantastic job. That run that they went on was unbelievable.
Got a new pitcher for Lynchburg as we talk about that run from Birmingham Southern last year. Yeah, the postseason was all, the NCAA part of it anyway, regionals and beyond, was after the school had shut its doors. And the door is open for Trent Judd in out of the bullpen. He'll replace Dominic Rollins. Judd is the 4th pitcher that Lynchburg has used. Last season, Trent Judd made 4 appearances, 7.1 innings across those 4 appearances. Did make 1 start. I think that was in a game against Methodist here at Fox Field, if I recall correctly, for Trent Judd.
I believe you're right. That Methodist game, you always remember playing Methodist. I remember last year they came into town. We hadn't played them since since my freshman year, which was 2020, 2021. And they rolled in with I think it was all yellow uniforms. That was definitely an interesting one. But you always remember teams like that. And so, I mean, they made their statement with the uniforms. They're always a solid team, too.
Yeah, coached by a real baseball legend, Tom Austin, who I believe is 2nd all-time in wins, next to Mr. Babb from Johns Hopkins. They're both up there in the top 5. Tom Austin's been at Methodist. I believe it's the only place he's coached at. And he's racked up a lot of wins down there in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Trent Judd on for his first appearance of the season. He will inherit a bases-loaded situation. Lynchburg still just 1 out away. Dom Rollins got Trevina to fly out, a walk and then a strikeout. But since then, the next 3 consecutive batters have reached for York. Still a 17-1 ball game as Judd sends this one over the plate. In left field, the catch is made by Timmy Cotton, and that's your ball game. Lynchburg moves to 7-1 on the season, a blowout victory over York College. Lynchburg will get 17 runs on 11 hits, 10 walks, 5 hit by pitch. Lynchburg did leave 7 on base, did a lot of the damage in those big innings again, 5 in the 3rd, 4 in the 7th, and then a 7-run 8th inning really put the game out of reach. Hornets 7-1 on the year. York College 8-1 on the season. Multiple hits today for Brandon Garcia. Sean Pokerock had a 3-hit day. Logan Webster with 2 base knocks and a big 3-run blast from Gavin Collins. A great start on the mound for Lynchburg. Tyler Kaltrider was special. 7 innings complete, no earned runs. He surrendered 3 hits and struck out 11. All right, Ethan Moratsky and myself will come back here after a brief timeout. We'll recap this one and get you ready for Game 2 between York and Lynchburg. You'll see all the action right here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. All right, we're back on LHSN. It's just like we never left here. Lynchburg wins game 1, 17-1. They move to 7-1 on the season. York College 0-1 officially. Ski, we were told there's some people watching, some people in the chat. They didn't necessarily need a shout-out or a roll call, but, you know, it's our show. Let's have some fun with it. Let's say hello to some people. I know we got Chris Jones tuning in. Good grief. Look at this list. We already talked about Oscar Briggs, Jackie Jones, Natalie Beasley. Natalie Beasley, let's go. Everybody's saying hello in there. William Neves, James Belle-Isle, Rosa Perez. There's a lot of names here. Oh, man, this chat is busy. There's your boy Fitz having some fun, getting excited about the home run from Gavin Collins. By the way, career jack number 19 for Gavin Collins. That was a 3-run bomb in the 7th inning. Lynchburg would go on to score 7th in the 8th inning, but, you know, just while we're chatting about it, good transition, Ethan. I thought the Gavin Collins home run felt like the backbreaker to me. Again, I know Lynchburg went on to score 7 more, but that put them up 10-0 at that point. Felt pretty rock solid from then forward.
Yeah, you could say that the home run from Gavin Collins was definitely a dagger. Obviously, the game was in reach for majority of it. Lynchburg just had a really good last third of the 9 innings, and hopefully they can continue to bring that energy and those bats into this second game. And if you're York, you really got to find a way to just completely forget about that first game. You got to have a memory of a goldfish, as Ted Lasso would say, and just go into this second game firing and keep the intensity up. And you can't, because you got a third game tomorrow, so you can't lose any energy for this second game.
Yeah, you really, in a game like baseball where it is a marathon, 40-game season for most teams, and then you got some playoffs potentially, you really do. You have to bring some energy every game because it's not professional baseball. It's not 162. So, yes, it's a grind. It's a long year, but you also still have to bring that edge to every game. Most teams would say that anyway. Offensively, I don't want to leave people out for Lynchburg, and we'll continue to talk about things in Game 2, but multi-hit day for Brandon Garcia. He was actually on 5 times. Ben Jones had a fabulous day. Sack fly, 2 RBI double. He was on a couple other times with a walk and a hit by pitch. Lynchburg drew 10 walks. They got hit 5 times to go along with 11 hits. 2-hit day for Logan Webster. 2-hit day for Gavin Collins, including the 3-run homer. And on the mound, Tyler Kaltreiter, he was as good as advertised and maybe a little bit better. With 11 punch-outs in 7 innings of work, he surrendered 3 hits.
Yeah, he did an absolutely amazing job through that in his entire performance, and especially when giving up that leadoff double to start off the game and coming back, firing, getting a strikeout, and then a double play, and the same thing later on in the game, giving up that leadoff triple, coming back, not giving up a single run. I mean, that's huge for your outing, and I think one player in this lineup that I really want to give praise to is Logan Webster in that 9-hole. I mean, that's the definition of your second leadoff hitter. I mean, getting on and allowing that turnover in the top of your lineup to do what they do. And that's exactly what Brandon Garcia and Ben Jones did when it got back up to them. I mean, Logan Webster found himself on base a ton going into that, and that's exactly what you want out of your 9 hitters. So Logan Webster had a fantastic game, and we're looking to see if he can keep that up in this second game.
Batting order for Lynchburg has 2 changes, and it's been shuffled a bit. Let's get to that in just a second, as we'll talk about York College. They've made 2 changes to their lineup as well. It'll be Prendergast, Trevina, Teneni, Bettler, Cassidy. DH is Jason Cassidy this game. He's a sophomore from Vienna, Virginia. Right fielder Jacob Daimling back in there in the 6th spot. Ryan Nedzikowski, the first baseman, batting 7th. Nessenson 8th again. And then the catcher will be Gehrig Fleming. So 2 changes for York. They'll be going against the talented Nick Matfield. We get Matfield back on the bump here at Fox Field. Always great to see Nick Matfield pitch, and he keeps it interesting with the different arm angles. He's always changing speeds, and really over his career, he's proven to be very, very consistent. 20-4 in 37 starts, Ski. 20-4. I mean, that's again, I use that phrase, it's insane too much, but 20-4 for Nick Matfield, former ODAC Rookie of the Year. And he brings so much talent out there. he could be the ace. You've got Kaltreiter. I think Matfield's been in this role as being the second guy in the doubleheader usually, so he's comfortable with that. It's just a great spot for Lynchburg to be in, to have these two guys. Connor Moore will be doing the catching here in Game 2.
Yeah, Nick Matfield, he's one of the guys that every single pitcher in this staff can look up to if you're a young guy. I mean, I think he's filling his role perfectly as that Game 2 starter, and especially with the people that he's pitching after. I mean, last year it was Wesley Arrington, who sits upper 80s, low 90s, and then you come right back into Game 2 and you've got a complete opposite pitcher in Nick Matfield, where he's about around mid-80s, and he's getting up there a little bit this semester. He keeps telling me that that his velocity is getting better, but I mean, it's just, I mean, the different arm angles, the different pitches he can throw. He has so much in his arsenal, and that's so huge. It's just such a big switch up going from Tyler Kaltreiter to Nick Matfield.
First pitch will pepper the bottom rail for strike one. We are underway in Game 2. Lynchburg still in the all black. York in the green top with the gray pants. Lynchburg has now won 2 in a row. This ball tapped to the left side. Collins on the move. He'll step and throw, and he does get the out at first base. Lucas Pendergrast down on 2 pitches.
Really great job. Really great start from Nick, and that's exactly what we're going to see majority of this game. Obviously, Matfield not afraid of getting strikeouts and keeping hitters on their front foot and out in front, but he's a really, really big pitch to contact, pitch to soft contact kind of pitcher. That's what you're going to see a lot in this game.
9 strikeouts to just 2 walks this season. That's in 2 starts. Matfield swing and a miss on pitch number 1 to Gabe Trevina. Matfield is a 5th year from Suffolk. 2.92 earned run average so far this season. He's 1-0, one no decision in there. Most recent outing was against Marietta, went 6 1/3, surrendered 3 hits, struck out 5, 1 walk, did hit 2 batters. But everything expected from Nick Matfield so far is basically unfolded this season. He'll get a swing there. He's thrown 4 pitches, and they're all strikes so far. Matfield, again, Old Dominion Athletic Conference Rookie of the Year. He missed a lot of 2023. He actually pitched this weekend against York 2 seasons ago before the injury pretty much shut him down for the rest of the year. But back in the mix last year, and he was really good. Kind of took him a while to get back to that vintage Nick Matfield form, but boy, he was a big part of that playoff run. Ethan Morotsky, as you know, Nick Matfield, he had some special moments in the month of May there when the Hornets just would not stop winning. He'll get a called strike 3. Connor Moore seals that one on the inside part of the plate as Matfield has gotten 2 quick outs. 4 pitches to that batter, 2 pitches to the leadoff man, Pendergrast, and now it's Michael Teneni, the shortstop, stepping in with nobody on and 2 outs here in the top of the first.
Well, go back to that month of May and how well this Lynchburg baseball team did, and obviously everybody really was doing their part as this team was just, I mean, there was nothing stopping how much fire they had in their bellies. And, I mean, you can put a lot of the success onto the pitching staff with how well Wes Arrington was doing in that playoff run, and then Nick Matfield right after him every single time was just doing fantastic, not letting runners on, especially against that Laverne team. Gave up that 1 run and a really, really beautiful just finish to that game. I mean, that's exactly what you're going to get out of Nick Matfield.
He was 1 out away from a complete game in East Lake, Ohio, in the Lynchburg win against Misericordia. There's a breaking ball in the dirt. And it's a 2-1 count. First time today Matfield has fallen behind a hitter. It's only the 3rd batter for York. Michael Teneni hit .389 last year. He was 1 for 2 in Game 1 with 2 walks. So Teneni a force. Bettler on deck, hit the triple. Talked about his outstanding numbers from last season. 2-seamer from Matfield was close, but now the count is 3 balls and 1 strike. Lynchburg defense, regular depth. Corners are deep, middle deep. Outfield, medium deep with the center fielder shaded slightly in the right center gap. That is Parker Cato again playing center field. Bouncing ball. Collins will field the high hop. He'll throw. Movement by Eric Hyatt. Had to come off the bag, tried to tag, and he missed that tag as Teneni did a really good job of reading where Hyatt was moving to catch that and then angling back to the inside part of the base there. Probably an error on Gavin Collins. We'll wait for the official result. There is a runner on with 2 outs at the top of the first.
Yeah, I would assume that will be a throwing error on Gavin Collins. And, I mean, looking at the pitcher that we have on the mound, he's not going to worry about it too much. Obviously, he's been playing with Gavin this will be his 5th year, so he knows exactly that you're going to make mistakes on this field. There are going to be some errors every once in a while, and Nick Matfield's going to bounce right back, knowing that Gavin Collins is going to do the exact same thing.
Slider just off the plate to Chris Bettler. Senior swings and misses at that. Count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Bettler had the triple. It's actually one of 2 extra base hits in the game for York. 1-1 delivery coming from Nick Matfield as he looks over the front shoulder. Bettler will lift this one onto Wake Fieldhouse. 6 balls have hit Wake. We got to stop. We've got to stop. When we get to double digits, we'll stop. Oh, you think now it's locked in there?
Yeah, I think we have to do it now. We'll have to put it up on the scoreboard up there.
I bet Oscar Briggs doesn't miss going on the roof up there at Wake to get the balls. Or Oscar Garcia, sorry. Swing and a miss. Chris Bettler strikes out. Matfield will leave 1 stranded. He struck out 2 in the top of the first inning. And here comes Lynchburg to hit bottom 1, game 2, Fox Field. It's LHSN. Here comes the lineup for Lynchburg here in Game 2 against York College. Brandon Garcia playing short, leading off. Joe Munitz will bat second in right field. Ben Jones hitting third, playing second base. Connor Moore, the sophomore catcher, cleaning up. The designated hitter this game is Ryder Warren. We've got Gavin Collins batting 6th, Eric Hyatt 7th, Parker Cato 8th, Logan Webster 9th. So 6, 7, 8, and 9 are the same. Brandon Garcia still in the leadoff spot. The changes are in the 2-hole there with Joe Munitz moving up from 5th. Connor Moore obviously just swapped in that spot for Sean Pokerock, the cleanup man. And then the designated hitter, Ryder Warren. Jake Wright was the DH in Game 1. As Brandon Garcia will watch the first pitch come across from Brandon Purdy. Brandon Purdy was in that grouping of York pitchers who made 10 starts last year. He actually had 2 complete games. Fantastic season last year for Purdy. As Brandon Garcia will swipe 1 foul. I say fantastic. I mean, he's 3-7, Ethan. So at first glance, maybe that doesn't look great, but you dig a little deeper into the numbers. Solid stuff from Brandon Purdy. 4.35 earned run average in those 10 starts. Brandon Garcia will hit one to third. Close play at first base. Good, strong throw from Gabe Trevina to get him by half a step.
Yeah, really nice dive there from the third baseman and Gabe Trevina. I mean, really nice play. The ball looked like he was going down the line, and we talked about it in the first game, how that is almost a patented Brandon Garcia late barrel to that left side. He loves doing it. And just a great play and a great throw to first base to get the first out of the inning.
Struck out 25, walked 18, did Brandon Purdy last year. Munitz is going to get confirmation from the umpire about the strike there. Outside corner, and it's an 0-1 count. Third baseman Trevina even with the bag here against Joe Munitz. That fastball further off the plate. Ben Jones waits on deck. Ben Jones had a fantastic game. Walk, hit by pitch, sacrifice fly. He did pop out a couple times, but also a 2 RBI double for Ben Jones as Joe Munitz will watch the third pitch of the at-bat, go wide. It's 5 lefties in a row for Lynchburg in the lineup here to begin. And then you got Parker Cato left-handed down there in the 8 hole as well. So Lynchburg really got some resources when it comes to left-handed and right-handed hitting options.
Yeah, it's the perks of having great recruiting classes and having big recruiting classes, being able to have that diversity in your lineup.
Yeah, competition within the team as well, too, right? You gotta work for it. You got other guys who are good players, and so that adds an element to things as well. So Joe Munitz fouls one away. Here comes another 2-2 delivery. That one's upstairs, neck high, and the count is full. We're in the bottom of the first inning. York got one on. Gavin Collins throwing error. Michael Teneni couldn't get any further than first base. Lynchburg, if you missed it, won game 1 at 17-1. Good coverage there by the pitcher Purdy to get over on the bouncing ball to the first baseman. Joe Munitz has grounded out, and there's 2 away in the bottom of the first. Just to recap it again, Lynchburg 17 runs on 11 hits, 10 walks, 5 hit by pitch. Lynchburg left 7 on, 4 of those were in scoring position. Here's Ben Jones hitting with 2 outs and the bases empty.
It's a pretty good start by Purdy, getting 2 quick outs on ground balls. Good way to start off this second game after the performance that Lynchburg put up last matchup.
I've got Lynchburg as having 2 extra base hits last game. The double from Jones, homer from Gavin Collins. 1-1 count to Ben Jones. He'll swing on this one. 4-hopper to the second baseman. It drove Prendergast back slightly, but in the end it's pretty routine, and that inning is over. Fast first inning. Neither team scores, and we'll head to the top of the second in game 2 between York and Lynchburg. We are ready for the top of the second inning as the press box has actually thinned out a little bit, but the fun has not stopped. If anything, it has increased. Here's Jason Cassidy, sophomore from Vienna, Virginia, James Madison High School. That's one that a lot of Lynchburg fans will be familiar with. I believe a high school teammate with the sophomore catcher, Connor Moore.
Yeah, sophomore catcher Connor Moore, and also if you remember, Josh Jorman, 2-way pitcher and first baseman, also went to James Madison High School.
A baseball powerhouse there as the breaking ball from Nick Matfield catches the bottom rail. 1-1 is the count. Cassidy is one of 2 changes in the York lineup, the other being the catcher Garrick Fleming, who will bat 9th. We saw Matthew Wade catch in the first game. Matfield will get a chopper over his head. Long run. Garcia dove for it. It's almost some friendly fire there as Ben Jones was closing in on that ball as well. Matfield will scramble to second just to make sure Cassidy cannot advance. There's a base hit, first of the ball game for York. Spartans were able to rack up 4 hits in game 1. They scored 1 run on 4 hits. They left 7 on base. 5 of those were in scoring position, including a couple there in the final inning.
Well, that right there is a perfect example of showing that in baseball you don't have to hit the ball 90-plus miles per hour to get a single. And that, again, is another example of the type of ground balls that you're going to get from Nick Matfield. You're going to get a lot of soft contact. But when the ball is placed perfectly up the middle, I think it went right over that bag. 9 times out of 10, you're going to get a single there.
There's a lot of space for those 8 guys to cover out there, and you're right. Sometimes it's hit them where they ain't, whether it's intentional or not, as it's a breaking ball for a called strike to Jacob Daimling. The junior was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts in game 1, did walk in his final plate appearance. Matfield's ahead 0-2. Nobody out here in the top of the second inning. Lynchburg turned 1 double play in game 1. We talked about those fantastic numbers the past couple seasons with Lynchburg turning the double plays. Not all involving Batman and Robin, Ben Jones and Brandon Garcia, and I don't know which one is which, but a lot of those double plays do end up getting those guys involved. Of course, Gavin Collins over there at third base, and then you'll get a handful of double plays in some weird ways. We saw York get a, I don't know if you call it weird, but a little 6-3 line drive throw to first double play. So you get a few of those as the season goes on. 1-2 pitch, ground ball. Matfield got leather on it. He's going to scramble. Only one play now. He'll pick it up, throw to first. Hyatt came off the bag. Throw was just slightly wide. Alarm clock was off, and Matfield really had to hustle to get to that ball after the deflection. Sounds like it's going to be a hit. It's back-to-back singles for York.
Yeah.
Back-to-back balls that, were choppers through the middle, too.
And Matfield got his glove onto that one, couldn't secure it. Did have to hustle to get that play. And just missed the throw to first base.
I guess on the hit error debate here is York is going to show a sacrifice bunt called strike 1. On the hit error debate, you could make the argument that if Matfield makes a good throw, he's out at first. So that might lead you to lump it in the error category, I guess.
Yeah, possible error
tough,
on the
though.
throw.
Does it meet that ordinary effort criteria, those kinds of things, because of the way he had to rush to the ball? So what do you think, baseball fans? I mean, that's part of the great thing about watching a game is everybody kind of is entitled to their own opinion. Very, very tricky. If you're Jacob Daimling, you'd love to have that call to hit because then it helps your average. The error obviously hurts the average.
Sack bunt.
You know what's interesting, too, is the error by the pitcher doesn't go against his ERA. That's always interesting as well. Because the ERA, right, the ERA is a reflection of your pitching abilities and not your fielding abilities. So
it does go to your fielding percentage.
It does go to your fielding percentage, right. Right. Here comes a 2-strike delivery from Matfield. That just missed. Pretty good at bat going on here as we chat about the previous play. The hitter is Ryan Nedzikowski. And I apologize to the Nedzikowski fans. I kind of butchered the name a couple times. Unfortunately, that won't be the last time I do that this year, but I will try because I've got a weird last name too, and most people get it wrong. This one flared foul. Oh, a grab by the fans, and the crowd going wild out there. They loved it.
That was Nathaniel Mack that caught that ball.
That was no way.
Yeah, a little extra energy from
gotta get him on the broadcast
some returners
now.
coming. Yeah, we got to.
Nathaniel Mack with a play on a foul ball. Do not add that to the Wake Fieldhouse tally either, by the way. Here comes another 1-2 from Matfield. Maybe we should get serious. We'll see. Seems like a serious situation for York. They did score in game 1, but for the most part, offense was hard to come by. So now the Spartans really trying to get something together here. Wind is a factor in this game. Starting to see it some on your screen. Matfield will check the runner. 2-2. Soft contact. He'll field this. Throw to Ben Jones at second. 1 there. Jones with a half fake to first, seeing if he could get the runner Cassidy to make a big turn at third. Cassidy did not, and Lynchburg will get 1 out. A fielder's choice will put runners at the corners. Chris Netzenson, the senior center fielder, was 0 for 4 in game 1, but a chance to get his team on the board here. With runners at first and third. We're in the top of the second inning. Still a tie ball game, 0-0. Matfield goes inside. Quality pitch right there. And you could see Nessenson kind of buckled the knee a little bit like a breaking ball does sometimes, but that was a fastball, just the location. He really seems to hug the plate as well. So getting balls under his hands might be something Matfield wants to do. And on that, Matfield will go outside and get a swing and miss.
Well, we talked last game about lefty-lefty matchups and why they're so crucial and why pitching coaches love it. But when you look at Nick Matfield going up against the lefty, obviously with Nick being a righty, he has such a devastating two-seam because he gets that arm action down to like, it's almost like sidearm slash three-quarters. It gets that extra pronation on that fastball, gets some extra movement, extra run, and you really love throwing that to a lefty because getting pitches as a righty to go away from a lefty is not easy with a changeup.
Matfield went with a curveball in the dirt. Good block, smother action there from Connor Moore to make sure runners could not advance. 2-2 is the count. Matfield trying to use that movement to get Nessenson to either swing and miss or perhaps induce an inning-ending ground ball. 0-0 is the score, top of the second. Runners at the corners. Nessenson will flare this one foul. We'll run it back at 2-2. Lynchburg's going to have Moore, Warren, and Collins due up in the bottom of the second. That's 4, 5, and 6. Lynchburg went down in order in their half of the first. Matfield set just above the belt. Now fires, nearly hit Nessenson. Count is full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Work to do here for Nick Matfield.
With a 3-2 count, not sure if we'll see the runner head towards second on the pitch here.
Here's the pitch from Matfield. No movement from the runner, and he struck him out. Nice pitch from Nick Matfield. Went inside again. Looked like he tried to go there on the 2-2 pitch and missed. And full confidence went right back to that location under the hands of Nessenson. We've got 2 down now in the top of the second. Now Matfield's back in business again. He's 1 pitch away again with the catcher Gehrig Fleming batting 9th for York. Fleming swings at the first and fouls it back. I believe that's 8 of 9 hitters the first time through that Matfield has started with an 0-1 count. Mixture of foul balls, swing and miss, and then some called strikes.
We're getting ahead in the count for a pitcher is so crucial because it changes. I mean, just 1 pitch in an at-bat changes the entire at-bat, really. So if you can start off ahead, it allows you to, opens the door for a lot more pitches to be able to possibly be thrown. It also can somewhat get into the hitter's head knowing that you have a pitcher like Nick who can throw a ton of different pitches.
Another foul ball. It's a 1-2 count. It looks like Matfield fell behind Bettler, then came back with 2 quick strikes. So that's another one you hear a lot about. Strike 1's so important, but getting 2 strikes in the first 3 pitches, also a big deal, according to the numbers. And Matfield has that again. 1-2 delivery coming up to the 9-hole hitter. Fleming's on this. Wynn's going to beat it down, though. This was a ball on a normal day that might have been mid-left field, but instead Brandon Garcia will call for it, make the grab at the edge of the dirt. 2 left stranded for York as they threaten in the top of the second. Still no score in Game 2 between the Hornets and the Spartans. 4, 5, 6 due up for Lynchburg here in the bottom of the second inning. Connor Moore, Ryder Warren, Gavin Collins. It's Kyle Haney and Ethan Morotsky spending some time with you on a Saturday. It's already 3:16, Ethan. And Coach Travis Beasley made mention of the early setting sun here, still on March 1st. You don't get a ton of daylight, so it'll be interesting here in a couple hours to see what the sky is like and how fast this game moves. Pretty quick so far through 1.5.
There were some occasions throughout my career.
Foul ball left side is it was so compelling that Ethan got stopped in his tracks there on the comment.
There were a couple instances in my career where we did have to finish a game the next day. I remember Greensboro, I believe my freshman year, sophomore year, we had a doubleheader with them and couldn't finish off one of the games and had to continue on into the next day.
Well, you remember the Washington and Lee scenario last year, right? The Generals were trying to beat the daylight because it reverts back to the last inning, I guess. And they made outs intentionally to try to get a complete game in, and it ended up burning Washington and Lee as Lynchburg came back in that game 2 of the doubleheader. So, yeah, interesting, but Mother Nature, and I guess daylight can be included in that, does have a factor in the game of baseball, at least at our level. I guess at all levels.
It's been pretty good so far. We've got some good weather, a little bit of wind, but, I mean, the temperature is great.
Yeah, I agree. Connor Moore hits one, medium deep. Center fielder broke back, now has to hustle in. That ball's down. Connor Moore will scamper into second. It's probably going to be a double for Connor Moore. The center fielder, Chris Nessenson, broke back on it, and interestingly enough, you had mentioned the wind right before or as he was swinging the bat there, Ski. I think the wind really just beat that ball down. I mean, Nessenson broke back, then all of a sudden he realized he was woefully out of place and tried to come in and make the grab, couldn't get there.
Yeah, I think it was a combination between the wind and possibly maybe a not so great read. I was talking about in the first game how there are some trees in the background that could potentially cause some struggle with the first read off the bat, and I know center field does deal with that a little bit because it looked like he started to go back a little bit, like he thought he was going to get beat in the gap, and then he just started to charge forward and made an attempt to dive onto that one.
It's officially a hit for Connor Moore, and it's officially the first one of the game for Lynchburg. Ryder Warren is the left-handed hitter in the batter's box right now. The runner in scoring position, nobody out in the second inning. It's a 0-0 ball game. Ryder Warren studies the second one. It's ball 2. Ryder Warren is a first-year man from Richmond, Virginia, Freeman High School. No stats so far this season. Or did Ryder Warren get a pinch hit last game? He did not. He went in the field. Right. So this is the first at-bat of the year for Ryder Warren. Hasn't had to do much so far as he's looked at 3 that are outside the zone. Hitters count now for Warren.
Yeah, went in to play defense there in that top of the 9th. And as a freshman coming in, getting your first couple at-bats, one thing you got to do is you got to relax and know that you got the talent and you got recruited for a reason. You got to just stay calm and know that you have the talent to get base hits and that they'll come.
Brandon Purdy does catch the outer black with that fastball. 3-1 count. They've all been away from Ryder Warren here, either by design or accidentally from Brandon Purdy. He'll check the runner. Connor Moore at second. Warren, good pass on that one, but it will be foul, and now the count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Connor Moore, a catcher. They're not always slow, but you assume probably not the first candidate to steal a base here, especially not steal third with nobody out.
Yeah, especially because you let off the inning with a double. You don't want to take a runner out of scoring position because of a base running error.
Ryder Warren will foul one away the other direction this time. He'll step away from the dirt and compose himself. We'll run it back again at 3-2. Gavin Collins waits on deck. 2 hits in game 1, including his 19th career home run. First of the season for Gavin Collins. Lynchburg 3 as a team now. Here comes the 3-2 from Brandon Purdy. Went inside and got Ryder Warren looking Good location there, and it will be out number 1. First strikeout of the ball game for Brandon Purdy. Here comes Gavin Collins.
A really good 3-2 full count pitch there from York. Good pitch calling. Catching him a little off guard, throwing that inside two-seam so he can run back into the zone.
See if Gavin Collins can stay hot after the break between games. Called strike 1. Eric Hyatt on deck. Parker Cato, Logan Webster. I mentioned 6, 7, 8, and 9. Exact same as game 1 for Lynchburg. We got to do the lineup tracker for Lynchburg because hold that thought as Gavin Collins has popped one up in the infield. With the wind, you never know. Long run, and the catch is made. The right side of the pitcher's mound. 2 down now in the bottom of the second. Parker Cato, the first-year man to hit. Oh, no, Eric Hyatt, I beg your pardon. Got ahead of myself there. It's Hyatt. The changing Lynchburg lineups were a big story for us in 2023. Less so last year, but still definitely some changes from game to game as far as lineup construction, configuration. And that's always fun to watch, see how a team does utilize the different options. Ball 1 to Eric Hyatt.
Well, I think that's the beauty of having so much depth and having so much talent on this team. And you can move around the lineup. You can see at the beginning of the season what hitters are going to be better in what spot in the order. Maybe like we're seeing lately, seeing Eric Hyatt drop in the order. Obviously struggling a tiny bit to start this year. And I'll say it again, maybe Eric just needs to dust off the cobwebs, but with the talent that he has and that he's given us the last 3 years, you can imagine he'll be right back there.
I think Eric Hyatt is going to hit Wake Fieldhouse on back-to-back swings there. It's a 1-2 count. Hyatt did have a single in game 1, got hit by a pitch. No, he was subbed out there. That was Joe Gordon that got hit by that pitch. Hyatt had the successfully executed safety squeeze bunt for an RBI. 1-2 coming up from Brandon Purdy. Swing and a miss. He got Eric Hyatt there on something up and away. 2 punch outs in the inning. Connor Moore left stranded in scoring position after his leadoff double. We're through 2 complete in game 2. Still a stalemate between York and Lynchburg. All right, 2 complete here in game 2. York, no runs on 2 hits. They've left 3 on. Lynchburg just 1 hit, 1 runner left on. Connor Moore with the double. Connor Moore's up to 3 for 7 on the season now. And for York, to start the 3rd, it'll be the leadoff man, Lucas Prendergast, whose name I butchered all game 1, and I'm going to get better in game 2. 346 on the year last year for Lucas Prendergast. He was 1 for 4 with a double, leadoff double, in game number 1. He'll take strike 1 from Nick Matfield, the 5th-year star from Suffolk, Virginia, still out there for Lynchburg. How great is it that you get Nick Matfield, Gavin Collins back for a 5th season? Because I think at the end of the year last year, they were still kind of in between as far as if they were going to come back or not.
Yeah, after we had lost to Misericordia, I know Nick was 100% coming
Okay.
back. I knew he was always telling me he wanted to come back, play that extra year, because obviously he had an injury his freshman year, and then also his junior year, the year that we won the national championship. But last year after, I know during the playoff run, Gavin was thinking about it, but he was like more 50-50. Obviously with school, is a thing, and that's hanging over your shoulders, finishing up school. But after we had lost, I was talking to him, and he wasn't too sure. And throughout the summer, just convinced himself to come back. And I'm sure everybody on this team. I mean, I know everybody loves Gavin. He's a great guy. I mean, he's been my roommate this is my 5th year, so he's been my roommate forever, and he's a great guy. And I know everybody on this team loves Nick Matfield also, and those are two crucial players in this lineup. I mean, Gavin's been a starter since freshman year, and Nick's been an amazing pitcher every year that he's healthy. So, I mean, those are two huge players in this lineup and staff.
Ground ball right side. That'll get through. Lucas Prendergast, the leadoff man, is on. 2 hits on the day now for Prendergast after grounding out to Gavin Collins to start this game. He's aboard with nobody out in the top of the 3rd inning. Gabe Trevina struck out against Nick Matfield, his first at bat. 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts in game 1. So Trevina will be in that looking to kickstart something category. Just to clarify, you and Gavin Collins have been roommates for 5 years? That's half a decade.
Yeah, we've
That's
been
half a decade.
So
That's a
it's
long
actually
time.
we've actually known each other longer than that, because me, Gavin Collins, and Riley O'Donovan, he graduated last year. We've actually played travel baseball together before we got here I played with Riley for probably 3 years before we got here. I played with Gavin for probably a year and a half. So we've known each other for a long time. And the story of us becoming roommates and all, it's funny, and that's a story for another time. But yeah, we took he obviously wasn't here in the fall because he was doing, he didn't need to be here in the fall, so he stayed at home, worked, but got here in the spring, and we've been roommates for a long time, and wouldn't take any of it back. I mean, he's a great guy. I mean, I love living with him, love being on the same team as him, and that's the thing for all of these guys is baseball is not just a sport that you play. It's like a brotherhood that you get when you join these teams.
The count is 1-1 to Gabe Trevina. Nick Matfield has thrown over once or twice in this at bat already. He'll toss again to get Lucas Prendergast back on the dive. Lynchburg's going to send 8-9-1 up in their half of the 3rd. Here's the pitch from Matfield. Went inside, missed. Now our count is 2 balls and 1 strike with nobody out. Top 3, Michael Tenenny on deck. He reached on a throwing error his first at bat. And then you got the danger man, I think, Chris Bettler in the hole. Swing and miss from Gabe Trevina there. Great downward sinking action on that pitch from Matfield. Evens our count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
It's so tough to try and see what pitch Matfield's throwing when you're in the batter's box, because you typically, when you have a pitcher that throws in 2 different arm angles, they throw certain pitches at one angle and then certain pitches at the other, but Nick throws every pitch at that arm angle.
Swing and miss. Trevina strikes out again. Moore dropped the ball. First base is occupied, so Trevina was out anyway. And that'll be strikeout number 4. Strikeout number 4. I was right. Should have trusted my first instinct. Ski. Strikeout number 4 of the game for Nick Matfield. This is Michael Tenenny. 0 for 1 in this game. Reached on the error. 1 for 2 in game 1 with a couple walks. Guy that hit .383 last year. York returning this season. Some more on that. They returned 5 players that hit .253 or better. Bettler, .423, Tenenny, .383, Prendergast, .346, Trevina, .311. These are all guys that we've been talking about basically the entire day. Matfield will throw over again to keep Prendergast close. 1-0 count for Michael Tenenny. He'll have to wait as Matfield, another toss. And that's one thing you get with Nick Matfield as a 5th-year guy. he understands that holding runner's piece. He's never going to let guys just wander around on the base paths.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that they work on so much in practice, and being able to bring that into a game situation is huge.
Tough play here, slow roller. Gavin Collins run through, bobbled. That probably goes down as a base hit for Michael Teneni. Another one that did not leave the infield. And really, you got to think, Nick Matfield's given up 4 hits. But how many of them really true singles? I mean, Prendergast shot that one through the hole on the right side. The other 3, really just kind of those chopping, slow roller type balls. I think Matfield's got great stuff, but back to baseball being baseball, sometimes guys squeeze hits out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously in the scorebook, they're all singles. But, and like we said, that those are the type of at-bats you're going to get against Matfield. You're going to get a lot of soft contact. You're going to get a lot of pitch to contact, and he's going to give you a lot of ground balls, and he's got to take advantage of them. And York getting some breaks here in some of these ground balls that they're getting off of Matfield.
This is who I called the danger man. Chris Bettler struck out in his first at-bat. 1-0 count now. He'll pull this one. Collins is going to hustle to step on third. Fires across. Bettler beat that out. Good stretch from Eric Hyatt. Bettler was moving well. He's a left fielder. And he hustled down the line there. Hard 90 to keep the inning alive. It will be a fielder's choice as Gavin Collins stepped on third for the second out of the inning.
I really like that decision from Gavin Collins to step on third. Obviously, with 1 out, you're really thinking double play as soon as that ball is hit. But with the way that ball was hit and how long it stayed in the air, I really like that decision to go step on third base, get that lead runner with the possibility of course, getting the runner out at first. But it keeps a runner 180 feet away from scoring instead of 90 feet if he doesn't step on third and he gets the out at second instead.
Jason Cassidy, sophomore from Vienna, Virginia, is 1 for 1. Hit a chopper up the middle in his first at-bat, which at the time was the first single of the ball game for either club, first hit. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. It's a 2-0 count for Cassidy. He'll watch that one go basically right down the middle under the belt line. And now the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Jacob Daimling on deck also singled in his first plate appearance. That was all last inning. We're in the top of the third right now here in game 2 between York and Lynchburg. This one through the hole. Hyatt gave a dive but didn't get there. Joe Munitz comes up throwing. They'll hold the runner at third. Shutout still intact. Good on-target throw from Joe Munitz there. Would have been interesting to see if that runner got sent. That would have been very close at the plate. But now the bases are loaded. 2 outs with Jacob Daimling stepping in.
Yeah, good throw from Joe Munitz. Didn't give Seymour a short hop. Didn't throw it over his head. A nice 2-hop. Let the field do what it's going to do. You know that you're going to get a really good bounce there if you keep it at just a 1-hop or a 2-hop like we saw there. And that's something that, I mean, Coach Garcia harped on, is getting that short hop so you can put the catcher in the best situation to be able to tag out a runner in case he sends him.
Yeah, it essentially becomes just like fielding a ground ball for that catcher. Plus that lower throw tends to stay on a line a little bit better than if you sail it and try to go airborne the whole way. Then it tails more, and here's a ball hit sharply. Garcia dove, couldn't get there. 1 run is in. We could have a play at the plate here. Collins will relay. No, doesn't release it. 2 runs in. Jacob Daimling on the second pitch of the at-bat, slashing that one to the left side. York really going backside well. Cassidy went the other way. Daimling, a left-handed hitter, going into left field. It's a 2-0 York lead. First time we've seen the Spartans on top today. But this should not be a big shock to anybody. It's a York team that returns a lot. They took 2 out of 3 from Lynchburg last year. Matfield's not out of the inning yet. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. The hitter is Ryan Nedzikowski.
Well, I think York is really having a really great approach to the way Nick Matfield pitches, trying to hit balls to the opposite field, get behind that baseball.
6 hits in the ball game for York. Called strike 1. 1-1 with 2 outs. Chris Nessenson on deck here for York, an offense that might be finding its footing in game 2. The 1-1 from Matfield. Chopped to Garcia. Did well to hunt a hop on that one. Catch it cleanly and throw across. Inning is over. Damage is done for York. It's 2 runs on 4 hits. Spartans leave 2 on. They take their first advantage of the afternoon. Let's see the Lynchburg response. It's coming up next on LHSN. We're ready for the bottom of the third as we chuckle at Brady Moore. It's kind of holding court right now in the press box. Brady doesn't mind being the star of the show from time to time.
Well, that's why we call him the director of Brady Moore.
The director of Brady Moore. Yeah, we just figured out the new name for Brady Moore, who is also the director of baseball analytics. The hitter right now is Parker Cato, first-year center fielder for Lynchburg. 0 for 3 in game 1. With 2 strikeouts. He'll swing and miss at the first delivery from Brandon Purdy. It's a 2-0 York lead. Spartans so far through the first 3 innings of game 2, 2 runs on 6 hits. They've left 5 on base. Lynchburg has no runs on 1 hit. They have left 1 on. Just the 1 base runner right now for Lynchburg. That was Connor Moore with the double last inning. 0-2 count on Parker Cato. Logan Webster on deck. Brandon Garcia due up third in inning 3. That one upstairs. High-line fastball. Cato no problem laying off. Worth mentioning again, really solid crowd here at the ballpark. Typically, the weekend attendance at Foxy is really good, Ethan, and visiting teams like York, they tend to travel well.
Yeah, that's the beauty of baseball. I mean, all these parents and family and friends.
Cato ground ball got into the chest of Prendergast, but he was able to recapture in time to throw out Parker Cato.
Like I was saying, all the family and friends of baseball clubs and schools, they love traveling. They love going to the different stadiums because obviously you've got every team's stadium is different from – it's like a snowflake. That's the best comparison I can have. There's no one same stadium out there. So, I mean, going to the different yards, looking at the different teams, different backdrops, you know, it can be exciting for fans.
Oh, I just love it. I think it's one of the great things about our game, the unique facilities around the field. And then of course, even between the lines, each field is slightly unique, whereas your footballs, you know, every football field's the same dimensions. But in baseball, you got some different things, so that's cool. And we love it down here at James C. Fox Field, often just shortened to Fox. Also Foxy. What else? Is that it? Feels like there might be something else.
That's it.
1-2 count here on Logan Webster. I was hoping you'd have something, but okay.
Yeah, I mean,
we could call it the Jimmy. We could say Jimmy Fox.
Jimmy.
You know, Jimmy Fox was a Hall of Fame baseball player. Not the same guy as James C. Fox, who our field is named after. But if you're ever bored, look up the numbers on Jimmy Fox, Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
a fantastic ball player. 2-2 is the count to a great ball player, Logan Webster. That one's in the dirt. Now it's full for the 9-hole hitter for Lynchburg. 2-hit day already for Logan Webster.
Good job in this Sorry, Kyle. Good job in this at-bat. Going down 0-2 and now 3-2 on the full count.
Webster will spray that one foul in between the first baseman and the first base coach, Cam Lane. Brandon Garcia waiting on deck. Lynchburg, in years past, has been really good about answering when the other team scores. Maybe not always run for run or more runs than the opposition, but so often Lynchburg offensively He'll follow up when the other ball club does get some runs. Logan Webster, this ball hit fairly well into center field, but it felt like Chris Nessenson judged the wind and the trajectory of the ball a bit better that time. He'll make the grab for out 2.
Yeah, really good barrel on that by Webster. Looks like the wind is killing all these balls. I mean, that was a solid sound off the bat. Looked good going towards center, but a really good read by the center fielder.
Brandon Garcia grounded out to the third baseman his first at bat. Gabe Trevina made a fantastic play over there. Hollywood with 2 hits in game 1. I mentioned that will be career multi-hit game 40 for Brandon Garcia. He's got 23 2-hit games, 17 3-hit games, and he's got 1 hit here in game 2. That one just laced into left center field over the shortstop's head. Brandon Garcia is aboard with 2 down here in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
Beautiful piece of hitting. I like the aggressiveness from Garcia, and again, hitting it to that opposite field, that left center gap. Loves doing it.
Sometimes shocking to think Brandon Garcia actually doesn't have a 4 or a 5-hit game just yet, but one of those is coming.
Yeah,
one of those is coming. Part of it is he's so patient and disciplined at the plate. He's going to draw so many walks.
Yeah.
So that limits your chances to get hits a little bit. But, yeah, eventually Brandon Garcia is going to have a 4 or a 5 or a 6-hit kind of a game. That's waiting for him at some point. Here's the 1-0 to Joe Munitz. He'll watch a breaking ball come through for a strike.
Well, I think something that has to go into it with Brandon Garcia is that he finds himself as a leadoff hitter, obviously. He finds himself in a lot of 2-strike counts, and that could change up the swing a lot.
Garcia running, not a great jump. Decent throw from Gehrig Fleming. But it did pull the shortstop, Michael Teneni, just enough. He tried to lunge back and tag Brandon Garcia. Stolen base there for Brandon Garcia. And that's obviously something he does very well also. Brandon Garcia last year, 29 stolen bases.
Well, it's a really good job from him. Obviously getting that single, turning it into a double with a stolen base, and now in scoring position.
Breaking ball called strike for Joe Munitz. On the season for Brandon Garcia, it looks like stolen base number 2. I'll double check that one. Here comes a 2-2 to Joe Munitz. We're in the bottom of the 3rd. Lynchburg down by 2. It's almost a true Deuces Wild situation that I love. We're very close to it with York leading by 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. If we had a 2-2 ball game, that'd be even better.
With 2 hits and 2 errors for Lynchburg.
Yeah. Lynchburg does have 2 hits, though, by the way. He'll spin and throw on Brandon Garcia again. He's back safely with a head-first slide. Ben Jones on deck, grounded out to second in his first plate appearance. Joe Munitz pulled one to the first baseman. And the pitcher, Brandon Purdy, got over and covered. Purdy has looked solid so far. Here's the 2-2. Munitz under this. He'll lift it foul. Now we're so deep into this thing, we have to really track the ball and make sure it makes contact with Wake Fieldhouse or not. We don't want to mess up the stats. We don't want to fudge the numbers.
Well, I think Eric had 2 in his at-bat earlier.
Yeah. The team is saying we're up to 9 balls that have made contact with Wake Fieldhouse this year. If you've never been on campus here at Lynchburg, Wake Fieldhouse is kind of the auxiliary gym / weight room. It is to our right, to the first base side of the field. And it is very prominent. Joe Munitz will foul one the other direction. You can't miss it when you come to a game in person. And sometimes the fans have to look alive over there on that first base line because you'll get the rebound off the wall there.
Yeah, I could definitely seen some fans taking some baseballs. Good thing not to the head, but they do definitely get hit a couple times. Like you said, got to stay alive.
Here comes another 2-2 to Joe Munitz in the dirt. Good block by Gehrig Fleming. Yeah, Nathaniel Mack wouldn't let that happen over there. He's going to jump in front of those balls and snag them. That's probably an inside joke. That's probably breaking a broadcast rule right there.
Well, you can say now with Mack not playing and coaching now that he's going back to his glory days catching that foul ball.
One of the best in the business to ever catch a foul ball. Joe Munitz will pull this one to the right side. First baseman Purdy over to cover again. And York is out of the inning with their 2-0 lead intact. Lynchburg gets one hit, one left on. No runs, still shut out through 3 complete. It's York 2, Lynchburg none in Game 2 at James C. Fox Field. All right, we've made it to the 4th inning in Game 2. York with a lead, 2-0. Lynchburg did win Game 1, 17-1. Chris Nessenson, the center fielder, will lead off. He struck out against Nick Matfield his first time up. But we're kind of at that point in the day, Ethan, where players can lose focus, broadcasters can lose focus, fans can lose focus. I mean, it ends up being a long day. I think those teams that are the best and the players that are the best, they really find a way to stay locked in on these long days, right?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, 18 innings, it's about for these teams. I mean, I know we were always told to get to the field at around 8:15 and sometimes even earlier than that. So, I mean, these are long days for both these teams. And I know York obviously taking the bus trip from down the road at wherever hotel they're staying. So, I mean, it can be long days for both these teams.
Garcia moving up the middle. Classy play there from Brandon Garcia to retire Nessenson. And there's one down here in the 4th. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the road team, sure, you don't have to worry about the field prep and pulling the tarp and those things. But as you know, and maybe most of the folks watching know, you get in that hotel room with 2 or 3 other guys. You don't always get 8 or 9 hours of sleep the night before these games. So that's an element in there. Plus your student athletes, too, as Garrig Fleming will swing on the first one and send it into center field. I think my student athlete comment was going to be about the school work and those commitments and those things, but we'll turn our attention back to baseball here as York has turned the lineup over again. It's the leadoff man, Lucas Prendergast. He's 1 for 2. And really now Lynchburg, we talked about this in Game 1. Lynchburg gets a blowout win. But if you're the Hornets right now, it doesn't matter that you won 17-1 in Game 1. You can't let this get away from you here in inning 4 of Game 2.
Well, yeah, I talked about how York has to completely forget about what happened in Game 1. And in reality, the Lynchburg's got to do the exact same thing. This is a brand-new ball game. The score starts at 0 for both teams. So you got to forget what happened in the first game. And you can attempt to redo what happened in the first game and put up 17 runs. Of course, now that's a lot of runs, but you got to forget, and it's a brand-new game for both teams here.
7th hit of the ball game, by the way, for York College, who struggled to get base hits at all and string them together in Game 1. York did end up with 4 base knocks total. 1-1 count to Prendergast. A 2-0 ball game. Got that one off the knuckles and lifted it foul. Yeah, each game is new, and you're right. Every game starts with a 0-0 score. That's tough sometimes for fans to understand because, fans don't like it when the coach in the postgame just says, no, we just didn't play well enough. We'll have to try again tomorrow. Everybody wants to know the reasons why you didn't win, but baseball's just funny like that. Ball in the dirt. Moore kept it in front, but it did kick down the third base line, and that allows Fleming time to advance into scoring position. There's one out here in the top of the 4th inning.
Yeah, brand new ball game, and that's the beauty of the sport is that we talked about it at the end of last game and beginning of this game is that, yeah, Lynchburg won 17-1 in Game 1. But this next game could be completely different, and York could come out and have a fantastic game.
Ground ball right side that was just foul. Hyatt probably would have been there to make the grab. We'll have another 2-2 delivery here. Nick Matfield pitching to Lucas Prendergast. Starting to see some activity in the Lynchburg bullpen. Not anybody really heating up, but some players stirring down there. Breaking ball in the dirt. Strikeout, but it got away from Moore. Prendergast is going to advance to first. So for Matfield, it's strikeout number 5 of the game, but he does not get an out of it. There are runners at the corners with 1 out. Still just 1 out here in the top of the 4th. With a dangerous part of the lineup, 2-hole hitter Gabe Trevina, stecking in.
If you're Nick Matfield, obviously you got to look on the bright side here. Runner is on first now, so the double play is in order to possibly end the inning.
You're 1 pitch away. Another one's going to bounce away from Connor Moore. He'll fake a throw to second. Prendergast slides in safely. Double play not in order now at the moment anyway. Gabe Trevina, senior third baseman. He's thrown the leather around a little bit today. Still looking for his first hit of the afternoon, though. We will get a mound visit from assistant coach Michael Solbach. That'll give us some time to banter and chat a little bit more. Here's a noteworthy thing about Lynchburg's 17-run outburst there, Ethan. Most runs in a game for Lynchburg since they scored 18 last April 13th against the Avert Cougars. So Lynchburg, we talk about high-scoring college baseball and how you see 22 to 20 games all the time, but it's basically the most runs Lynchburg's had in a while. Not quite a full calendar year, April 13th of last year, but closing in on that.
Well, we've seen that a couple times in college baseball so far this year. You see, I believe it was William and Mary, and I don't remember what school they were playing, but Rhode Island. They put up like I think a combined 50-plus runs.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. 1-0 coming to Trevina after the visit. Ground ball. Garcia has it. He'll throw across. Run will come in on the fielder's choice. So pretty good baseball all the way around there. Good pitch from Matfield to induce the ground ball. Trevina didn't try to do too much, and he gets the run in. There's 2 outs now. And the score is 3-0. York extending their lead here in the top of the 4th inning. Michael Tenenny, he's 1 for 2. He's been on twice. Reached on a Gavin Collins error. Breaking ball missed. That was close. Lynchburg is back to the run scoring. 22 against EMU last year. I believe that was the highest scoring run total. Lynchburg typically, when they get double-digit runs, ends up winning the game. In fact, I think Lynchburg was undefeated last year when they scored 10 or more runs. One from Matfield on the way. Curveball, strike 2.
Beautiful pitch, beautiful job finding that outside corner. Looks like he's got that slider working so far in this at-bat. Let's see what he goes to in the 1-2 count.
Tenenny trying to stay alive. Run scoring opportunity too. Tenenny's under this one. Shallow right field. Ben Jones is under it, wants it, takes it, and there's the final out of the inning. York extending the lead, 1 run on 1 hit, 1 runner left on for the Spartans, and we move to the bottom of the 4th inning here in Game 2 of 3. Game 3 could be a rubber match tomorrow. First pitch at noon. More on that in just a second. We're ready for the bottom of the fourth. It'll be Ben Jones to lead off for Lynchburg, grounded out to the second baseman in his first at bat. York's got 3 runs on 7 hits. Spartans have now stranded 6. Lynchburg still with time. We know the offense is explosive. We found that out in game 1 with the 17-run outburst. We knew that anyway, but always nice to see some proof of the concept. Put up a big number. Here's Ben Jones. He's on this one. Drills down the line. Karam might keep him at first base. Yeah, that one really bounced directly to the right fielder, Jacob Daimling. And Daimling was hustling the whole way, too. So a hard single there from Ben Jones. That'll be hit number 3 of the ball game for Lynchburg.
It was a beautiful piece of hitting there from Ben Jones. Really nice aggressiveness, and that's really the definition of what we're talking about, how every field is different. When you look down right field line, you know, there's a lot of fence, not too much space, and it hits that. With the velocity that he swung that ball, it hit that fence and just shot right to the right fielder and stopped him from getting extra bases when at a different field. I mean, that's almost always going to be a double for Ben Jones.
Exactly right. It really, you look at a minor league park, I mean, that ball probably goes all the way to the deep right corner to the wall. That might be 3 for Ben Jones because then you're getting your longest throw to third base possible from that right field foul pole. But yeah, that's our game, man. You have to love it. How could you not be romantic about baseball? Every game is unique. Every field is unique. Every player is unique in their own way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, that's the beauty of baseball, and that's why we've loved it our whole lives.
Connor Moore is going to look at a breaking ball in the dirt. Good block by Garrick Fleming. He'll toss it back to the pitcher. 2-0 count here for Connor Moore, who's 1 for 1 with a double. 3 hits on the season now for Moore. And he has jumped into that second catcher's role behind Sean Pokerock. Lynchburg, as long as we can, watch out, because Connor Moore, he got the barrel on that one and roped it into right field. Ben Jones will turn the corner. Moore got a third of the way off the bag and held there. It's runners at the corners for Lynchburg, and the Hornets might be heating up in the bottom of the fourth.
Another beautiful swing by another lefty, Connor Moore. He's really jumped out in this lineup, given the opportunities this year. He's really taken advantage of them, and that was just a beautiful swing, smoked past the first baseman. And Ben Jones, as soon as he sees that ball is hit behind him on the ground to the outfield, he's going to take third base every single day there.
Those last 2 swings had such a great sound off the bat for the 2 Lynchburg hitters. It's Jones at third, Moore at first. The hitter is Ryder Warren. Struck out looking in his first at bat. First-year man from Richmond wanted the first one. Took a slap at it, fouled it straight down. We've seen Lynchburg use the safety squeeze today. That was Eric Hyatt that executed the first to third squeeze play. That's an option here for Lynchburg. Elite speed for Ben Jones at third. We'll say average for Connor Moore at first.
I think you're right.
I don't
there
want to
on
upset the
that
Connor
speed.
Moore fans or anything.
I think that's a good assumption of Connor Moore's speed. I mean, he can definitely get up there in how fast he can run, but you also got to think he's been squatting down as the catcher too. So,
check swing on a pretty nasty pitch there by Ryder Warren. I think Brandon Purdy's got good stuff. We maybe haven't even talked about just the action on his pitches that much, but he's got some life, got some movement. 1-2 count. Volume from the Lynchburg dugout comes up. The entire York dugout's on the fence line there. Warren will hit this hard at the shortstop. Run's going to come in. They get the first. Second one off the bag. Warren safe at first. So it will be a fielder's choice and an RBI for Ryder Warren. Lynchburg's on the board. It's a 3-1 York lead. There's 1 out now in the bottom of the fourth. I would call that 3 swings in a row where Lynchburg's hit it hard, Ethan.
Yeah, that was a solid swing by Ryder Warren. Just a Sunday hop for the shortstop, and it was a really nice play. Getting that first out at second, you got to make sure you get 1 there, and they did a good job at that. And unfortunately couldn't get that second run, but a really good 3 straight swings, like you said, 3 great swings for the lefties in Lynchburg, and now that brings up Gavin Collins.
I guess there was some foul balls in there, so it wasn't 3 consecutive swings. But I think most people knew what we were talking about, the end result of the at-bats Gavin Collins will watch a breaking ball south of the zone. Ryder Warren wants to run. Throw was to the first base side of the bag. Warren actually did not slide. I don't know if he was trying to get around the tag. That's a caught stealing. Lynchburg is aggressive on the bases. They were caught a few times, one time in game one, a pickoff in game one as well. So if that's part of your game, you're just going to have to live with that from time to time. There's now 2 outs, though, and a 2-0 count for Gavin Collins. Bases are empty. Purdy back to the windup, breaking ball inside. 3-0 for Gavin Collins. With Eric Hyatt waiting on deck. Here's the pitch from Purdy. Called strike 1. Lynchburg coming into the weekend. Finish the thought here in a second. 3-1. Breaking ball in the dirt. Gavin Collins will walk. Coming into the weekend, Lynchburg was 15 for 21 in the stolen base department. Got to double check our live stats, but I know we had a couple stolen bases in game one. So I think that's going to be a part of Lynchburg's game all season long. We know, I shouldn't say we know, I shouldn't assume fans know. Last year, Lynchburg had O'Kelly McWilliams, who was,
he was
going
one
to
of
take
the
off
fastest
and
guys
run.
I've ever seen, Kyle.
Absolutely, absolutely. But Lynchburg, outside of what IV, O'Kelly McWilliams the fourth did, Brandon Garcia stole a lot of bags. Ben Jones stole a lot of bags. I mean, as a team, you guys were working on the base stealing and really taking pride in that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know that we have speed, but when it comes to stolen bases, it's really not just speed that you have to have. I mean, you have to be able to read a pitcher. When you get to higher levels, especially in college baseball, some of it comes into terms where you got to start reading the catcher, too, at the same time. And it's also knowing when you have a good read and when you don't have a good read. Like we saw there, unfortunately, Ryder Warren did not have the best of reads going to second. At that point, you just got to break down. So there's a lot that goes into it.
Eric Hyatt trying to stay alive on an 0-2 count will send this one down the right field line in the air. It's Jacob Daimling coming on to make the grab. Lynchburg will get 1 run on 2 hits. They leave 1 runner stranded. We're through 4 complete. Spartans 3, Hornets 1 on LHSN. All right, top of the 5th inning in game 2. Lynchburg took game 1 17-1. Hornets are now 7-1 on the season. York currently 0-1, but the Spartans are on top right now, nearly midway through second contest. 3-1 is the score. Chris Bettler is the hitter. Nick Matfield still pitching for Lynchburg. This is game 2 of 3 in the series. Tomorrow, first pitch at noon. We're going to have a little ring ceremony tomorrow before the game for guys from last year's team that are not on the squad this year, like my broadcast colleague, Ethan Morotsky, and like Nathaniel Mack, who has come up a few times in the game today. You just gotta make sure, bouncing ball to Brandon Garcia, he'll field in front of his face, fastball across the diamond to get Bettler, who really moves well for a bigger guy. But you know, one thing, and I don't like to ever give advice on the broadcasting, Ethan, but you have to remember that the York College people, they don't know who you are, who Nathaniel Mack is. So it's always nice to try to clean that up occasionally. Players from last year's ball club, like the guy under the headset to my right, who was 3 for 3 in the stolen base department. We looked that up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun being in this program. It was, I mean, like I said earlier, I mean, the brotherhood that I had, you don't have just friends on this team. You get recruited into a family. And so and it doesn't end when you graduate. You stick with those guys. You're always talking to them. You have group chats that I still talk into group chats, or we still talk into group chats from my freshman year. So I mean, it's a family and it never ends.
1-1 count to Jason Cassidy, who's 1-1 or 2 for 2 rather. 2 for 2 today for Cassidy. Sophomore DH was not in the starting lineup in game 1, but he's out there now. He's a sophomore from Vienna, James Madison High School. Chopper up the middle for a hit, then he went the other way last at bat. York leading 3-1. Yeah, let's see. Saw Sam Allheight out there today. Sounds like he'll be in on the fun. You said Riley O'Donovan was going to be here.
Yeah, I just saw Caleb Bella out before before I came back into the broadcast booth, and also saw Ryan Long.
Chopper, Collins, hustling, grab and go. Couldn't get him in time. In fact, the ball popped out of Hyatt's glove over there. That's probably another hit for Jason Cassidy. Boy, he's 3 for 3.
Yeah, great job getting down that line. Nick Matfield tried to make that play. It's probably a smarter play for Gavin Collins to charge in and make that. I mean, if Nick Matfield fields that cleanly, he's got to throw a crossbody, go in the other direction. So that's a tough play for a pitcher to make every time it goes towards the left side of the mound. So it's probably better off that Gavin Collins did take that.
Kind of one of those perfectly placed balls again. If you're the pitcher, Matfield, you got to take some confidence away and say, well, they're not hitting me hard. You know, I'm getting soft contact. I'm getting these choppers that go straight down. Easier said than done sometimes, though, especially when you're in the top of the 5th. Matfield's pitch count's going to be getting up there. We'll check in on that in a second. Ball in the dirt. Connor Moore kept it in front, which couldn't quite get the handle as Jason Cassidy, good base running, to move into scoring position.
It also takes away the double play, so it's a huge dirt ball read from Cassidy getting to second.
The hitter's Jacob Daimling, who is also 2 for 2 in this ball game. 2 RBI single for Daimling. That was in the 2-run 3rd inning. York right now leading 3-1. So as the game gets closer and closer and nears the conclusion, that's when you gotta talk about the goofy stuff less and the Wake Fieldhouse thing less. You know, you're not going to mention the Wake Fieldhouse thing in Game 6 of the World Series when it's tied in the 9th.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
But it's fun though, and again, a long day. You gotta digress some, or you'll just drive yourself crazy. 3-1 is the York lead. That pitch well off the plate to Jacob Daimling. Count is even at 2-2.
That's another beauty about baseball is the games are so long that you have time to talk about that stuff.
Absolutely. The pacing. Well, it's so spectator friendly when you go to a game with somebody because you get those conversations throughout the game, and then when the action heats up, you direct your attention back to the diamond. It's perfect. Strikeout. Nick Matfield got Jacob Daimling swinging. That'll be punch-out number 6 today for Nick Matfield. And if you missed it, Tyler Kaltrider struck out 11 in 7 innings of work in game number 1. His fantastic start to the 2025 campaign continues. Sharp ground ball. Brandon Garcia gobbles it up, fires across, and the inning is over. So it's no runs on 1 hit, 1 stranded in scoring position again for York. Spartans on top, 3-1. Bottom of the 5th coming your way next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. All right, for Lynchburg, it'll be 8-9-1 due up here in the bottom of the fifth. Down by 2. Lynchburg tomorrow against York. We've been talking about that. First pitch at noon. Might be a little delayed because of the ceremony thing, but we'll make it work. And then at home against Pfeiffer Tuesday and Wednesday. Sounds like it's going to be you and Evan Gates on Tuesday as Parker Cato with complete disregard for the announcer schedule as he just wipes the first pitch into right field for a base knock. Good stuff there by Parker Cato. He did not have any hits in game 1, so nice to see him get one out there. Hit number 5 of the game. But, yeah, Tuesday, Pfeiffer Falcons. Sounds like that's going to be you and Evan Gates on the call. That'll be fun. And then Wednesday could be me and you, me and Evan. Who knows? Some combination. Dealer's choice out there. Joker's wild. And we're going to have fun with that. There is a chance of rain on Wednesday. I wouldn't be shocked to see maybe Tuesday become a doubleheader.
Yeah,
that's just me talking, fans. Don't change your plans or anything.
It always seems to find a way to rain in Lynchburg. So, I'm agreeing with you. It definitely wouldn't surprise me that it would turn into a doubleheader. But, of course, that's a coach's decision, so we will see.
On that note, let me remind you, fans, to get all the information at lynchburgsports.com. If there is a schedule change, you'll find out there. Look at that shot from Logan Webster. How good was that? He hit it through the pitcher's legs and then basically through the second baseman. Watch out. Ball got away in foul territory. Cato thought about scampering home. The pitcher, Purdy, ran to it, and then the catcher, Garrick Fleming, went to cover home. So a lot going on that play, but what a piece of hitting from Logan Webster. That ball was blistered. He hit it through the 5-hole of the pitcher.
Yeah, fantastic piece of hitting. It looked like the second baseman was going to get a piece of leather on that as he was shifted for a double play death, but just goes right under the glove. And Parker Cato, a fantastic job noticing that right side of second base. He was not stopping, got a lot of speed, and now on runners on second and third.
Could be punch the clock time for Brandon Garcia. He'll swing and miss at the first one. It's an 0-1 count. Back-to-back singles for Lynchburg. Back-to-back hard hits. 6 in the game now for the Hornets. They had 11 hits in the 17-run explosion in game 1. Brandon Purdy, I think, still has good stuff, but maybe the Hornets are starting to figure him out a little bit here. 0-1 delivery on the way. Corners are in for York. That ball's off the plate. Now it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
Tried to get that backdoor curveball to work on Brandon Garcia. You know he's going to be aggressive with runners on second and third.
Outfield straightaway, medium depth. Purdy will check the runner at second. That's Webster. Brandon Garcia under this one to shallow left field. Does not look like it's going to be deep enough to score Parker Cato. It is not. That's the first out of the inning. It'll bring up Joe Munitz. Sophomore is 0 for 2 in this game. He's grounded it out to the first baseman a couple times. Joe Munitz in game 1 was 0 for 1 with 3 walks. So Joe Munitz still looking for his first hit of this Saturday.
Down by 2. A lot of things that could be going through Joe Munitz's mind. There are a lot of different outcomes that you can do to get that run in.
Corners are still in. Munitz goes up the middle. That's through. Cato comes home. Webster's got the green light. Ball got bobbled in center field. Good base running from Joe Munitz. He'll slide in feet first, and we are tied 3 apiece. Joe Munitz knocking in 2 with the single up the middle.
Great aggressiveness. Hitting that one right back up the middle towards the pitcher. And a little bobble into center field. Like you said, great base running by Joe Munitz. I mean, that's what's so important, and that's why aggressive base running is so good for this team, because that single error turns it into a double. Obviously not a double in the scorebook, but it puts a runner back in scoring position.
You round first with the assumption that there is going to be a bobble, then you could just keep going when it happens. That's what Munitz did. Too many young players jog to first, and then they try to put their foot on the accelerator after the outfielder has already bobbled it. That's what gets you in trouble. 1-0 count to Ben Jones. It's a tie ball game right now. 7 hits for Lynchburg, 3 in the inning. Brandon Purdy still working. Again, I think Purdy still got pretty good stuff, Ethan. but Lynchburg's just figuring it out here. Maybe he's left a few balls elevated too.
Yeah, third way around the lineup for the Hornets. I mean, third time seeing a pitcher. You see a lot of his pitches already. So, I mean, it's a good job by Lynchburg so far. We're going to see if Ben Jones can keep that momentum going and maybe take a lead here.
3-0 count. Just my opinion, but I think it's a green light for Ben Jones. We'll see. There's one out. Runner on second. That's Joe Munitz. He just drove in a couple with his sharp single up the middle. Purdy will check the runner. Here comes the 3-0. Breaking ball. Gotta love that. That's chess match stuff right there. 3-0 count, throw him a breaking ball.
Yeah, typically 3-0, you go to your best pitch.
Maybe that's his best pitch right now. Sure.
Pitch.
Absolutely. Could be a chance for Ben Jones to hit 3-1, though. Jones, the junior from Durham, is ready. He'll swing at this foul ball. We've got a full count delivery coming up. Again, seeing some movement in the York bullpen. Not really seeing anybody get completely hot, although I will say the visitors' bullpen here at Fox is a little bit obscured from our view. Full count coming up here to Ben Jones. Brandon Purdy is the pitcher. Here it comes. Breaking ball, ball 4. Awfully close there, but we know how elite Ben Jones' eye is. He'll walk to first. Runners on first and second now. In a 3-3 ball game. This is Connor Moore. The sophomore's 2 for 2. Double and a single. 4 hits on the season for Connor Moore. Ben Jones is up to 14 walks this year, by the way. And this is game number 9 of the year. Mound visit for York. Seems like a good place to take it.
Yeah, I like the idea. Tie ball game. Obviously, Lynchburg tying it up in this half inning with runners on first and second. Double play in order. They're probably talking about how they're going to attack this hitter. You know, Connor Moore's 2 for 2. He's found some good barrels on baseballs today so far. So probably just having a meeting of how they're going to attack this hitter and possibly the next one if they can't get out of this inning in the next with the next batter.
Mound visit number 1 of the inning. Lynchburg now has full-fledged action in their bullpen. And we were briefly discussing Nick Matfield's at 95 pitches for Lynchburg. Brandon Purdy, the starter for York, came into this inning at 71. I would estimate he's thrown 20 pitches or more in this one so far. Runners on first and second, 1 out. Connor Moore will study a lively fastball. Outer third, called strike 1. On deck for Lynchburg is number 26, the first-year man, Ryder Warren. Gavin Collins would be in the hole should the inning continue that far. Backdoor breaking ball, called strike 2. Good work here from Brandon Purdy. Mound visit looks to have paid off so far anyway.
Good job starting this count 0-2. There are a lot of different things he can do here now to possibly force a strikeout or a ground ball for Connor Moore.
Joe Munitz leads off at second. Here's the pitch. That one well up and out. It's a 1-ball, 2-strike count. 1 down in the bottom of the 5th inning. Lynchburg scored 1 in the 4th, 2 here in this 5th. That's still going. For York, it was 2 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here comes Purdy. Tried to go for the backdoor breaking ball again. Moore sniffed, but do think he held up there. 2-2. 1 down. Sophomore Connor Moore. Love these young guys. You know, we talked about Lynchburg's got so much coming back, but really, we've seen the first and second years do a lot of damage today. Runners in motion. They'll throw to the trail guy, safe at both spots. Perfectly executed double steal, and that was ball 3. It'll be a full count now for Connor Moore with 1 out. Runners on second and third. Munitz, stole third, and that was Ben Jones sliding safely into second.
If you're Connor Moore here, full count with 1 out, runners on second and third, you got to think that you're going to get a pitch to hit. You don't want to load the bases here.
Corners are in for York. Middle still back. Outfield regular depth, shaded slightly the opposite way. Connor Moore yanks one, but it's foul. Good cut there from Connor Moore. Breaking ball that he was out in front of, but got a lot of the barrel on it. There's stuff falling again in the press box. Stay focused. What did I say about the great ones are the ones that can stay focused the whole time? Here we go. Full count to Connor Moore. 1 out. The pitch from Purdy. Moore got a lot of this. That will not stay fair either. Connor Moore. Got to love it. He's been on a couple. He looked up here in our direction. Did he hear me? Kind of shook the head a little bit there. Connor Moore, sophomore catcher wearing the eye black. We'll try it again here at 3-2. Good at bat. In a tie ball game. This could be the moment right here. This is the high leverage situation. One more time to Connor Moore. Airborne, left side. Bettler's under it. Let's see if it's deep enough to score. Munit's good speed. Yeah, no play at home, and Lynchburg has taken the lead. 4-3. Connor Moore with a fantastic at bat, driving in Joe Munitz with the sacrifice fly.
And at bats like that, like you said before he hit it, could be a game changer. Obviously, Lynchburg taking the lead here, and that could be huge to swing things around.
Pitching change on the way. We'll step aside, catch our breath, collect our thoughts, greet the new pitcher, and tell you more. Lynchburg has just jumped in front of York in Game 2. 4-3, Hornets on top. Lynchburg has scored 3 in the bottom of the 5th, and the Hornets now have the advantage 4-3. Second pitcher of the ball game for York will be number 41, Dylan Michalowski. He made 14 appearances last season, 13 out of the bullpen, 2-0 record, 1 save, 3.32 earned run average. So Michalowski appears to be one of the more premier options out of the York bullpen. But Lynchburg, damage has been done here in the bottom of the 5th. It was Parker Cato, single. Logan Webster, single. Brandon Garcia flew out to left for the first out. Joe Munitz drove in 2 with his single. Ben Jones walked. Sacrifice fly from Connor Moore for the second out, but also scoring the 4th run of the ball game for Lynchburg. Fantastic at bat from Connor Moore. I think can't revisit that enough.
Yeah, really good job driving it to a full count, fouling off a ton of baseballs, and doing pretty much exactly what you want to do in that situation, and giving your team a sac fly. It's a great, we used to call them team at-bats, and it's a fantastic job by Connor Moore.
Lynchburg, 4 runs on 7 hits. Hornets have left 2 on, and there is 1 on right now with 2 outs. Let's see if Ryder Warren could potentially keep this inning going. Michalowski will look at Ben Jones. Shortstop was right behind him. Lively fastball there. I think a noticeable uptick in velocity from Brandon Purdy. Not that Purdy was slow. That thing jumped out of his hand, E.
Yeah, I think it's a good job. I think it's smart going to the experienced arm. And like you said, it's really all about damage control now. Lynchburg takes the lead, but you want to stop them from getting any more runs here in this inning.
0-1. Ryder Warren was ready for that lively fastball. Fouled it straight back. Interested to see if Nick Matfield goes back out. Long delay situation, and he was at 95 pitches. My hunch is that we're going to get a new arm for Lynchburg.
Yeah, it looks like Brock Duff warming up in the bullpen. We know a very experienced arm as he transferred from, I believe, Mount St. Mary's.
0-2 coming up. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, just a great arm out of the pen. I remember after the first weekend against NC Wesleyan, he had an outstanding performance. I believe he had 7 strikeouts in 3 innings, possibly even more. Just a fantastic pitcher and a really good job getting that transfer in. Really great pitcher out of the bullpen.
Here comes 1-2 to Ryder Warren in the dirt. Another good stop by Garrig Fleming. I think he's been solid behind the plate for York. And just to clarify, I don't want to say this to make you feel bad. Brock Duff previously at North Carolina A&T last year. Yep.
That's right. I'm thinking of Will Barone, I think.
Okay.
He's from Mount St. Mary's.
Okay. Yeah. And again, don't take that the wrong way. You're not fired. 2-2 with 2 outs in a 4-3 ball game. Lynchburg by 1. They're going to try to pick on Ben Jones. He's back safely. I like the idea of keeping the runner close there, E. Sometimes I wonder, though, such a big pitch for the pitcher. I don't know that I like dividing his attention between worrying about the pick. But if you're a pitcher like Dylan Michalowski that can handle that, then go for it. Here comes the 2-2 to Ryder Warren. Not close, and now the count is full.
And going back to that pickoff, I mean, I like the move. I mean, I agree with you. I really like the move. You got to keep him close, but you also have to take into account that you got 2 strikes on the batter. And like you said, it's a big count. And Ben Jones is going to be moving off of contact no matter where he's at and how far of the lead he has at second base.
3-2 from Michalowski. Warren, airborne, right side, foul. Yeah, Jones is already in scoring position. You know, there's that element. But kind of continuing the theme of the day, there's so many ways to do it, so many different things to see. And you know what? If you'd have picked him off, then we wouldn't be saying anything about it. We'd be saying, great move to pick him off right there. Here we go. Rerun of the full count pitch. 2 outs, Lynchburg by 1. Ben Jones, great wheels at second. Here it comes. Off the plate for ball 4. Good work there by Ryder Warren. Lynchburg drew 10 walks in game 1. It's just the 3rd free pass of game 2. Gavin Collins actually walked in his last plate appearance. He's 0 for 1 today. 3-run home run in game 1. Really put the game out of reach. A home run right here wouldn't put things out of reach, but it would definitely give Lynchburg some major breathing room. Breaking ball was upstairs and in, and now Collins will hit with a 1-0 count. Ben Jones at second. Ryder Warren, the designated hitter from Richmond, leads off at first. Here's the 1-0. Gavin Collins likes it, lasers it to the shortstop. Pretty good play there at short by Michael Teneni to handle that with no problem because that was scorched by Gavin Collins. Lynchburg, a big inning. They scored 3. They take the lead. Hornets 4, Spartans 3. We're through 5 complete in game 2 at Fox Field. All right, it's the top of the 6th. Lynchburg's going to the bullpen, and it's Brock Duff. This will be appearance number 4 of the season for Brock Duff. He is 1-0. He's got 1 save, 10 strikeouts in 7 2/3 innings of work, and he's only walked 1. So Brock Duff, absolutely electric on the mound. Did pitch last year for North Carolina A&T. Local guy. Went to Lynchburg Christian Academy, also spent some time, I believe, at Brookville High School. So the local guy came home here to play for the University of Lynchburg. This is a guy that the Hornets, everybody buzzing when you talk about Brock Duff.
Yeah, great pitcher out of the pen. Kind of came to, obviously we knew he was a great pitcher, but when I was talking to Nick Matfield about him after the first weekend, you know, Nick was saying we knew he was good, but I mean, he came out, showed up, showed exactly why he's playing for this ranked team in the nation. He's done a fantastic job on the pen, and he's going to plan to keep doing that today.
For Lynchburg, last inning, looks like officially 3 runs on 3 hits. There were 2 walks in there. Lynchburg left 2 on. They do take the lead, 4-3. Big-time sacrifice fly from Connor Moore, who stays in as the catcher, catching Brock Duff. Working from the stretch here. First pitch to Nessenson is a called strike. Yeah, I think that's been the thing, just to piggyback on what you said with Duff. Everybody could see what he did in the bullpen. You see what the talent level is. Then when you come out and do it in the game with pressure and you shut other teams' offenses down in these big spots, that really gets everybody talking. And that closing is tough. Long relief, really, for Lynchburg's 2 primary closers so far this year. You have to say Brock Duff and Colin McGuire have kind of filled that role so far. Kind of an old school stopper, kind of a multi-inning closer like they started with in the 60s and 70s and the 80s.
Yeah, I remember back in the day when you had pitchers like Trevor Hoffman in your bullpen who could go 2 innings, get that 2-inning close situation going.
It's a 1-2 count to Nessenson. Got a piece of that to stay alive. Appearance number 4 for Brock Duff, and that is the team lead right now, out of the bullpen anyway. Well, it's team lead anyway. Tyler Kaltreiter made his 3rd start today. Nick Matfield made his 3rd start today. Colin McGuire has also made 3 appearances. McGuire's got 2 saves. Soft bouncer right side. Duff going to come off. Little PFP play there that will end up in a base hit. Perfectly placed from Chris Nessenson, not by design. Duff scampered to get it. Hyatt had vacated the bag, and neither one of them could get back in time. Sometimes the second baseman can get in and cover, but that's less likely at this level that the second baseman would get over there in time.
Yeah, like you said, just perfectly placed into that no man's land between the pitcher and first base. A little bit of hesitation from both Duff and Hyatt. Didn't know who wanted to go after that one.
Well, in the pitcher's fielding practice routine, that one's typically called the I got it, you take it ball. Line drive, laser to right field. We might have a double play right here. No, just 1 out recorded, but good job by Joe Munitz to catch that one no problem and load up, make a throw. Also note the hustle from Connor Jones backing up the play at first. That gives Munitz the green light to try to crank one in there and maybe get the double play. And you know that ball should not kick into the dugout on a wild throw. Shouldn't.
Yeah,
that's the idea.
Connor Moore backing up at first base. But a really good job. I like Eric Hyatt. You know, obviously you want to get that double play, but Eric getting off the bat, blocking that ball, making sure it doesn't go in the dugout. Because if it does end up in the dugout, that runner does get to take second base, and that takes away the double play. So that's a big play from both Connor Moore and Eric Hyatt, and I like the aggressiveness from Joe Munitz to try and get that double play.
0-1 as Duff looks switched on and ready to go. This ball's tapped foul, and now our count is no balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter, Lucas Prendergast. He's 1 for 3 in this ball game, 1 for 4 with a double in our first contest. Let's see if Duff's ready to try to put him away here, 0-2, or perhaps a setup pitch. Connor Moore will slide outside. Runner's going to go. Ground ball up the middle. Garcia dove, got a piece of it, and then it bounced and deflected off the runner as well. It's going to go down as a base hit. The fact that the runner took off actually maybe gave Lynchburg a better chance to field that ball because the middle guys were breaking towards the bag for the coverage.
Yeah, that was a good attempt by Garcia. Nice dive, but I feel like there could have been a little bit of communication from Ben Jones, possibly, because obviously I was on the right side of the bag, but with Brandon Garcia heading to second on that stolen base, yeah, that's a tough play.
Runners on first and second with 1 out for York. Gabe Trevina, 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. It's 2 infield singles for York in the inning. Actually, the ball they hit hardest was the one that was the out there in right field from Garrick Fleming, but back to that's baseball. 1-0, another ball up the middle. Duff gets it off the heel of the mitt. He'll compose himself, pick up, toss to Hyatt for out number 2. York really works that middle approach. Think about today how many choppers went over Matt Field's head. It's a fantastic way to hit. Start at the middle. Don't try to yank balls down the line. I like it from York.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I think they had the right approach up against a pitcher like Nick Matfield. You know he's going to give you a lot of off-speed pitches. He's not as hard as a pitcher as TK with his fastball. So I think they had a really good approach, and I think they're doing pretty well so far. Like you said, there have been a lot of perfectly placed ground balls up the middle. So I think they are doing a pretty good job right now. It's just being able to string hits together with runners in scoring position that's been so important for this team so far this game.
It's a 4-3 ball game. Lynchburg by 1. Mound visit from Michael Solbach. Probably giving Duff a chance to kind of compose himself after 2 balls back in his direction. I think he's just fine, but never a bad idea to take a visit there, and then maybe a short conversation about the game plan to the shortstop, Michael Tenneni. He's 1 for 3 in this ball game, 1 for 2 with a couple walks in game 1. Tenneni, a .383 hitter last season. He's facing Brock Duff. There is a base open. The dangerous Chris Bettler is on deck for York. Brock Duff set just above the waist. Here comes the first pitch. Swung on, lifted to right field. Long run for Joe Munitz. Is he going to get there? He is not, but that is a foul ball.
Really close there. Obviously not a ton of room when you get close to the bullpen for York. Not a lot of space in that little gravel area in foul territory. So really, if you see any ball that gets driven down that line, it really is, from the press box, it looks like it really could be 50-50 on whether that's a fair ball or not.
0-1, Duff to Tenneni with 2 outs. 2 in scoring position. Good pitch. Another ball up the middle, but Brandon Garcia's got no problem with this one. Rifle across. Lynchburg's out of the inning. 2 hits for York, but 2 left stranded. Lynchburg holds on to the 4-3 lead as we move to the bottom of the 6th. It's Lynchburg 4, York 3. Kyle Haney and Ethan Maratsky back with you. York 9 hits, Ski. They've stranded 9, though. Feels like Lynchburg's pitching is making their best pitches when runners are on base.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about it in between breaks. All 3, Brock Duff, Nick Matfield, and Tyler Callrider have done a great job coming back in innings. We know there were a lot of extra base hits, or a couple extra base hits that started off the inning for York on offense, and Tyler Callrider came back, finished out the inning with no runs scored, and same thing with Nick Matfield and Brock Duff here. I think York just needs to do a little bit better trying to string hits together with runners in scoring position. I think that's really what Lynchburg has done so well in this. Obviously, putting up 17 runs, their hitting was fantastic in game 1, but even in this game, they have 7 hits with 4 runs. They've done a good job stringing hits when they've been given free 90 feet from the pitchers.
Breaking ball from Michalowski that Hyatt will watch come in for a strike. Yeah, Lynchburg offensively, we talk about whether you want to call it efficient, whatever phrase you want to use. They get guys on. They tend to get them in. Yes, Lynchburg is going to have their share of runners left on, but the Hornets find a way to maximize all those resources, taking the walks, the hit by pitch. They pressure the defense, put it in play. Don't strike out a ton. Hyatt thought about swinging at that one. He'll have to avoid the strikeout here. 1-2 count. Dylan Michalowski is the pitcher. And Lynchburg, we know, runs the base as well. They have been burned a couple times, couple caught stealing today. There's one that just missed. And now the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I like the aggressiveness that they have on the base paths and at the plate, though. I mean, if they didn't get all these stolen bases, some of these runs might not have been counted. It might be closer games.
Hyatt flares this one out to right field. Should be catchable for Jacob Daimling. It is, as he takes a couple steps towards the infield dirt. There's out number 1 of the 6th inning, bottom of the 6th for Lynchburg. It's Parker Cato. He started the big inning there in the 5th. 3 runs in the 5th for Lynchburg. And Parker Cato, a leadoff single. He got good metal on his swing. That was a time when we thought Lynchburg was really getting to the starter, Brandon Purdy. And I guess we ended up being correct with Lynchburg putting up a 3 spot there last half inning. Logan Webster on deck, who is 1 for 2. He's hit a couple balls hard, Logan Webster. Cato's going to go the other direction. This one airborne to left field. And Chris Bettler will take a few steps back and make a relatively easy grab for the second out of the inning.
Really nice solid line drive from Cato to the opposite field. And that, we talked about it earlier, that's baseball. Hitting it solid line drive right at the outfield. Happens more than you think.
Logan Webster might do the same thing right here. Each outfielder is going to get one in the bottom of the 6th inning. 1 pitch, 1 swing. Webster hit it well, but the center fielder runs it down, and that's how the 6th will come to a close. Lynchburg leading 4-3 over York in Game 2 of our Saturday doubleheader. Welcome to the month of March, and welcome back to Fox Field. All right, the left fielder, Chris Bettler, leads off here. In the top of the 7th, we've reached the championship rounds, the late innings, 7, 8, and 9. Lynchburg really pulled away in Game 1 here. And we'll see if York can erase a 1-run deficit. 4-3 ball game. Brock Duff, the pitcher for Lynchburg. This ball is ripped. Bettler's on that. So, yeah, we were actually just bantering in between innings. Both teams have hit some balls on the nose. It seems like the hitters are starting to get things figured out in general. Bettler with a good hard whack for a single. It's his first hit of the game, second of the day.
A really nice aggressiveness and a really nice swing on that first pitch off speed. Being able to read that out of the hand and smoke it right up the middle to start off the inning.
Early count swings from both offenses, too. They're not waiting around and letting these power relievers get locked in. They're hunting first pitches that they can get the barrel to. Jason Cassidy, who's 3 for 3, did not swing there. Brock Duff will do a little bit of housekeeping on the mound. He'll step back on the slab and look in for the sign. 1-0 count. Jacob Daimling, 2 for 3 on deck. They've been important to the offense here in Game 2 for York. That one under the zone. Duff kind of kicking at the dirt again, more of the landing area that time, and that mound is probably really beat up at this point in the day. They do some work to try to fix the mound in between games, but Obviously, the condition of it isn't going to improve as more pitches are thrown. This one will catch the bottom rail for a strike. 2 balls, 1 strike with nobody out to Jason Cassidy.
Well, talking about the dirt with the mound, a lot of it has to do with preference. I mean, some pitchers like a lot of dirt to be able to push off of, and some people don't like a lot of dirt to be able to push off of.
Swing and miss from Cassidy. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Brock Duff, the second pitcher that Lynchburg has used in the game. Lynchburg used 4 in game 1. Bullpen should be pretty intact. I believe Lynchburg used 4 on the road at Mary Washington Wednesday. That one just missed from Brock Duff. If you go back to Lynchburg Wednesday, 4 pitchers. Riney just threw to 1 batter on Wednesday, so you would assume he's available. Lynchburg's got a lot of left-handers in that bullpen. Depth there. Runner going, full count. Pitch is down and in, and it's ball 4. 2 on now with nobody out in the top of the 7th. Jacob Daimling, 2 for 3. Feels like a potential for a sacrifice bunt, but Daimling is clearly seeing it well. He's driven in 2. I don't know if I want to take the bat out of his hands. We'll see what the call is here from York College.
Down by 1, you can really go either way with either decision. You hear B saying to just take the out here.
Daimling will show the bunt. Hyatt really hustling in close. He might have only been about 40 feet from home plate after the movement. Gavin Collins is starting even with the bag and creeping slightly closer. 1-0 count. Brock Duff pitching with a 1-run lead with 2 on and nobody out. There is the bunt from Daimling. Tried to push it down the direction of the third base line towards Gavin Collins. And now the count is 1-1. Let's see if Lynchburg adjusts the coverage. Maybe you have Collins crash and Hyatt stay back. Doesn't look like it. Hyatt creeping in. So is Ben Jones, actually. There it is from Daimling. Good one. It's going to get Duff off the mound. He fumbled, and everybody is safe. Probably an error there on Lynchburg, as Brock Duff looked like he got down the slope and was in good position to field that, but just did not come up with it cleanly.
Might have heard Gavin Collins calling him off a little bit there. That's why you really see the first baseman crashing there, because obviously if it does go to him, you have a possibility of getting the out at third, but you have Gavin Collins a little bit in front of third base on a play like that, just in case there is a bunt that goes to the left side to the point where he can make that play.
Big spot here. Nice stop from Connor Moore. Catcher's got some pressure on him at a time like this. Cannot afford a pass ball. 1-0 count. Corners are in for Lynchburg. Middle regular depth. Outfield regular depth and straight away. The hitter is Ryan Nedzikowski. He'll swing and send one over Wake Fieldhouse, but we'll add that to the tally. I think we're up to 10 now. 1-1 count on number 11. Ryan Nedzikowski, 0 for 3 in game 1. Walked once, struck out once. Nedzikowski's 0 for 3 in this ball game. He's grounded out to short twice. Here comes the 1-1 from Duff. Breaking ball. Nedzikowski lifts it into the air. This is catchable. Should be deep enough to score the runner. It will. Lynchburg throws into third base, and we are tied. Bettler scampers home for run number 4 of the ball game for York. And there's 1 out in the top of the 7th. So danger not completely averted yet for Lynchburg, with runners still on 1st and 2nd.
Well, really good job, really great at-bat, being able to send that to the outfield deep enough to where the run can score. And a really good job by Cato throwing it into third, not letting that runner get closer into scoring position.
Yeah, that's the right play there. Just too deep to get him at home, and if you try to uncork one the entire way, then those runners move up to 2nd and 3rd, and all of a sudden you have more problems. Chris Nessenson fouls the first one off. He is the first York hitter to have a second at bat against Brock Duff. Led off with an infield single last inning against Mr. Duff. Here's the pitch. Nessenson fouls that away. He's in an 0-2 hole with 1 out. Catcher Garrick Fleming is on deck. Gavin Collins, third baseman, back now. Eric Hyatt, first baseman, back for Lynchburg. Outfield pretty much set up the same way. Maybe have crept a little bit closer on Nessenson. Here comes the 0-2. Duff went up and away, well wide of the zone, and now the count is 1-2 strikes.
Still in a good count if you're Duff. Got a lot of different pitches in your arsenal that you could go to here. Way ahead in the count still.
Duff, set, checks the runner. No one holding him close. Ooh, this one Nessenson got a piece of, and then it got a piece of him. Knocked him to the ground. Umpire's going to walk around and give Nessenson a chance to do the same and get himself together. We'll get ready for another 1-2 offering here from Brock Duff. Lynchburg will have the top of the order coming to bat in the bottom of the 7th inning. That's Garcia, Munitz, and Jones. In a game where we are tied 4-4. Brock Duff ready for another one. Here's the pitch. Fouled off again by Nessenson. You can just see over the course of the day York taking better swings.
Yeah, fouling off a lot of 2-strike pitches, and that's really what's so key to this lineup right now. Obviously, you're putting good enough swings to where you're finding those infield singles, but if you fouling off a lot of 2-strike pitches, it's a lot of waste pitches for Brock Duff and the other pitching staff.
Nessenson will foul another one away. Yeah, think about this. This is the 10th hitter that Brock Duff has faced. He hasn't struck out any yet. That tells you York's got a pretty good approach. They're putting balls in play. Coming in to this game, Duff had struck out 10. And that's in 7 2/3 innings of work. Nessenson will foul another one away. Really good long at bat. Now, hitters coming in were only hitting 115 against Brock Duff as well. So it's not only strikeouts, but he's got a lot of those so far this season. None yet in what's an inning and a third of work. He's faced 10 hitters across that sequence. Another 1-2 coming up. Here's the pitch. Nessenson finally will keep one between the lines. It's going to be an out. Logan Webster does catch it for the second out of the inning.
Really good at bat from Nessenson, making Brock Duff throw a ton of pitches. And not only is it all about getting him to throw a lot of pitches on those foul balls, obviously, but that does somewhat, at some point, cause a little bit of frustration and gives Brock Duff the possibility of throwing a mistake.
I think we're going to get a pitching change. Maybe the amount of pitches, maybe more factors at play. Of course, there's always more factors at play in baseball. This is going to be Colin McGuire, it looks like, who will take the reins from Brock Duff and walk to the mound in a tie ball game. 4-4, 2 outs now in the bottom of the 7th inning. Let's just stay right here. It will be Colin McGuire, sophomore from Cross Junction, Virginia. He was 2-1 last year with 2 saves and really double duty kind of a guy because he made 7 starts, 10 relief appearances. So far this year, Colin McGuire has made all the trips to the mound out of the bullpen. This will be relief appearance number 4 for number 28, Colin McGuire.
Yeah, this is your ideal type of pitcher. Like you said, he can come in out of the pen like he has so far this season, but he can also be one of your midweek guys that you can trust to throw to give you 4, 5, or 6+ innings. So, I mean, this is really your ideal pitcher that you want in your bullpen, whether that's for a closing role, a long relief role, or a starting role.
So Brock Duff will officially get credited for an inning and 2/3. It's a tie ball game right now. Runners on base would be Duff's responsibility. York jumped out to the 2-0 lead with 2 in the top of the 3rd. They ran that out to a 3-0 advantage with a lone run in the 4th. Lynchburg scored 1 in the 4th, 3 in the 5th to take the lead. And now we're tied again after 1 from York here in the top of the 7th. Sun is setting. We mentioned that earlier, kind of foreshadowing. Not even 5 o'clock yet, but with still potentially anyway, 2.5 innings to play. I just wonder how's that light going to be if Lynchburg has to bat in the bottom of the ninth.
Well, yeah, I mean, people go on and talk about how the last couple seconds of a basketball game can take about a half an hour. I mean,
Right.
2.5 innings of baseball can take an hour plus, depending on how well these teams do.
You start making a lot of pitching changes. How about that? Snapper from Colin McGuire looked really good. Buckled the 9-hole hitter, Garrig Fleming. It's an 0-1 count. Third pitcher Lynchburg has used in game 2. Matt Fields started. Duff went an inning and 2/3. Another breaking ball from McGuire's got his man where he wants him. Garrig Fleming hitting out of an 0-2 hole with 2 outs, 2 runners on.
You can tell McGuire really confident in that slider / curveball slurve pitch. Really confident throwing it a lot. We'll see what he does here.
Might go back to it 0-2. Here it comes. Yeah, it was a breaking ball in the dirt. Another good stop from Connor Moore. They'll ask the umpire in the field if Garrig Fleming went around. He did not. And now the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Leadoff man, Lucas Prendergast, is waiting on deck. He's 2 for 4 in this game. 1 hit in game 1. It was a leadoff double. Here comes McGuire. Looks at the runner. Now back to the mitt. Breaking ball. Slap to the left side. It's foul. Yeah, McGuire seems to really have a good feel with the breaking pitch. Don't think we've seen a fastball yet. Lynchburg again, top of the order, coming to hit in the bottom of the 7th inning. Another 1-2 from McGuire. Breaking ball, right side. Shouldn't be a problem for Ben Jones. He'll scoop, straighten up, and throw, and Lynchburg is out of the inning. But York ties 1 run for the Spartans on 1 hit. They leave 2 stranded. It's a 4-4 ball game heading to the bottom of the 7th at Fox. (3-1-25). Welcome to the month of March. They say it's in like a lion and out like a lion. No, that's not how the saying goes. But weather today has been very lamb-like. This is a fantastic day to watch a game.
It's a great day for baseball. I woke up and saw that it was around 57 degrees, and I said, wow, we're in March. I mean, usually it's like 30 to 40 degrees. I mean, we've played games with snow coming down in this month. So, I mean, this is definitely a switch-up, and I'm wondering why it had to be this warm the year after I stopped playing.
Right, exactly. Shout out to the Lynchburg men's basketball team who is in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference semifinals. Game underway at the Salem Civic Center against Roanoke. Their own version of March Madness. Are we going to have some madness here in this finish? Nice 12-6 breaking ball that was just north of the zone from Dylan Michalowski. He's kept his squad in it. York has used just 2 pitchers in Game 2. 5 arms in Game 1. And mentioned for the Spartans, things really kind of got away from them in Game 1. But that's why you save a guy like Michalowski. So you have options and resources, and how the teams use the bullpens tomorrow will be interesting. We were already talking about who would be available tomorrow. Looked like Michalowski thought he had strike 3 there. Kind of got into the K strut off the mound.
Yeah, good pitch, good inside pitch on Garcia. Really close. Could have gone either way.
A 2-2. Brandon Garcia, that one not as close. Garcia into kind of a Juan Soto take, kind of a crouching strut right there. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I did notice that. Honestly, that's something Brandon Garcia would do, though.
He would say he invented it. He would say Juan Soto stole it from him. Here comes full count to Brandon Garcia, ripped up the middle off Michalowski. Stayed close enough. He'll catch and throw to first. Boy, another ball that Lynchburg hits hard. You have to like the approach right now. Tip your cap to Michalowski. I mean, he weathered that one and found it and made the play in time.
Yeah, not easy staying in front of balls like that. I mean, that ball was roped by Brandon Garcia, just went right to him. And got a good bounce off of himself. Didn't have to go too far to pick that one up. But I know he'll definitely take that first out of the inning.
Lynchburg's hit some balls hard for outs. You know, if you think about that, you go back to Gavin Collins in the bottom of the 5th inning. He hit that ball really hard to the shortstop. It's 5 in a row that Lynchburg has hit on the nose that have gone for outs. If we count all 3 last inning, which I think you would. I mean, feel free to disagree about
I agree.
The ball's last inning.
Yeah.
There were 1 to each outfielder, if you remember last inning.
Yeah, all line drives. This Lynchburg offense, they're staying aggressive and they're finding barrels, and you just got to keep going at it if you're this offense. You know that these balls are going to drop soon, and eventually you're going to be able to catch some of this defense off guard, but you just got to keep on keeping on. Really, that's the only thing that you can do when you're in a situation like this because, again, that's just baseball right there.
I'm going to steal that one. 3-0 count for Joe Munitz. That one's a ball. Ball 4. Munitz will walk. Second time he has been on this game. Keep on keeping on, specifically, is the line I'm going to write down and steal. Munitz walked 3 times in game 1. Here's Ben Jones. Ben Jones is 1 for 2 with a walk and a hard single down the right field line that we thought at some other parks could have been a double, but just 90 feet on that one for Ben Jones. Got a runner at first. Joe Munitz will be a candidate to steal. He'll be a threat to go first to third on a base hit. And on an extra base hit, Joe Munitz would be a threat to score from first. Strike 1. Ben Jones will check the play sheet attached to the belt. It's a tie ball game, 4-4. York out hitting Lynchburg right now. We think the Spartans' hitting approach has gotten better as the day has gone on. Good read on the low one from Joe Munitz. Yeah, got to second on the dirty ball there. Garrick Fleming popped up, got a grasp and threw to second, but not in time. Joe Munitz would be the go-ahead run, and he's in scoring position right now with 1 out.
Yeah, great dirt ball read from Munitz. That's something they work on almost every single day. So to be able to practice like you play and play like you practice, that's huge because now a runner's in scoring position. A single even scores Joe Munitz now.
You're dropping all kinds of dimes, man. You're dropping all kinds of good lines. Practice like you play like you practice. 2-1 is the count for Ben Jones. 1 out. Joe Munitz at second. Infield straightaway. Third baseman maybe a little bit closer than what you'd call average here for York defensively. Outfield straightaway, medium deep. Here's the pitch. Ben Jones thought about it, came in just above the belt line, and it's called strike 2.
Really good pitch. Might have been a little high. Those are tough pitches to swing at because you know if you do and you don't get your barrel there on time, it's a pop-up or you swing and a miss. So that's an okay take from Ben Jones. Just now you got to protect on a 2-strike count.
Dylan Michalowski, long hold. Eyes were on the runner the entire time. That one wide left from our perspective, wide right from Michalowski's. And the count is now full. Connor Moore waiting on deck. He's got 2 hits and a sacrifice fly in this game. Four hits on the season now for Connor Moore. Full count to Ben Jones. He'll fight it off and foul it away. Ben Jones, coming into the game, was leading the team with a .300 average. 6 for 20 coming into it. Let's see. He was 1 for 3 in game 1. We'll stop the math here and wait for another full count pitch. We could have kept going. So let's see. He should be 7 for 23. Then you combine this one, makes him 8 for 25 on the season, with a boatload of walks, a yacht load of walks. Here comes a full count to Ben Jones. In the air, left field. Long run for Chris Bettler, and it's foul. So we'll rerun it again here at 3-2 with one out. Runner on second.
Good protection swing there from Jones. Got a little bit underneath it. Was slicing to the left, obviously with him being a lefty. Left fielder couldn't get to it. Seems like there have been a ton of full counts today. So this Lynchburg squad, for both teams actually, both these teams doing a really good job making the other team throw a lot of pitches.
Really making pitchers work, yeah, and fighting balls off. The strikeouts in game 2 have gone down. Ben Jones will not strike out as he fouls another one away. Nick Matfield struck out 6 in his 5 innings of work. York has not struck out since then. McGuire and Duff have not struck out a hitter. For Lynchburg offensively, they've gone down swinging once in this game and once looking. So just 2 strikeouts for Lynchburg in game 2 offensively. Trying it again here. Full count pitch, 1 out. Ben Jones will slap this one to left field. This will stay in play. Bettler got twisted around a bit, but then recovered to find the ball and make the grab for out number 2 of the inning.
A really good at-bat by Ben Jones. Again, got a little underneath that one. Wind couldn't carry that one too far. And a good job keeping that runner on second.
Looks like we're going to get a change. And it must be some kind of a double switch because the manager, Mike Scappa, went to the umpire first. Usually that's your sign there. If he just goes to the mound, it's just a straight coming in out of the bullpen. So there's some combination of changes here. And let's figure out what it is. Let's just stay right here and keep talking. Ethan Morotsky is scanning the York roster to try to figure out who our new pitcher is going to be. And there might be a defensive change in here as well.
Well, it looks like number 12, Jason Cassidy, going to come in to pitch here. He is listed as a third baseman and a pitcher.
Right, and Cassidy's DHing in this one.
Yes.
3 for 3 with a walk, by the way. So he's not just DHing, he's killing it as the designated hitter.
Yeah.
So, I guess that's the change. Cassidy, now the pitcher's just in the lineup is all it is. The DH is done. Although, didn't we have this at one point last season where you could keep Cassidy as the DH even after he comes off from the mound at some point?
Yeah, I believe when he gets subbed, if he were to be taken off of the mound for a new pitcher, I believe he can re-enter the game as a DH.
Yeah, we had this last year, and let's keep our eyes on that. It's completely possible that Cassidy is the only pitcher York uses from here on out. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Well, Cassidy's got a nice little whippy, low three-quarter arm action and looks to have some velocity on his pitches. So let's see how this works out for the sophomore from Vienna, Virginia. Guess what? Here's a cool moment. He's pitching to his high school teammate, Connor Moore, also a sophomore from Vienna. So Moore, as a catcher, should have a pretty good understanding of what Cassidy's bringing to the table out there, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a little extra pressure added on for both of these players right now. Obviously, with Seymour knowing what stuff he throws, Seymour caught a lot of different pitchers at Madison. Obviously, pitched against pro first baseman Bryce Eldridge on the San Francisco Giants. So.
Fun moment right here. Maybe Jason Cassidy told Mike Scappa, hey, I want him. Hey, I want him. Let me in there. Let me have him. I know how to get him out. That would be the argument that Jason Cassidy could make. He would say, I know Connor Moore's holes. 1-0 count. Runner on second is Joe Munitz, who runs well. Shortstop holding Munitz on. Rest of the defense pretty much straight away here for the York Spartans in a tie ball game. Bottom of the 7th. Moore under that one. It's fairly deep. Long run for Daimling. He sees it. Center fielder actually is going to call him off and make the grab. That's Chris Nessenson, and the inning is over. Lynchburg gets one on with the walk, one stranded. We're still deadlocked at 4 apiece after 7 complete in Game 2 at Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. All right, we've reached the 8th inning here in Game 2. Our long day is coming to a conclusion rapidly, whether we want it to or not, as the setting sun continues to beam into the press box here at Fox Field. Glad to have you watching now or in the future. The hitter will be Lucas Prendergast. 2 for 4 today, 2 for 4 this game, rather. He did have a double in Game 1 to lead off, facing Colin McGuire, who threw to 1 batter in the 7th inning. York College threw 7 complete. It's 4 runs on 11 hits. York has left 11 runners on. Ground ball right side, Hyatt dove, couldn't get to it. It's in the corner, at least one. Oh, Muniz had to run backwards for it. This is going to be a triple for Prendergast. Muniz has it. He'll relay in, play at third. Not going to be in time. Gavin Collins did well to sprawl and make sure he caught that ball. Colin McGuire had not moved to back up third base yet, which is what you see typically from the pitcher. Left fielder Logan Webster was entering into the frame there, but if Gavin Collins doesn't make that snag on the relay throw, Prendergast might have scored. He's 90 feet away. That's the go-ahead run. Lynchburg is going to bring the infield in. Gabe Trevino still looking for his first hit of the afternoon. 0 for 4 in Game 1. He's 0 for 4 in this game. Prendergast just ripping that ball down the line, and there's that corner. That time it did get all the way to the right field foul pole. Trevino will swing at that. Our count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, kind of perfectly placed that into the corner. It looked like maybe Joe Muniz wasn't sure if that was going to hit the fence or not and bounce back into play. It just ended up perfectly going past and into the corner.
All 4 infielders in as Trevino fouls another one back over our heads. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Outfield slightly shallow with the center fielder shaded slightly to that right center gap. That's Parker Cato in center field. McGuire set ready for the 1-2. Here he comes. Breaking ball. Trevino gets a piece. That's going to hit Wake Fieldhouse. That's got to be 11 or 12, right?
I believe it's 11 so far.
Okay. I'm going to trust that. It's informal. It's informal. There's no penalty for being wrong or anything.
Yeah.
McGuire ready again. Moore outside setup. Ooh. Connor Moore took the shrapnel there on that foul ball. Umpire, good sporting move there to walk halfway out to the mound to give Connor Moore a second.
Well, the saying is baseball is a game of inches. Well, not just baseball, but baseball is a game of inches. I mean, that was millimeters from going into Seymour's glove and counting as a strikeout there.
Another 1-2 delivery, 4-4 game. This ball's hit to Parker Cato, perfectly positioned in the right center gap, but far too deep for him to have a chance to make the play at home. And there's your go-ahead run. York back on top, 5-4 after the sacrifice fly from Gabe Trevina scores Lucas Prendergast.
Great piece of hitting there, finding the outfield. An easy sac fly, too deep for Cato to even attempt to throw home. McGuire left that pitch a little too far over the plate in that 2-strike count.
Base hit bunt offered by Michael Teneni. He pulls back, and that's ball 1. Lynchburg is going to have 5, 6, 7 due up in their half of the 8th. Lynchburg, of course, is the home team. And they would have the chance to bat in the bottom of the 9th if the light would allow anyway. As it's 5-17. 2-0 count to Michael Teneni. Now it's 3-0 as Moore has missed the zone a couple times. Chris Bettler waiting on deck. Bettler's 1 for 4 in this game, 1 for 4 in game 1. It's a York offense that we talked early in game 1 about how much they return. Talented unit. They hit 324 as a team last year. York banged out 27 home runs as a team last year. So the power is in there. It's been more singles today, although Prendergast, of course, got the leadoff triple to get himself in position to score. First walk issued by Colin McGuire. And it's just the second base on balls in this game for York. So back to Lynchburg's pitching's been pretty good. They have not offered up a lot of free passes. Bettler swinging into the outfield deep. Long run for Logan Webster, but he hauls it in. You can't even call that left center field. You just got to call that center field as Webster ran it down nicely.
Yeah, it was a great job by Logan Webster. Looked like everybody was shifted to the right side of the outfield. And, I mean, that was a long run. That was not a short distance that Webster had to travel to be able to track that one down. So that's honestly, that's a huge play because that ball's in the gap. If that gets down, that's a possible another run scored for York.
2 outs now. Trevina's sacrifice fly and then the fly out from Bettler. Jason Cassidy, 3 for 3 in this ball game with a walk. Started as the designated hitter. He's actually in there as the pitcher of record right now. He would be in line for the win if the score line stands. Cassidy, a sophomore from Vienna, Virginia. Swiped at the first high fastball. Count is 0-1. Looks like he went around there. Field umpire says he did not. 1-1 is the count. Breaking ball that time from McGuire. McGuire's taking a little bit longer to climb back on the mountain there. I think maybe McGuire assumed it was a strike, and then he looked at the scoreboard, found out it was a 1-1 count. Breaking ball again. McGuire's off the mound. He'll field. Slight bobble, but time to flip it over underhanded to Eric Hyatt at first base. Cassidy, first time he's gotten out today. And that will end the inning. 5-4. York is back on top. Lynchburg, 2 more whacks at it. We move to the bottom of the 8th next. time to get serious in the bottom of the 8th inning. As Lynchburg will send Ryder Warren, their first-year DH, to the plate. 0 for 2 for Ryder Warren. Did reach on a walk in his last plate appearance. He's facing Jason Cassidy, the sophomore DH turned relief pitcher for York. 5-4. Spartans back on top. And Lynchburg, 2 more chances here. Again, the sun is setting, and that will be a factor to be considered, although there's nothing the players can do about it. It's more just something for us to talk about, Ethan. But it certainly affects the vision of the hitter, and I think you have to say it in the setting sun, it becomes harder to hit, whereas pitchers, you can still sight the target, right? I mean, you can still see the catcher's mitt, so you would say small advantage to the pitchers. However, we've seen runs scored in these sun-setting situations. After all, you were part of quite a few little comeback and walk-off wins here on Fox Field on a day like this.
Yeah, a lot of fun. A lot of things can happen here on Fox Field.
Ryder Warren seems to be seeing it well. He didn't offer it a couple close ones, and now it's a hitter's count. 3-1, Gavin Collins on deck. Collins hit a 3-run homer in game 1. 2-hit package there. No hits yet in game 2 for Gavin Collins. Warren waves at that 3-1 offering, and now our count is full. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th.
2-strike counter. You got to simplify your swing here. If you're Ryder Warren, got to figure out a way to get a lead off on base.
He does get into this one. Elevated right field. Daimling sees it, moving slightly to the first base line. He'll make the catch for out number 1 of the inning. Gavin Collins 0 for 2 in this one. Did hit that ball hard to the shortstop. It's not like Gavin Collins has had bad at-bats here, even though he does not have a hit yet in game 2.
You can talk about quality ABs. I mean, I would count that hard hit to a shortstop as a quality AB. I know we, when I was there, or when I was in the dugout, we would always have a quality AB chart to see, because I mean, those are really the most important that you're looking at when you're looking at the stat column.
Gavin Collins in the career now, 211 hits. 65 of those are extra base hits, including the 19 home runs. He's closing in on 160 RBI in his career. He's fouled off the first pitch, and now an 0-1 count against Jason Cassidy. Breaking ball above the zone. Count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Collins came into the weekend with the team lead in hits at 7. Not the average leader, but he did have the team lead in hits with 7, and now up to 9 after game 1. 1-2 count here for the 5th-year man, Gavin Collins. Cassidy from the stretch, set quickly, pitches. Collins fights it off. Cassidy works fast. I don't think you have to worry about too many pitch clock violations with him.
Yeah, tempo's huge for some pitchers. I mean, it's all about that internal clock. And if your internal clock's faster, as long as you're not breaking any of the rules with the hitter's eye contact.
Cassidy held on to that one too long and missed. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. 5-4 ball game. Lynchburg, 1-run deficit. Gavin Collins is the kind of guy that can change that with 1 swing of the bat, huh? He'll get a piece of this. It's airborne in center field, but very catchable as Chris Nessenson runs it down for out number 2 of the 8th inning.
This Lynchburg offense got to get back to the notion of getting on top of the ball and forcing this infield to make plays instead of catching easy fly balls, and that's what they did so well in the last game. That's why they put up so many runs, because they forced this York defense to make plays on this tough infield grass and dirt. So they got to get back to getting on top of this baseball with the barrel.
Pinch hitter will be number 10, Joe Gordon. He pinch hit in game 1 and was hit by a pitch. Nearly wore that one on the left thigh. It's just a ball. Joe Gordon in to try to spark something. He's hitting in Eric Hyatt's slot in the order, so I would assume Joe Gordon would stay on to play first base. Here's that ground ball you were looking for. Shortstop moving to the hole, throws across. That's a strike. Joe Gordon is out, and the 8th inning is over. 5-4, York on top. Insurance time for the Spartans maybe in the top of the 9th. It's on the way next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Top 9, game 2 at Foxy. York leading 5-4. Spartans got beat 17-1 in game 1, but you just never know what the next game is going to hold. We do have a defensive change to report for Lynchburg. Joe Gordon is not staying in at first base. It'll be number 19, first-year man from Fairfax, Virginia, Kellen Clark, to play first base. We were talking in between innings, Lynchburg a little bit shorthanded. Trevor Loving not available to play first base. We did mention earlier, maybe worth pointing out again, Quinn Madden not available today. He was Lynchburg's leading average man, leading RBI man last year. He's unavailable today. So Lynchburg, you have to say, not 100% healthy. And again, that's not uncommon as this one's lifted into left field and Logan Webster will make the grab on the move. Kind of rare, Ethan, for a college team to not deal with some injuries throughout the course of a season. You're always going to have a guy or two that's got something going on.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so many games that are played throughout the season, and really not only is it the amount of games that you're playing, but you also have to remember there are practices and games in the fall where when it's in season in the fall time, you're practicing almost every single day. And those practices are majority inter-squad, so if you're really thinking about it, you're playing almost every single day in the fall, and you come back in the spring, and you're doing the exact same thing right out the gate because you want to get as many inter-squads as you can before that season opener. So really these Lynchburg Hornets have been playing every single day since they got back in the spring.
Breaking ball from Colin McGuire looked good. It's a 1-2 count on number 11, Ryan Nedzikowski. Sophomore is still looking for his first hit of the day between the two games. Did have the sacrifice fly. A couple sac flies for York. The last 2 runs have come via the sacrifice fly, so the tying and go-ahead run, both with the sac fly. Good job by York to work that. It's a 2-2 count, 1 out. Sophomore Colin McGuire working from the windup for Lynchburg. That one almost nibbled the bottom edge, but it is a ball and now a full count. Wind really picking up out there too. You can see that flag under the scoreboard just billowing. It is blowing in from right center, so tough to get the ball elevated and airborne. McGuire hit a spot there on the full count delivery. It's a punch out. First one for Colin McGuire.
Beautiful pitch. He's been working around the zone all at bat. Good at bat, driving it to full count, but just a better finish by Colin McGuire.
Colin McGuire just struck out Ryan Nedzikowski. First strikeout for York since the 5th inning. Wow. So the Spartans putting the ball in play with regularity. I think that's important. I mean, I think that's a big reason why it's a 5-4 York lead right now. This one's ripped pretty hard to center field. Parker Cato, good read, did have to reach up over his head to make the catch, but he will haul it in. Top 9 is done. Last chance to dance here with some early March madness for Lynchburg. They're down by 1 as we move to the bottom of the 9th. Kyle and Ethan, We're back in just a second. Do not miss the conclusion here in Game 2 between Lynchburg and York. A fun day is building to a conclusion. Lynchburg needs 1 to tie, 2 to walk it off. We're in the bottom of the 9th at James C. Fox Field. Kyle Haney and my good pal, Ethan Morotsky to my right. We've had a fun day today. Lynchburg, pretty convincing and comfortable Game 1 win, 17-1. Game 2 has been very different. Lynchburg did lead in this ball game at one point, but right now it's a 5-4 advantage for the York College Spartans. Jason Cassidy, third pitcher York has used. He would be the pitcher of record here. Misses the first offering to Parker Cato. Cato 1 for 3 in this ball game. That one just off the plate for ball 2. Good eye there from Parker Cato. Logan Webster on deck. Brandon Garcia in the hole. It's 8-9-1 scheduled to appear in the 9th. Inside corner just missed. Cassidy, I think, feels like he might be getting squeezed a little bit.
Yeah, that looked like a good pitch. Looked like it just hit the inside corner, but Cato right on the edge of that plate.
Volume from both dugouts noticeably higher. I think you can hear that on the crowd mic. You can probably hear some of that wind. It continues to blow in from right center field. Strike one, 3-1 count here for Parker Cato. The pitch from Cassidy. That one will also catch the edge, and now it's full. York has had a fantastic hitting approach in Game 2. Bouncing ball up the middle. Cato can run. Shortstop has to hurry. Low throw. Gets by the first baseman. Got by the catcher as well, but Cato unable to advance. Hang on now. The umpire. Okay. Umpire was just stepping in there to make a call and I guess make sure Cato touched the bag. There's no interference or anything like that. That's an infield single, I think, for Parker Cato,
Yeah, a lot of speed. It was a close play at first, and with Parker Cato leading off this 9th inning down by 1, wouldn't be surprised to see a sac bunt here from Logan Webster.
Lynchburg had not had a hit in a while. Logan Webster will show the sacrifice bunt. Pulled it back. Good idea, because that one was well wide from the right-handed sophomore Jason Cassidy.
If you're Logan Webster, you know he started Parker Cato off with 3 straight balls. So obviously you want to get this bunt down, but you want to be patient in doing it.
Exactly right. Good bunt. Right side from Webster. Will not stay fair, though. Ethan, that's Lynchburg's first hit since the 5th inning. This Hornet offense went a little bit cold. They've had base runners, a couple walks in there. But you have to say, York, Dylan Michalowski first out of the bullpen, and now Jason Cassidy. They have been outstanding for the visitors. 1-1 count. Let's see if Webster will get the call to sac bunt again. Parker Cato bouncing off at first. Webster will try to push it to the right side. Foul again. Noticeable frustration from Logan Webster. Now it's a really tough decision for a coach. Do you keep the bunt on or do you let him hit? 1-2 count. Of course, if you don't know, fans, if you bunt with 2 strikes and it's foul, you're out. Cato, good wheels at first. Here comes the 1-2. Webster's on it. Line drive that bounces off the glove of the second baseman. Everybody's safe. You talk about a game of inches. That ball was nearly caught by Prendergast, and it would have been a double play. and really extinguish the threat for Lynchburg. Instead, now they've got the tying run in scoring position, and the winning run is at first base.
With runners on first and second now, you can almost guarantee a bunt here from your lefty leadoff man who's already put a fantastic bunt down today in the first game. But like you said, a game of inches, I mean, that is as close as it gets. And like you said, would have been a double play. Cato caught leaning forward a little bit. But, I mean, that's another great swing from the Hornets that just went right to somebody on the York defense.
No doubt. I mean, that ball was stung by Logan Webster. Good piece of hitting with 2 strikes. Corners are in for York. Garcia will show the bunt. True wheel play there for York as the shortstop sprinted to third base. Second baseman went into cover first, so they leave second vacated. And you've got the first baseman and third baseman crashing. 1-0 count.
Leaving second vacated.
And leaving a big hole for Brandon Garcia if he were to pull back and try to swing it.
What does also give Cato a little bit of space. Obviously, you don't want to go too far, but you know that you can get a decent, lead here.
Pitch timer violation. It's a 2-0 count. Cassidy took too long. I thought he was working quickly earlier, but got to go to a different sign sequence with a man on second. Cassidy will come set. Garcia looking to bunt down the third base line, went off the cap and foul. 2-1 is the count. It's all happening here in the bottom of the ninth. What else would you expect? Our first home game, you knew we were going to get some drama.
Well, it's been a great game so far. This is just a good baseball game, whether you're a Hornet fan or you're a Spartan fan. This is a good baseball game all around.
2-1 delivery coming up from Cassidy. Garcia showing the bunt again. Better. Does it stay fair? Right on the line. Third baseman on the run. Throw pulled him. Garcia's safe. Bases are loaded. Nobody out here for Lynchburg. And York, despite having a 1-run lead, it feels like their back is against the wall right now.
I mean, that is just a textbook bunt from Brandon Garcia. Again, we saw it in the first game. He put down that nice bunt down the first base side. But, I mean, that one, the spin looked like it might have gone a little foul. You could see Fleming behind the plate saying let it go foul, but it just stopped right in time, and the throw pulled the first baseman off. That's a beautiful bunt. It looks like everything is going in the right way for Lynchburg here in the bottom of the ninth.
Sacks are packed for the sophomore, Joe Munitz. He's got a single he's driven into. Munitz is also walked. A walk here would tie the game. Corners are in for York. Middle is still back. Strike one to Joe Munitz. Like what Cassidy has given York right here. And I think minimum, worth pointing out, York's got to feel better about the way they bounced back after getting drubbed 17-1. To come out here and take a lead into the bottom of the ninth. Munitz whacking to the right side. 1 run is in. They're going to send Logan Webster a play at the plate to win it. Webster's in safely. Lynchburg's going to walk it off in game 2. 2 victories at Foxy. 1 a blowout, 1 a dramatic finish. Joe Munitz has driven in 4, including the game-tying and game-winning run. Lynchburg runs it off. 6-5, Hornets win. They move to 8-1 this season. What a finish, Ethan Morotsky. What a ball game.
Well, it's like deja vu for Joe Munitz. Obviously, going back to that regional against Case Western, Joe Munitz hitting the walk-off to send Lynchburg to the Super Regional, and he's doing again right here in the home opening weekend. I mean, that's a fantastic inning from Lynchburg. They did everything right. It just seemed like York couldn't get a break. A couple mistakes from the infield. And a great bunt from Brandon Garcia kept bases loaded. And an even better swing from Joe Munitz to walk it off here.
Pressure was on there at the end for York. I think Cassidy made some good pitches, but Lynchburg offensively just too tough in that inning. Parker Cato, the infield single. He came around to score the tying run. It was Logan Webster that blistered that ball to the second baseman to get on. Webster scores the winning run. Garcia's bunt. And then, yeah, Joe Munitz to finish it off there. Lynchburg 6 runs on 11 hits. Winning pitcher will be Colin McGuire there. McGuire's not going to feel great about, letting York get the lead, but statistically, he'll get the win. And I think overall, Lynchburg should feel pretty great about the pitching and the hitting today. Ethan, yes, rough around the edges at times. Lynchburg could clean up some things defensively, but overall, you get 2 wins, 1 blowout, 1 walk-off. Got to feel nice for the Hornets.
Yeah, absolutely. Putting up 17 runs in game 1 and then 6 runs on 11 hits in game 2. Yeah, the hitting did get cold eventually through that second game, but I mean, that 9th inning, that's really where it all mattered. And you know, there's a saying where good teams or great teams find ways to win games even when it doesn't look great for them, and that's exactly what Lynchburg did, and that's why they're such a great team this year so far.
Lynchburg's won 3 in a row now, going back to that Mary Washington victory, and the Hornets have won 8 of 9 to begin the season. 8-1 for Lynchburg. York, tough luck there in the last game. They are 0-2 this year. Real quick about tomorrow. I mean, you're going to be having fun with the guys. We'll do the ring thing. Give me some thoughts. I mean, I expect tomorrow to be close, but again, based on what we know about baseball, you could see a blowout from either team too.
Yeah, absolutely. It could go either way. York, I think this is a good game for them. Obviously, they didn't win, but they kept it competitive, and they were winning for a majority of the game. So I think this game, even if they lost, it gives them the utmost confidence that they know that they can play with teams that are as good as Lynchburg, and they can stay competitive. So if anything, I think tomorrow will be just another game exactly like this one that we just saw.
Yeah, love the bounce back from York. I mean, you get beat 17-1. It can be easy to just start thinking about, let's get back to the hotel and get something to eat. They came out and got after it here in game 2. Pitching was really good from York in game 2. All right, we got to end it somewhere. It's been a long day. It's been a fun day. We appreciate you tuning in. Lynchburg gets wins 7 and 8 on the season, 17-1 in game 1. Tyler Kaltrider was special on the mound for Lynchburg there. Gavin Collins hit a 3-run blast, and then Lynchburg runs it off here to end game 2. 6-5. Hornets take that one. Stay up to date with all the information. LynchburgSports.com. We'll talk to you tomorrow around 11:50 or so with first pitch scheduled for high noon in game 3 between the York College Spartans and the University of Lynchburg Hornets. Kyle and Ethan saying so long, baseball fans. Hope you have a great Saturday, and we can't wait until tomorrow.